Take seats. We be ready to begin our hearing momentarily. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Helene Weinstein, Chair of the New York State Assembly's Ways and Means Committee, co-chair of today's hearing. Today we begin the 9th in a series of hearings conducted by the Joint Fiscal Committees of the Legislature regarding the Governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2020-2021. The hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitution and the legislative law. Today, the Assembly Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Finance Committee will hear testimony concerning the Governor's budget proposal for local governments. I'll now introduce members of the Assembly, and then Senator Krueger, Chair of Senate Finance, will introduce members of her conference. So we have to my left, Assemblyman Thiel, Chair of our Local Governments Committee, and Assemblyman Braunstein, Chair of our Cities Committee. We have Assemblyman Fall and Assemblyman Ortiz. Senator Krueger.
Good morning, everyone. I'm joined by Senator John Liu, Senator Brian Benjamin, Senator Zelnor Myrie, Senator Gustavo Rivera, and my ranker on finance, Jim Seward, will introduce his members.
Thank you. We're pleased to be joined this morning from my conference, the ranking member of the Local Governments Committee, Senator Patty Ritchie, as well as a former county executive, now state senator, George Borrello.
And I made a major mistake and did not introduce the chair, James Gorin. Sorry about that, Senator Gorin.
Assemblyman Ra will introduce, our ranker on Ways and Means will introduce the members of his conference.
Oh, and Senator John Brooks is also slid over there, so I missed him too. Thank you.
Good morning. We're joined this morning by Assemblyman Colin Schmidt, the ranking member on the Local Governments Committee, and Assemblywoman Nicole Malliotakis, member of the Ways and Means Committee.
So before introducing our first witness, just want to remind all the witnesses testifying today, if you could please keep your statement within the allotted time limit so everyone can be afforded the opportunity to speak. For the witnesses that will be coming later, your testimony has already been submitted, circulated to the members, so there's no need to read it verbatim. You'll never get to the end. It always takes longer than you think. And so a concise summary of your major points would be much more productive. And really also then for the members, and the witnesses, we do have the time clocks. Please pay attention. The clocks are for both questions and answers so that we can get to the last person on the list and have them have an opportunity to also speak, as well as have all our questions answered. Just another bit of rules. For members, the chair of the committee has 10 minutes, of the relevant committee has 10 minutes, all other members 5 minutes, and the chairs are the only ones who have a second round. Senator.
We've also been joined by Senator Robert Jackson and Senator Anna Kaplan.
So with all that being said, we are ready to begin. Our first witness, no stranger to the table. We'll see if we could keep it within a reasonable time. Mayor Bill de Blasio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Weinstein, Chair Krueger. Thank you so much, Ranking Minority Members Seward and Ra. Thank you. And of course, thanks to all the members here and your leaders, Majority Leader Stewart Cousins and Speaker Hastie. I want to thank everyone for the work we've all done together and the extraordinary work you did in the last legislative session. I'm joined here today by two key members of my team, our City Budget Director, Melanie Hartzog, and our Interim Director of State Legislative Affairs, Todd Floyd, who will join me in answering your questions. Right up front, I want to say, given the shootings that targeted our police force this weekend, I know you will all join me in keeping our officers in your thoughts and prayers. 3 brave police officers, thank God they all will make a full recovery according to the doctors, but I ask that everyone please keep them and their families, their precinct, the entire NYPD in your thoughts and prayers. This is the 7th time, chairs, that I've had the honor of being here before you. Again, thank you for what you achieved in 2019, extraordinary impact for the whole state and for New York City. My written comments speak to the appreciation we all feel for what you achieved in 2019. Unfortunately, I have to turn now to a more painful situation in this budget, which is the fact that there are extraordinary cuts proposed in the executive budget, which would have a truly negative effect on the people of our city. And I will delineate a few of those points right now, but I need to first say that the cuts in this year's executive budget are of a magnitude we have never seen before. Right now, the combined cuts would have an impact of $1.4 billion in reduced services for the people of New York City. $1.4 billion. It is fair to say that we cannot let that happen. We're depending on all of you for help and support in this moment. These cuts would be nothing less than devastating for everyday New Yorkers. We are used to, in past executive budgets, attempts to cut. And in fact, if you add up over the previous 6 years the impact of cuts to New York City by the previous executive budgets, and the ones that were ultimately enacted, it is more than $1 billion in cuts and cost shifts. So I want you to consider this point. The fiscal 21 proposed cuts in the executive budget total more than all the cuts New York City has sustained in all 6 years combined previously. That is the magnitude. We need your help more than ever before. I'll go through the 3 key areas that make up this $1.4 billion cut. First and biggest, the governor wants to shift $1.1 billion in Medicaid costs to New York City. It's not only unfair, it's just not grounded in the reality of how Medicaid works. I want to remind you, we have already sustained a 1% cut in Medicaid funding to our health and hospitals. That was announced in December. The Medicaid redesign team is potentially looking at up to $2.5 billion in additional savings. And if it cannot find those savings, the governor proposes to take that $2.5 billion and cut it from localities around the state. To say the least, we are all in the same boat here. Alone, any of these cuts would have painful consequences, but adding them together would put the health and welfare of the state's largest city at risk and would undermine all the progress we've made in recent years, bringing the Health and Hospitals Corporation back to solvency and making it more effective. This would literally set us back years. It's the largest public health system in the nation, caring for more than 1 million New York City residents each year. It could not withstand cuts of this magnitude without reductions, profound reductions in services to people who need health care. And again, this would be true all over the state of New York. What would it mean for us if there was a $1.1 billion cut? First, in health and hospitals, we project it would mean the closing of 19 neighborhood clinics, which treat 140,000 patients a year. It would result in the layoff of 1,300 doctors and nurses, frontline healthcare providers, which would result in longer wait times for patients. And the specialty areas that would be affected would be treatment of cancer, heart disease, mental health, a number of other very, very serious needs. This could potentially lead to the total elimination of the Summer Youth Employment Program, which reaches 70,000 young people each summer. It could lead to the total elimination of the Compass program, which is after-school programming that reaches 120,000 students each year. This is the magnitude of what we would have to do both in health and hospitals and beyond, because health and hospitals alone could not sustain this cut without even more profound setbacks to the health care of New Yorkers. That said, I want to be clear, we stand ready to work with the state to find solutions. Our Social Services Commissioner, Steve Banks, already helped the state to achieve $180 million in Medicaid savings. We believe there's at least $260 million more if the state will work with us. And the key point here, who runs Medicaid? The state of New York runs Medicaid. The state of New York sets the rules, the state of New York sets the rates. Handing the bill for the state's responsibility to the people of the city of New York or any other locality isn't right and isn't workable. There is no locality that could handle the fiscal impact of this cost switch, and even to achieve savings, which we stand ready to do, we can only do it with state cooperation. I believe there's 3 ways out of this situation. First, the Medicaid redesign team should work with localities to achieve real savings. Second, the state should revise the Medicaid global cap to reflect the health care that New Yorkers actually need and its real costs. And third, if we're going to make health care available for everyone who needs it, then we must ask the wealthiest among us to pay their fair share in taxes so that all can be healthy. Lives are literally on the line, and we urge the state to remove this cut to localities and safeguard public health by focusing on finding efficiencies and reforms in the state-run Medicaid program. Second potential risk is about the future of our children, $136 million shortfall for education, and real consequences for our kids in our schools. This would mean the equivalent of removing 400 social workers and guidance counselors from our schools. That is what this cut could lead to, in addition to ending programming for restorative justice that has been successful in reducing the need for suspensions and creating a safer school environment. Everyone here knows that we have still not gotten the resources, neither New York City nor Buffalo, Syracuse, Albany, none have gotten the resources promised by the Campaign for Fiscal Equity settlement, and we still need that. If we had that, we could bring 100% fair student funding to every school in New York City. Third, cuts to TANF. Last year, temporary assistance for needy families was slashed by 10%. This year, an additional 5% cut is proposed that will result in the loss of $100 million over 2 years. We would have to eliminate preventative services that help 5,500 children and help protect them from child abuse and neglect. Again, these cuts year after year are adding up and are going to take away our basic capacity to serve people. We urge you to restore this cut as well as the education cut I mentioned a moment ago. Very quickly, I need to note that there is an unrealistic deadline, and I have to say absurd penalties that have been proposed in the executive budget regarding the relocation of the Pier 76 tow pound. The executive budget imposed a $12 million fine on New York City with $3 million additional per month after the end of this year. It's utterly unrealistic. It literally would cause us to violate city law that requires a land use process for any such action to take place, and that process by law takes more than a year to begin with. This tow pound is basically the size of Union Square Park. Finding an alternative in and near Manhattan is a very complex undertaking. We need your help removing this unrealistic and I think from city perspective, unlawful act to penalize the city of New York. I know my time is short. I will only say very quickly by way of summary, we do agree with the executive budget on the proposal on e-bikes and e-scooters. We do agree with the executive budget on the legalization of the adult use of cannabis products. We want to make sure that there is also economic justice in what is done on that change. And then finally, I will run through very briefly some areas that we need your help in. First, homelessness. We are taking aggressive steps to end long-term homelessness in New York City, the most expansive strategy we've ever employed, the Journey Home vision announced in December. We ask that you support the Kruger-Hevesi Home Stability Support Act. This will allow us to keep 25,000 New Yorkers in their homes and out of shelter. We also ask your help addressing the question of the MTA. To this day, the MTA has only finished 30% of the projects delineated in its last capital plan, 380 projects out of 1,300 that were authorized in 2015. And yet the MTA is asking us for billions of dollars more in resources. I want to make clear to all of you The last time we funded the MTA capital plan in 2015, that money has still not been spent by the MTA. Before the MTA asks for more money, we insist that they do an actual audit to determine the changes they need to become efficient, that they use the money we've given them before, they use the money that you rightly authorized last April, the new funding that will be coming to MTA, and that they commit to accountability and transparency that we have not seen previously from the MTA. I'll be very quick with your indulgence. We ask your continued commitment to the New York City Housing Authority and the 400,000 people who live there. The City of New York, because the federal government has stepped away from its obligations to public housing over years and years, decades, the City of New York has committed during my administration $6 billion to help improve and fix public housing. I want to commend the advocates and the elected officials all over the city, including Council Speaker Corey Johnson, who have been calling on the state to invest an additional $2 billion in NYCHA's capital needs. This will allow us to give you one example of the impact that would have to renovate 8,000 apartments and make them acceptable and quality housing that would reach 20,000 New Yorkers. I also want to note on the issue of criminal justice reform, my thanks again to the legislature for the actions you took last year, which were necessary and crucial and will help us advance justice and fairness and reduce mass incarceration. I believe it is important, however, for judges to have more flexibility, as I've said before, and I believe we can work together to find a solution acceptable to all. Also want to ask your help addressing what has become a crisis, the loss of small businesses all over New York City. I believe one of the solutions to save our mom and pop stores is to institute a vacancy tax. I want to thank Senator Hoylman and Assemblymember Glick for their proposal, which I agree with. Simply says if a landlord consistently leaves a storefront vacant for a prolonged period of time, blighting a community, keeping that storefront from a small business, undermining quality of life, that landlord should have to pay something more. I urge you to act on this proposal this session and in this budget, ideally. Finishing up, we have seen tremendous progress legislatively last year, what all of you did to protect millions of rent-regulated New Yorkers was one of the most profound acts in recent decades to keep New York City affordable. But there is more to be done. There's nearly 900,000 apartments that do not have protections. 2.5 million New Yorkers at this moment have no protection against rent gouging, have no guarantee that their lease will be renewed if they are acting appropriately, have no guarantee they will not be arbitrarily left on the street. We need universal renter protection. That legislation, to be effective, must include well-crafted exemptions, including for new construction and owner-occupied housing, and must ensure that the anti-gouging measure within is based in real and vigorous analysis. I also want to note on housing, we have an extraordinary opportunity to do something never done before in this city and state, which is to give people the opportunity to get an apartment without having to pay a traditional security deposit. There is a new approach which I support, which will allow people to pay very small monthly payments and avoid that overwhelming upfront cost that's made it impossible for so many people to get affordable housing. I urge you to act. Lastly, on property taxes, something I know there's tremendous concern on, not just in the Assembly and Senate, but in our communities. I've heard this at town hall meeting after town hall meeting. The City Council and I put together the first commission since 1993 to review this issue. Its preliminary report, 10 recommendations, would create the biggest reform in 40 years in our property tax system, would finally end the vast disparities between neighborhoods that are so unfair to so many of our constituents, would create the kind of consistency and transparency we need. We have made sure in the preliminary proposals, and the final proposals will be out in the months ahead, but the preliminary proposals speak very clearly to the need to protect seniors and low-income New Yorkers and folks who need to be exempted or treated differently in this process. And of course, this would be something that would be phased in mindfully. But we need property tax reform. It's a matter of basic fairness. I want to, in conclusion, thank everyone for the opportunity to bring the city's concerns forward to you. Today's hearing is part of what I could call a time-honored budget process, but there is nothing business as usual about the threat we face from the executive budget. I'll conclude as I began. This process involves a lot of dialogue and a lot of thoughtful questions and a real conversation about what's best for our people. But the executive budget has put into play a series of cuts that we have never seen before on this scale that could literally undermine the health care, the basic quality of life of millions of New Yorkers. We can't let that stand. I ask your help and support in addressing this urgent challenge. And with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be with you and look forward to your questions. And thank you, chairs, for your indulgence.
Thank you. We're going to go to our city's chair, Assemblyman Bronstein.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Hartzog, Mr. Floyd, thank you. In your testimony, you touched on what many here testifying with local governments today will agree is one of the most consequential aspects of the governor's proposal, which is the cost shift of local Medicaid growth. The governor has defended this proposal by arguing that since the state takeover of local Medicaid growth, I believe it was in 2015, local governments have lacked an incentive to rein in increased spending in Medicaid. He's described the situation as local governments suffering from what he calls blank check syndrome. Why is this characterization unfair, and what areas has the city identified as responsible for the growth in Medicaid?
Mr. Chair, it's just inaccurate. It doesn't represent reality. The state of New York runs the Medicaid program. The state of New York sets the rules, sets the rates. The localities act as enrollment agents. That said, we do believe there are ways that we can save money. We've proven it previously. We need the state's involvement. It's literally impossible to make those savings without the state being a partner. And I said, I think we believe right away there's another $250 million minimum that can be found in ongoing savings. But you kind of have to suspend belief here when you see some of these claims, because it doesn't bear any resemblance to reality. If the costs are being driven up because the minimum wage went up, well, I supported that minimum wage increase. That was not a decision that localities made, that was made here rightfully. If the costs are going up because there's been an increase in enrollment, well, I think we all agree we want people to get health care, we want people to be insured. Most of that increase in enrollment has happened outside of New York City. And again, that means that in the suburbs and upstate, there's been a conscientious effort to ensure that those eligible actually got health care. I think an honest conversation is called for. And I think that the executive branch should accept responsibility for the program they run and then talk about the right ways to address it. I think there are three real savings that can be found, which we're going to work with them on, and I think other localities would happily do so as well, but we can't independently create savings out of thin air. Second, the cap. The cap is the fundamental problem here. We either believe that everyone who needs health care should get health care, or we don't. I think it's a consensus in this legislature. People who need health care should get it. The cap is standing in the way of that. It's an artificial restraint. It should be removed. And finally, we could all debate what kind of revenue, but I at least want to be constructive and say, if you say no, the only way out is new revenue, well, I still think it is a known fact. And it is something believed by independents, Republicans, Democrats alike, that the wealthy are not paying their fair share in taxes. And if the wealthy paid a little more so everyday people could have health care, I think that's a fair solution. So those are three ways in any combination that could get us out of this jam. But localities don't run the program. We need the solutions to come from Albany.
Sure. I agree with you, and I haven't heard any other outlet back up the governor's argument that it is the localities who are responsible for the increase in Medicaid growth. I just wanted to see your take on it. I do appreciate the fact that the city is working to recognize ways to address the Medicaid cost increases. In your testimony, you spoke about savings of $260 million that the city has identified. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There are still, and again, this can only be done with the state because they control the program. And I'll note just to this question and the previous, there's been some allegation out there that the city's, welcoming people to sign up for Medicaid. Well, the state's doing the exact same thing, saying if someone qualifies, we will work with you to get you signed up. If you don't qualify, you don't qualify. Localities all over the state, Democratic and Republican-run, small, big jurisdictions are all saying the same thing. They can't understand what's happening here because we don't run the program. But we can help with savings, and the examples are, there's still people who move out of state, but they're not being captured in the data so they can be removed from Medicaid. There are classic bureaucratic problems like people who are deceased, checks still going to them. There's all sorts of basic efficiency that could be addressed. And we know there's also waste, fraud, and abuse, people trying to game the system that we want to crack down on and want to work with the state to crack down on. So just the basics alone, better joint efforts to weed out duplication and weed out any effort to undermine the system, that's $250 million right there. And we want to keep going. But I always say we're honest about what we run and what we don't. And if you have an issue with schools, come to me. With sanitation, come to me. With police or fire, come to me. But if you want to talk about how decisions are made on the Medicaid, the governor and the state run the Medicaid program. I just wish they would accept that responsibility and then talk about the constructive options, 3 of which I've outlined here, could get us all out of this crisis. If we don't, it means health care will be taken away from people. And I think New York State has prided itself against a backdrop of a country where there's been a huge debate over Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, and you've seen states that literally said they would not participate in Medicaid expansion and left people without health care. New York State's been one of the leaders saying, no, we want people to have health care. We want people to have insurance. If we don't address this in the next months, you're going to see people starting to lose their health care.
Thank you, and we look forward to working with you on some of those proposed ideas to find savings. Regardless of who's responsible, there is sometimes a sense that the city economy is booming, and the city has a lot of tax revenue, and they could just afford to share some of the burden, considering we're facing a $6 billion budget deficit. Can you expand on how this cost shift would have tremendous implications for city services and how the city just cannot sustain adding this additional burden?
To those, I thank you for the question. To those who feel that, I would first say, look at the $1 billion plus in recurring cuts, meaning what's happened over recent years has taken over $1 billion every single year now out of our budget. So that's being paid by the taxpayers in New York City. More and more things are being picked up. We obviously have had unfunded mandates that we have to cover. This has been a recurrent reality. But on top of that, we are constantly aware that the city of New York has to address all the problems of the past that we've inherited. For example, the Health and Hospitals Corporation was near bankruptcy when I took office, was teetering on the brink. Same with the Housing Authority. We had to stop them both from going bankrupt, turn them around. In the case of Health and Hospitals, we've actually come a long way. It's not only solvent, it's becoming much more effective and efficient. We have a long way to go on the Housing Authority. But these are two entities that used to benefit from a tremendous amount of federal and state support that's just not the same anymore. If we don't keep them solvent and whole, you're talking about a tremendous decline in the quality of life for New Yorkers, and a city that is strong economically at this point, that the entire state depends on for economic growth and for tax revenue, would suffer deeply. Also, a reminder that we are the last line of defense for our people, meaning in the event of a global economic downturn, which by every economist's measure should happen at some point in the not-too-distant future. I don't wish for it. I'm knocking wood. I hope it never does, but it's been a long time since we had one. That's going to have a tremendous effect on the federal government and state government. That's going to reduce a huge amount of revenue for New York City right there. We would have very little left to protect our people with.
Just on that note, I have a minute left. Speaking of a potential of economic downturn, in November, the voters approved the creation of a rainy day fund. That's something that would have to come through the state. You didn't mention it in your testimony. Is that something the city is actively pursuing?
I would say, and I can tell that Budget Director wants to jump in, that one, we have the highest reserves we've ever had. Thank God, we've made that a crucial priority along with the council. But that is because we recognize how, in the event of a downturn, there would not be support available from other levels of government. And to keep city services going, police, fire, schools, we needed that deep reserve. So we've been doing that on our own, but let me have our Budget Director speak to it as well. Hold on.
I
technical
think if we're
difficulty.
on.
Try it.
Yep, I'm on. So we are actively working with legislators to get a rainy day bill done. We want to make sure that we have the ability to both get our reserves as well as the rainy day fund. I think we want as much flexibility as possible when it comes to being able to access a rainy day fund. You don't know you're in a recession until you're actually in one, so we want to make sure that the city has the ability to access those funds before you actually get to that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've been joined in the Assembly by Assemblyman Carroll, Assemblywoman Nolan, Assemblyman Teague, and we now go to the Senate for questions.
Thank you. We've been joined by Senator Felder, and our first questioner is Robert Jackson, Chair of Cities.
Good morning. How are you? I'm doing well, my friend. I think the microphone's not on, though, brother. There you go.
I got it, no, it's on. Let me thank you, and I'll turn to this one. This doesn't work too well. Hello? Hello? Much better. First, let me thank you for your leadership in New York City. Obviously, we need a progressive focus on the needs of New York City, and looking at at least the Medicaid budget situation we're in, it seems as though that New York City is being dumped on. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's what I feel, and based on what I've heard from you, you feel that way also on behalf of New York City. Am I right or wrong?
You're right, Senator, and just want to add, I have talked to county executives, I've talked to mayors from all over the state, Democrats and Republicans alike, feel the exact same thing, that localities are being asked to deal with a cost that they cannot possibly handle. It's either going to bankrupt a lot of localities, or they're going to have to take away health care from people who need it. That's happening all over the state because of this proposal.
So big or small, it doesn't matter. Everyone feels the same way based on your communication with locality leaders.
100% consistent, Senator.
So in listening to the governor when he had his State of the State address, he indicated that he was going to put this, MRT2 together with Dennis Rivera and the head of the Northwell Hospital, big conglomerates, but they would get a $2.5 billion cut that would have no negative impact on the people that we represent, as far as layoffs, anything else. Did you hear that, or did I hear something totally
Senator,
different?
I think you're right to say that is the ideal outcome, and I think there are specific ways that can be achieved, including removing the cap and getting additional revenue from those who have done very well. But my fear, Senator, is the mandate leaves open the possibility that if they cannot achieve that ideal, then the cuts would be passed on to localities. And I didn't say this in response, and I should have, to Assemblymember Bronstein, that the fact is that localities are paying that 25% as we always have. So I want no one to have the illusion that localities are not contributing a massive amount. Or we are certainly. The fact is, the growth is the question. And the state rightfully addressed that crisis years ago. I agreed with what the governor did back then, and I think he should stick with it, that growth was going to bankrupt localities, and it was necessary to have the state step in, or else you were not going to be able to give a lot of people health care.
What is the percentage of people in New York City? Because the governor talked about 3%, and if you get below that, then you will get, save money and get some money. If you go beyond that, it has to come from out of your hide, in essence, the locality. What percentage of Medicaid is New York City?
I want our budget director to first tell you the base amount that we are paying every single year regardless, and then talk about that range you're discussing.
Hi, Melanie, how are you?
So our yearly contribution to Medicaid on an annual basis is $5 billion.
$5 billion.
$5 billion.
Every year.
The way that the proposal is currently written is if you are a locality and you exceed the 2% property tax cap, which
Can
we
you
do
pull the
not
mic a
have
little
in New York
closer to
City.
you?
Sorry?
Can you pull the mic a little closer to you?
Sure. The way that the proposal is written is if you exceed the 2% property tax cap, which we do not have in New York City, and you also exceed 3% growth in Medicaid year over year, you, locality, are responsible for 100% of the costs. For us, we estimate, based on last year's growth, as reported by the state, that was 6.99%, which would then translate into what the mayor is discussing, which is another $1.1 billion hit to New York City in terms of our overall cost on Medicaid.
So if New York City had to absorb all of that, play that scenario out, how much money are we talking about?
So as the mayor discussed in his testimony, there is no ability for the health and hospital system to be able to absorb that level of cut without seriously having a detriment to the hospital system itself. So we would have to look across the board at a number of different city services. We talked about
I
having
mean,
to
city
close-
services, not to add, but to cut, you're talking
cut,
about.
correct.
Is that correct?
And that would be reoccurring, also, as the mayor said, in the baseline each year. Closing of clinics, 19 clinics,
Is New York
elimination of
City-
after-school programming.
Is New York City being treated the same way as every municipality as far as the amount of income and that is being provided for Medicaid, or is New York City treated separately and apart from everyone else?
There's no other state that passes on the level of local share on Medicaid than New York State.
No other state?
Not at the level that we do pay, any locality. Obviously, we, New York City, pay a significant amount. As I said, it's at $5 billion annually for the cost of Medicaid.
So, in essence, do people think that New York City have an unlimited amount of money that we can pick off everything? I know New York City is a big city, the biggest, one of the biggest in the country, and I know we have a large budget, but do we have enough money to provide all of the things that are being required in this budget, along with not cutting services? That's a direct question I'm asking.
No.
The answer is no?
The answer is no. If we sustain this level of cut, we will have to reduce healthcare services for New Yorkers profoundly. Again, closing clinics, laying off doctors and nurses, and it goes beyond. It would affect our school system. It would affect our youth programming. We could not sustain $1.1 billion that is suddenly gone, has a seismic negative effect. And again, you've watched this, Senator. This is against the background of Health and Hospitals Corporation that just a few years ago was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, which, it is in the interest of everyone here that the million people who depend on it for health care have consistent quality health care, and that those public hospitals survive. This cut will fundamentally undermine that.
Mr. Mayor, let me turn to education. As you know, there is a lawsuit that is pending right now regarding the Campaign for Fiscal Equity under the Fair Student Funding Formula, and the City of New York is owed, depending on who you ask, $1.5 to $1.1 billion. Michael Rebell, the attorney that's handling the case, goes to trial in front of Supreme Court Justice Lucille Billings this fall. Has your office been involved in monitoring this case for the needs of the children of New York City?
Yes, Senator. It's a sad fact that you and Mr. Rebell and others need to keep fighting the same case you won so long ago. And you won fair and square, and the Court of Appeals said the Campaign for Fiscal Equity concept needed to be implemented. There was a settlement, but for a brief period of time, it has been ignored by the state of New York. So for all the folks who say, rightfully, they'd like to see all of our schools put on a perfectly equal footing with fair student funding, we could do that instantly if we were given our full CFE funding.
So let me switch to children with the that have IEPs. I'm reading here that in 2019, the State Education Department investigation found significant issues with New York City special education hearings, and as of January 2020 in New York City, there were more than 10,000 open IHO cases and 6,000 late cases. The total number of late cases and open cases in New York State, the rest of the state was only 250. Why is that, understanding that children that have IEPs need help and they need it now and they can't wait 3 or 4 years for the services that they need to have?
I'll start very quickly and pass to the Budget
Sure.
Director. Senator, I know it's been a deep concern to the legislature, and we've been working together. The number of those cases has been steadily reduced. We've moved away from parents having to use the legal system. There is much more. We are deprogramming, to be very blunt, a very cynical strategy that used to be employed by the Department of Education in the previous administration to overtly deny parents special education as a budget action, as a way of saving money rather than serving parents and children. We have steadily increased, and the Budget Director will tell you how much more money we're spending every single year because we've opened up those gates and made sure that people are getting it, but we have more to do for sure.
Just please make sure that you put as many staff there in order to deal with those cases. This is extremely important for the parents of the thousands and thousands of students with IEPs. You don't need to go and give me that, but I just want you to say you need to focus more on that. My last question before the time runs out is, have the MTA provided any of the information you sought as a condition for your city's contributing $3 billion in the 2020-24 capital plan? Have the MTA provided any of that information that you requested?
No. The simple answer is no. Although we work with them consistently, we're trying to have a productive relationship. The central thing we asked for was an audit, and I know you all asked for it too, an audit that would actually go at the central question of why are they wasting so much money? Why do their projects take so long? What's it going to take to fix it? That was the audit we expected. What came back was an audit that literally evaded those simple questions that none of us would be able to defend. And so we have consistently asked the MTA to do a real audit that would tell them how to start spending taxpayer money effectively. We're still waiting for that answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairs.
Thank you. We go now to Assemblyman Thiel.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
I chair local governments, which Mr. Braunstein has cities. I've got counties, towns, villages. Counties obviously have the same issue, as you mentioned before, regardless of political persuasion, big counties, small counties, with regard to the Medicaid proposal.
Yes.
And I share your feeling that this is simply a cost shift to local governments if this proposal goes through. And further, I think, is a shift, at least in the case of counties, to a less progressive tax base where it's going to get paid for with sales taxes and property taxes. Just a couple of questions just to kind of flesh out some of the things that were in your testimony. You said there should be a revision to the Medicaid global cap. Any sense of where what you think that revision should look like, what that percentage should be?
I will start, and the Budget Director wants to add that, look, I think the cap was artificial against the backdrop of trying to make sure that people got health care and the backdrop of a perfectly legitimate, appropriate action, which was increasing the minimum wage. So I think the cap itself as a concept is standing in the way of the basic mission of ensuring that all New Yorkers get health care. So that's my broad statement. Do you want to add?
I would just say that it needs to be revisited. It's been some time since that cap was actually set, and since that time, costs have grown. And I think across the state, it's primarily been in long-term care, both in terms of enrollees based on the state's program of actually enrolling individuals and having individuals who are taking care of caregivers or parents, et cetera, at home. That program has grown. It's a state-run program, and the costs have grown for that program overall. So I think it needs to be revisited overall, and I believe the Commissioner for State Department of Health at the hearing also acknowledged that fact as well.
And Mr. Chair, very quickly, your point I want to amplify. For a lot of localities, if this is not addressed, the only places they can turn are an increase in property tax, which is unacceptable to localities and to citizens all over the state, increase in sales tax, which is regressive. We are staring at the solutions, which are greater efficiency together, raising that cap, and getting, if we need new revenue, getting it from those who have done very, very well. But I fear that a fiction is being created, that somehow localities did this. They didn't. And somehow localities could swallow the cost. They can't. They're either going to run out of money entirely or have to turn to taxpayers who are already overburdened at the local level.
Well, and you mentioned, I concur also that local governments, counties, the city of New York don't have control over these costs. And two of the things that I think have been mentioned that do contribute, that you don't control, are simply the increase in healthcare costs to begin with, and also the efforts that I think everybody has made is to get health coverage for as many people as possible, so the increase in enrollment. From the viewpoint of administering the program, do you have a sense of those cost drivers that you don't control, but obviously you see by administering the program, whether what is the relative importance or the relative contribution to the increase of healthcare inflation or increase in costs, and how much is because of increased enrollment? Do you have a sense of that?
I'll turn to the budget director, but say, one thing we know for sure is that combination, again, of a good action, the increase in the $15 minimum wage, to the $15 wage, and another good action, getting people health care coverage upstate and in suburban areas. That's where the growth has been primarily. And that means people need health care who qualified are getting it. So there's always these attempts to create differences and divisions around the state. I think we should stand in unity here and say it's in all of our interests, every single one of us, that people get health care. And if the expansion has occurred in areas outside New York City, we don't begrudge that. We say, good, that means people are getting what they need. But Melanie can add.
One of the biggest areas of growth, as I mentioned, is the state-run program. It's long-term health care. These are for people who have multiple health care needs, who are being cared for their home or in other settings, nursing homes. That's the biggest area that we've seen of growth, both in enrollment in terms of cost, even with the state setting the capitated rates. That's been one big area. And I just asked my staff for this, and of the growth that we've seen, it accounts for about $1 billion worth of the growth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senate.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator James Corrin.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Morning.
I think we all share best wishes and our sympathy to the police families and police officers who are out there every day doing all they can to protect us. So,
Thank you very much,
thank
Senator.
you for mentioning that. I think we can all agree that this is a difficult fiscal time with a $6.1 billion deficit that we're facing in this state, and a good part of it is the Medicaid costs, and I think part of that also is that medicine is better, or our healthcare system improves, and people live longer, and the costs go up. So I think we always have to factor that, but I think we also have to look at the changes in the federal tax law. The Trump limitation to just $10,000 for both state and property taxes, puts an enormous burden on the taxpayers at all levels, and I think that's a major reason, why we are facing some of the crisis that we do here. So I guess one of my questions is, most of the counties, outside the cities, have been able to pretty much manage within the 2% property tax cap. And as you know, in places like Long Island, where I represent, the property tax burden is significant. It's huge. Have you ever looked at how they're able to do that? And are there any thoughts that maybe you might be able to come up with some savings as part of the solution to this problem?
Senator, I would say it's a fair question, but I would just make very clear we have such a different reality. As you know, property taxes are a piece of our revenue, but we have much more of a reliance on income tax than some other parts of the state. And that is a progressive tax. It means that those who've done very well are paying as they should. I think it's fair to say that also we have extraordinary challenges in New York City. Look, we have the finest police force in the world, 36,000 members, 2,000 more on my watch than when I started, but that costs an immense amount of money. And we have to not only protect our own 8.6 million people, but millions who come in to work each day and millions who come visiting. So there's a lot of extraordinary situations affecting New York City. As you're seeing in the global health crisis, we pay extraordinary costs that other places often don't have to. We also deal with a level of need. Every community, I've spoken to mayors and county executives all over the state, everyone deals with challenges and needs. We know we have a disproportionate level of need in New York City. We end up having to pay for that. So I think it's fair to say that our revenue approach works for us. Other places have a different reality. But I assure you, we are always trying to find ways to save and to solve problems in ways that save taxpayers money in the long run. But the difference here on the Medicaid issue is that localities were never going to be able to handle this kind of increase. That's why, and I think the governor was right to do it most of a decade ago when he stepped in and said this is going to be an unworkable situation. He was right.
Just a quick follow-up. You mentioned that you lack control. Are there some rules and regulations and some suggestions that perhaps you could bring forward where we can work with you to come up with some savings?
Absolutely, Senator. And first, as I mentioned in the testimony, the fact there's been almost so far almost $200 million in savings we did achieve working with the state. Another $260 million that we proposed that with not a lot of effort, with some cooperation, we could achieve together. I think there's a lot of area for improvement if there's cooperation.
Good. And then finally, you briefly touched on criminal justice reform. Would you like to elaborate a little bit in terms of not only the situation with bail, but also some of the costs and issues that we're dealing with the discovery reform?
Yes, Senator. I said last year, and I reiterate, that what the legislature's done absolutely crucial to justice and fairness and reducing mass incarceration. I commend the legislature for its actions on bail reform and discovery. There have been real cost dynamics with discovery that localities are all grappling with as an unfunded mandate. There have been timing dynamics that have been very sharp and sudden that localities are trying to deal with. The idea is absolutely the right direction, but there's a lot of practicalities that we're all struggling with. On bail, the issue to me actually is something I felt long before bail reform became a possibility. I said it back in 2015 after one of our police officers, Randolph Holder, was killed by someone who I think should have been held in because he had a very substantial history that proved he was a threat to the community. I think there's a form of judicial discretion with appropriate checks and balances, really clear guardrails that will help us to address some of the outstanding issues. Every piece of legislation, including the very best pieces of legislation, still we have to find out in practice what works. Sometimes there's unintended consequences.
Absolutely.
I think judicial discretion is the way to address this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Chairs.
Thank you. Assembly.
We've been joined by Assemblywoman Fernandez, Assemblywoman Simon, and we go to Assemblyman Fall for questions.
Although I have to jump in, Jamal Bailey from the Senate. I'm sorry, Assembly Member. Jamal Bailey also has arrived.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here and your team for their responsiveness for any of my inquiries. Before I get into my questions, I do want to just thank you for adding a fast ferry program that's going to be coming into my district by the end of this year. The committed funding for Cromwell, which is exciting for the community since they've been asking it for many years. The level of funding for the Port Richmond High School Athletic Complex, I'm hearing about it every single week from students over there. And of course, we're hoping to work on Curtis High School next. And of course, the success of Universal Pre-K. I see it on an everyday basis, especially when my daughter questions me every morning on where am I going. So my first question is related to the Jersey Street sanitation garage. I believe there was an agreement to transfer or relocate the property to Fresh Kills, and I'm just curious to know if there's like a timeline for that project.
I'm going to let our state legislative director speak to that.
Okay.
Yes. So right now, the DDC groundbreaking for the Fresh Kills project is slated for a spring completion in 2023.
Gotcha. All right. Goodhue Park. And when looking at Goodhue, a lot of folks that, they think about what happened at Mount Marissa, and they don't want something like that to ever happen again. So is there any update on when the property will be transferred over to the city?
We hope to be able to have a number with you within the next 2 weeks as far as a timeline.
No problem. Indoor pool, of course, Staten Island does not have a public indoor pool facility. And I know there was a commitment made to construct one. Any idea of a site has been selected and a timeline on when we could probably expect shovels in the ground?
Yes. So we broke ground in May of 2019 for about $19.5 million on the music hall. And
No, wait,
then-
this is a different matter. You were
Oh,
talking, I just want to make sure we're not misunderstanding the question. You were talking about the indoor pool.
Indoor pool, correct.
Right. On the indoor pool, that plan is proceeding. Money is in the budget. That site at Goodhue is being proceeded on.
Okay, very good. Snug Harbor, so, everybody knows Snug Harbor is a very popular destination on Staten Island. There is, of course, significant capital funding needed there, and a great leadership, and with the amount of investment needed for Snug Harbor, I was curious to know if this would be possible to include Snug Harbor in the One NYC plan, since that is a plan that talks about the city's future.
You're saying to include it in the One NYC vision? Yeah, I need to check what we had in the last one, if it was specific to Snug Harbor, but you can speak to the broad situation.
So certainly happy to take a look at it. As far as the One NYC project, though that plan is already out, as far as a longer-term vision in terms of what we can be able to do for your community, we're definitely happy to take a look at it. And this project is sort of, aligned with those goals.
Yeah, and I want to affirm, it's an absolutely crucial cultural resource for Staten Island, for the whole city. So you know that there have been a lot of issues at Snug Harbor where we had to intervene to help shore things up. We did that absolutely willingly, knowing how important it is to the people of Staten Island.
Yes, and I want to thank you, for your involvement in that. And as far as the Medicaid and, foundation aid, I think it's, state needs to implement and exhaust reforms and efficiencies before implementing cuts to localities, and it's clear that both the federal and state control the Medicaid program, and their action have been a primary driver of funding spending. So I'm going to also echo Senator Jackson's comments on foundation aid. It's critical that we keep pushing for additional increase in this year's budget, and I'm of course looking forward to working with you and my colleagues to address these important matters.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senate.
Thank you. Senator John Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Senator.
I heard all your comments about the governor's budget proposal. Do you feel like it's e pluribus unum? You don't have to answer if you don't
I'm going
want
to say,
to.
Senator, you've always had a way with words. I'll tell you, there is an e pluribus
They're not my
unum.
words, they're the governor's words.
No, there
What
is
do
an
you
e
think?
pluribus unum, which is to see states and localities all over New York State, Democrat and Republican, small towns, big cities, everyone unified, that this is a danger to our local budgets and to our ability to provide health care. This proposal would undermine all of us. So actually, it does unite the entire state.
All right. Quick question about the MTA capital program. You were asked earlier about the upcoming capital program, but what about the one that we're just finishing up? $2.5 billion the city still owes?
No, Senator, $2.5 billion that we provided that the MTA has still not fully utilized off
So
the
the-
previous.
So the city of New York is fully paid up on its contribution to the
City of New York has, and the budget
to the
director will
2015,
explain.
2019 capital program.
What's shocking to me, and the budget director will speak to you, I know, former controller, you are budget-minded, but I'll say, literally, they haven't been able to spend all the money we gave them in 2015. That's how inefficient the situation is.
So in the preliminary budget, we added $1.23 billion. This was for the 2015-2019 plan, as the mayor discussed in his testimony. They're about 30% complete with all the projects for that plan, which they announced in 2015. And there's remains $600 million left towards the overall city's commitment for the 2015-2019 plan, related to joint ventures, economic development initiatives, that's still outstanding.
Okay, thank you. My last point I wanted to make with you is that, first of all, I want to congratulate you. You made good on a promise. You promised to look at the property tax system, and you actually did.
Thank you.
Not easy.
No.
And it's eluded many, many mayors, so congratulations on that.
Thank you, Senator.
Now, you know it's going to be a tough slog.
Yes, sir.
The initial recommendations talk about how to basically mark everything up to market, which means there's going to be huge swings, as our chairman, Brian Benjamin, knows about, huge swings for homeowners. But at the same time, and part of that is because the commission is recommending the elimination of the assessed value growth caps. But yet, there's going to be another program that provides a homestead exemption to counter exactly the impacts of eliminating the assessed value growth caps. On top of that, there's going to be an examination of the property tax bill as compared to incomes, particularly low-income primary resident owners. So, I mean, all this sounds great, but how can it actually be done?
Our budget director was an ex officio member of the commission, so she can speak to the specifics. But I would say, Senator, a lot of care was taken to actually address the central problem, was the disparity between neighborhoods, and what was consistently felt to be a very untransparent system. But we knew in doing that we had to buffer the impact, particularly for seniors, lower income folks, and bring this in over a period of time. So where you started, exactly right. This is extraordinarily difficult to do, and there are a lot of moving parts, but I think where it adds up is we address the sort of the original sin problem of the disparity between neighborhoods first and foremost.
I mean, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With all due respect to your budget director, I know she's very capable, because I have limited time here. I just want to say that the recommendations sound great, but I don't know how workable they really are. I mean, one of the main reasons why we have such disparate property tax bills is something that you've enjoyed, but you're perfectly willing to give up. Properties, homes worth millions of dollars pay the same property tax bill that homes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars pay. That is a very glaring discrepancy and disparity. The elimination of the growth caps will help that, but the growth caps themselves were not that difficult to understand. You're going to replace that with another system that over time is also going to be very, very difficult to understand. My last suggestion for you is that there are still significant properties in the city of New York which I think the average New Yorker would consider to be profitable, even though they're technically nonprofit. And specifically, we're talking about some private universities as well as private hospitals that don't pay any property tax bills. And yet, if we were somehow able to have them pay their fair share, perhaps they could bring in billions of dollars that they probably should, and we can level the playing field for all other New Yorkers as well.
Thank you.
We go to Assemblyman Schmidt.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Obviously, these attempted assassinations over the last few days of our hero NYPD officers has struck a nerve throughout the country, particularly in Orange County, where I represent. Many of your officers live and their families live. And I'm getting calls, messages, emails of distraught family members, distraught officers who are disgusted and upset and feel threatened by what is happening in the last couple of hours, last couple of days. And they're looking for answers. And the police commissioner himself stated that rhetoric and words matter, and that the anti-police rhetoric that we've seen at protests, that we've seen for the last couple of months, last couple of years, having escalated, has really contributed to this crisis. And on behalf of my constituents who serve your city, they would like an answer. How are we going to combat this? How are we going to end the hate on one of the most diverse law enforcement agencies in the world, and allow these heroes to do their job and not shed another drop of blood protecting our city?
Thank you. Assemblymember, I agree with the way you have framed this. And not only Commissioner Shea, but I said, this absolutely unacceptable. Even in a democratic society where we value the individual freedom of speech, it's unacceptable to attack police officers who are there to protect and serve us. We need to use every tool. If any of these individuals commit a crime, and we know in recent protests some did, we're going to make sure they face the full consequences. But I think the thing that we can all do as leaders is, one, draw a line and say, you have a right to protest, you don't have a right to affront those who are serving us. It's not going to help anyone's cause, and it disgusts the people of our city. I guarantee you it disgusts the people of our city. You know those recent protests where they called everyone to come out, almost no one came. It's such a small, horrible group, but a very small group who feel that way. And then second is to do what I have seen with Commissioner Bratton, Commissioner O'Neill, and now Commissioner Shea, which is to rebond our police and our communities deeply. Not only have we driven down crime for 6 years, but we have brought police and community into a much deeper alignment. Once our officers get to know communities better and communities get to know officers better, there's a much greater feeling of solidarity. And that's part of how we overcome that hatred. That, again, the folks who feel that hatred are very few, but they're doing something very negative. And I understand why officers are pained deeply by that rhetoric, but also when they see these attacks. So I guarantee you, Commissioner Shea, who has spent his entire adult life in the NYPD, started out walking a beat in the South Bronx, he will take every measure to protect our officers. I will support every measure to protect our officers.
Thank you, Mayor. Pull factors, are you aware of what immigration pull factors are?
Again, sir?
Immigration pull factors, are you aware of that law enforcement term?
Don't know if I know that term.
Okay, so pull factor, an immigration pull factor is an official action or rhetoric, a government action or rhetoric that incentivizes individuals to immigrate, many times illegally immigrate, and it's a big cause of the surge of immigration on our southern border over the last year. This is per federal law enforcement. We have multiple issues in that regard, but in New York, we are one of the most sought-after destinations because of the creation of pull factors. In August, I toured our U.S.-Mexican southern our border with federal, local, and state law enforcement down in Texas, and they mentioned many New York City policies. While I was there, your NYCHA housing lotteries for those who are non-citizens and in the country illegally, sanctuary city policies, as well as medical coverage proposals, as ways that cartels are able to entrap more individuals, men, women, and children, into their into their exploitation to cross our border illegally and then enter into New York, endangering their lives. I would like to bring that to your attention. This is something that is used, and it was a grave concern for our law enforcement at the southern border, and they point to New York pull factors as what's endangering many of these men, women, and children. No one's crossing the border without cartels' influence, and I would just like to hear your response to that and any ways we could mitigate that going forward.
Assemblymember, when I hear you describe that, I take it very seriously, because if organized crime is manipulating people in any way, that's all of our concern. If we see people taken advantage of, that's all of our concern. But I want to affirm the policy of NYPD, because I think, I appreciate your question, I appreciate I can tell it is a very heartfelt question. But I do think that the backdrop, this whole national discussion has missed something very important. We've got about 12 million people who've been here for decades and decades. That number hasn't changed appreciably. In New York City, we've got about 500,000 people who are undocumented. That number hasn't changed appreciably. The fact is, whether we like it or not, our entire economy is based on 12 million people who are part of our communities. And we have not, as a nation, come to grips with it. So I would argue to you, what we see every day is, in fact, hardworking people, the vast, vast majority, who come here just like our ancestors came here, and are part of our communities, and that's why the NYPD, going back decades, under Republican and Democratic mayors, has not asked documentation status. And if you ask my commissioners, they've been very blunt with me about this. These are lifelong police professionals. The minute they start asking documentation status of undocumented people, a lot of their ability to police New York City will collapse because they will not have witnesses who come forward. They will not have folks who are victims of crime come forward. They won't have cooperation. So it's a complex backdrop, but I would argue to you, if we all together, and I think it is possible, if we all together would agree that to normalize the folks who are here because they're really not going anywhere, except for those who have committed serious and violent crimes who should be out of here. But if we can normalize this situation, then you wouldn't have that concern, that very honest concern you're raising. That wouldn't be a factor anymore if we would just normalize the reality of the people who are already a part of our country.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be happy to follow up with your staff on the pull factor issue.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senate.
Thank you. Thank you. We are next, our next questioner is Brian Benjamin.
Thank you, Mr. Bowles. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here. I have a couple of questions for you. I'll try to do them quickly because the time is running. First, I want to start off with property taxes. I have, as the chair of the Committee on Budget and Revenue, had a number of roundtables and forums across the city on this topic. And the two things that I heard the most about was, one, the fairness argument, and second, sort of how much property tax people are paying. So I have two questions for you. As it relates to, from the fairness standpoint, the commission's report that I saw addressed that with one of the points, which basically would say that property taxes, instead of being assessed at this assessed value, would be at market value. One of the concerns people have asked about that is, will there be a sort of increase for some folks who have been sort of paying less than they should, and then a decrease for others? In other words, I know you have a 30 billion or whatever that number is. You're trying to solve for that number, and so you would just realign it so that some will pay more, some will pay less, but you'll get to that same number?
Yes. Again, our budget director knows a lot more about the nuances, but I will say, as a layman,
Yep.
and I've been real plain about it. Where I live, in my neighborhood in Brooklyn, my home's value is not reflected accurately. I should be paying more. For folks who live near me who are lower income or seniors, we have ways to address and buffer that impact so they are not hurt. But I should be paying more. And a lot of people in my neighborhood should be paying more. And there's a lot of people in other neighborhoods who are paying a disproportionately high rate. We got to balance that while keeping the basic overall revenue essentially the same. But at least everyone will see some movement in favor of fairness.
Sure, okay. Next question. One of the things that was also mentioned was the idea of a property tax cap. Some of the low-income homeowners have said it would be great if you could do the realignment, and then also they have some sort of sense of consistency of how high that can grow. So regardless of how much the city's spending might grow, their property taxes would have some sort of cap. Has that been something you considered? I didn't see it as one of the options in the report.
No, and I'll tell you why. Because, again, we're different, being the last level of government, for the people. We have to solve the people's needs and address their needs. Property tax cap, under certain circumstances, means you cannot address policing needs, fire, schools. You end up in scenarios with tough budget times where you have no choice. We saw this in California, the great model for this country of what not to do, where even when there were glaring needs in communities, they could not address them because they had a cap on taxation. We believe that New York City is succeeding right now because we have invested in police, we have invested in education, we have invested in affordable housing, and it is undergirding our economic success. And if we were to take those things away because we were forced to by a cap, we would actually start sliding backwards. So right now we have the strongest economy we've probably ever had in our history. I'm proud to say over 500,000 new jobs since I became mayor. And we're throwing off a lot of revenue for the rest of the state, which is good for everyone. But if we start to undercut that, and I think a reduction in services would undercut that, a reduction in quality of life would undercut that, we'll rue the day. So no, that is not something we are considering.
Thank you. All right, moving on to small businesses. You mentioned the thoughts and concerns about small businesses. One of the things I've heard from a number of folks is small businesses trying to get contracts and work with the city. And as you know, there's a significant amount of activity happening at NYCHA and other places, but particularly at NYCHA, where you are bringing in a lot of private, whether it's nonprofit or for-profit folks to sort of participate in the RAD and other things. Has your administration thought very carefully around sort of how people are being assessed for these projects, and who's owning and controlling from the partnership with the city side those kinds of projects? Because it's something that's obviously of concern as you're talking about NWBEs participating in sort of on the marketplace. Are there opportunities really happening with some of these projects?
I'll start quickly, and my colleagues can add if they choose. Our MWBE commitment overall to get to 30% of city contracting has been moving very steadily, and thanks to the legislation that you all passed, which really gave us opportunity to move forward. That includes, obviously, what's going on through NYCHA, so there has been more and more spending going to MWBEs. I think your question is well taken. We have to ensure that we do that with every piece of the equation, and MWBEs often equal small businesses, and it's a double benefit and keeps that money circulating in our economy. So I think, yes, we're moving in the right direction. I think you're right to say, are we doing it every time we can do it? We need to keep the pressure on to make that happen. The other thing I should note, one of the things I announced in my State of the City address is we're also going to take city pension funds. And we believe that right away we can take $500 million in city pension funds and invest them in small businesses in New York City that can give us a good rate of return, but also help those small businesses thrive and employ New Yorkers. So there's a lot of these pieces we have to use our own resources to help our own people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pass it to the Assembly.
Assemblywoman Malliotakis.
Good morning, Mayor. I want to first thank you also for the Property Tax Commission, because it was a couple of years ago at this very hearing that I held up your bill and my bill and said, hey, why am I paying $2,000 more despite my property being a third of the value? So I appreciate you actually putting forth the commission. I read the recommendations. The recommendations are actually, some of them are recommendations that I made myself, so I appreciate that. And I look forward to its implementation. However, you know that it's going to take approximately 5 years. You may not be mayor anymore. Well, hopefully you're not going to be mayor anymore
I was
at that
going to
time.
say,
You're not going to pull a Bloomberg.
I believe in term limits.
You won't be pulling a Bloomberg on us. But what I would say is I also very much support and encourage a 2% property tax cap like nearly every other municipality in the state. As you know, the property tax levy has gone up over 50% since you've taken office, and I would like to know what would be the percentage that you intend to increase that. And I don't really buy the argument that you can't do a cap, because like I said, every other municipality in the state has a 2% cap. They're operating under it, and the budget has gone up from $70 billion when you came into office to $95 billion, which is quite a large increase. In fact, we have the same budget as the city has the same budget as the state of Florida, despite them having 2 million more residents. And so I'm really concerned about you saying that you cannot do this cap, because I think it really is critical to provide some relief for individuals who are truly struggling. The middle class, the lower income, middle income communities that I represent are struggling to pay their property tax bills. 2% cap until the changes are made would go a very long way in providing relief.
Well, I'm confident, thank you, Assemblymember, I'm confident with your help and everyone's help that we can get these changes made. And it's something I'm very devoted to. So I want to say to you, I know you've cared deeply on this issue. I thank you for that. And we should get this done while I'm still mayor. And I want to make that argument very plain. I do believe in term limits. I will not pull a Bloomberg, as you said. But in fact, it is a mayor in their second term who can withstand some of the typical pressures that might dissuade someone from action. So I'm going to be fighting hard for this. I believe there's a lot of energy in the legislature to address this, and we can do something historic. To your question, no, I'll tell you, I just don't agree with the cap. And you represent a district with so many public servants.
Yeah.
I think if I said to your public servants, if I said to the police officers, the firefighters, the sanitation workers, hey, if you were going to save on your property tax bill, but it could lead to a much smaller workforce, how would you feel? I think people would say, no, wait a minute, we don't want to see a reduction. I told you, I've added 2,000 more police officers on patrol.
Yep.
That cost real money, but I think it was absolutely the right thing to do, and we've seen it in a safer city, safest big city in America. So I would argue to you, We need to make a fundamental decision. Do we want the quality of life, the quality of service, the kind of workforce we have, or do we want something different? If you say you want a property tax, we cannot have what we have right now. I truly believe that.
Yeah, well, I think, that, it's funny how you always mention the critical services like sanitation and police. And I think New York City certainly was doing that with the $70 billion budget they had back in 2013. I'm talking about a 35% increase in spending, where certainly there are ways, and if you want, you and I can sit down, we can go over ways where we can actually save money for spending in the city budget. And when we talk about the $1.4 billion hole, let's add up just the Thrive NYC money and the Renewal Schools money, you got your $1.4 billion right there. But in all honesty, I think a 35% increase in spending is a tremendous amount, and it's on the backs of my constituents and those who, everyone else here represents them. And by the way, it's not just the homeowners. It's being passed on to those renters as well. Obviously, those property tax costs are being passed on. So it's increasing spending and costs, for everyone who lives in New York City. And I think there are places where we can cut costs or be more efficient, and it doesn't have to be those basic services that government should be providing. So I'd ask you again, and my last question is, what is the exact percentage that you intend, as the budget proposal that you have stands, to increase the property tax levy this year? Because again, it was 50% increase since 2013. So what percentage are you intending to increase
let's
it this
be
year?
clear. We have not increased the rate during my entire
You haven't
time
increased
as
the
mayor.
rate. You increased the percentage of the
Again,
levy, which is the amount of money that you
I want
seek
to
from
be clear
property
because I just don't
taxpayers.
want there to be misunderstanding out there.
Yeah.
In my time as mayor, unlike my predecessor, we did not increase the property tax rate.
That's
We
correct.
have
You
seen-
increased the levy.
We have seen the values of property increase steadily. That's the reality.
You've increased the
And-
levy by 50%.
But again, I'm making a very clear point.
Okay.
We want a fairer system. We can do that altogether. But I'm going to defend vehemently that if you have a city that has the strongest economy it's ever had, more jobs than ever, safest big city in America, and a school system that continues to improve, these things cost money. And I do not want us to slip backwards. We have to make these investments for the good of everyone.
Could you just answer the initial question, which is how much you intend to raise the property tax levy, which is the amount of money the city seeks from property taxpayers this year?
Again, we are acting on a system right now that is affected by values and standards for each neighborhood, but not in a fair manner. This is not something we sit around and say, we're going to take this much more from people. We want to stop that practice.
Thank you. Thank you. We've been joined by Assemblywoman Seawright and Assemblyman Jacobson. We now go to the Senate.
Thank you. Senator Zelnor Myrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your testimony. I just wanted to ask very briefly, and forgive me if this has been asked already, the impact that the cuts to TANF will have on communities, particularly the ones that I represent with high usage of this assistance.
At this level with TANF, so again, there was a 10% cut last year, and that's permanent. We'll have to keep paying that. 5% more has been proposed now. $100 million that would mean over 2 years. That means we would have to eliminate preventive services. And I want to emphasize, for a lot of people care deeply about protecting kids who are vulnerable. 5,500 kids, that is the equivalent of the preventive services for 5,500 kids that are there to stop child abuse, stop neglect, keep families from falling apart. This is very real stuff. And I think what's happened is, like TANF, people hear TANF, they can't relate to it, and the cuts keep rolling in. And New York City taxpayers have to keep picking it up. That's what it would mean in human terms if this cuts go through.
So is it fair to say that the executive budget as proposed would take food off the table for the most vulnerable folks in our city?
I would say it a little differently. It would undermine the health and safety of our children if those TANF cuts go through. In some ways, it's even worse than taking food off the table. It's literally taking away our ability to protect them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman Carroll.
Just in time.
Just in the nick of time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being with us this morning. And I want to give you a giant thank you for what you did last week in your State of the City address about talking about the stoppage of building out fossil fuel infrastructure.
Thank you.
It is necessary. That kind of bold action is what we need to hear, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
My next question or praise goes to your other bold idea around making sure that every second grader by 2024 is reading. We're not there. We're nowhere close. 73% of fourth graders and eighth graders read below a proficient level. That's below grade level. This is a crisis. Your school's chancellor did something phenomenal 3 weeks ago, and that was to have the first pilot program for a dyslexia screener in my district at 2 schools. This screener costs $2,000 to administer. We could administer a screener for every single child in New York City in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, for a few $1,000,000. Why can't we do that by the end of this year? Why can't we make sure that everyone is reading and then take the bold steps to introduce evidence-based reading curriculum that looks at the science of reading and make sure that we use multisensory sequential phonics when we are mitigating and remediating troubled readers, especially dyslexic readers, which are 20% of our school-age children. I hope you'll take that bold step because your chancellor has started it. I hope you can finish it. It will change the lives of hundreds of thousands of students. It changed my life. And the unfortunate thing is that the only people's lives who are being changed right now look like me. They're affluent kids, they're disproportionately white, but it's 1 in 5 students. And you have the power. The science is there, the evidence is there. I hope you stand up, and I hope you do that.
Thank you, Assemblymember. I appreciate this point very much. We have a long way to go on reading. I'm not going to, for a moment, underestimate that. We have made some very, very big progress. We have a long way to go. I will tell you, I mentioned in my State of the City, the reading coaches that are now in hundreds of schools that were not there before, and those are schools with the greatest need, are making a huge difference. So this is one piece of the puzzle. But I have to tell you, your proposal is powerful. And to the best of my memory, I have not heard it said as clearly and powerfully as that this might be another major way to contribute at something we could do and afford. So I will bring that back immediately. I could see it being a very effective approach, and I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, 9 other states do it. Mississippi, of all places, instituted this 5 years ago and has seen the greatest gains in reading performance in the nation. Mississippi, the entire state, currently has better reading scores than New York City. Think about that.
No, I take that.
This is the vanguard, and I know that we can do this. If we can do it in Mississippi, and it's not just Mississippi, it's throughout the nation. It's states large and small, it's school districts from across the spectrum. It is what we need to change the scores of countless students. And it works. The evidence is there, the science is there. It is what we need, and it is something that I am passionate about, because if not for it, I would not be sitting in front of you. It is the inequity, it is the inequality issue of the day. Because the only students who are receiving the appropriate education are those students that are rich and savvy. And that is so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. It is leaving countless students to have academic careers that are riddled with struggle when it does not have to be. Because when you remediate a young reader in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, the brain's plasticity is such that you can bring that child up to grade level. You can make that child a good academic student. If you wait for them to fail at 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, it is so much harder to remediate. And oftentimes, those students never get remediated, and they drop out of school, and they have a life of continued struggle.
I appreciate it. I will tell you, I'll pledge to you, Assemblymember, that as we prepare for our executive budget in April, I'll bring this back to the Chancellor. We're going to have a very serious conversation about it. I like what I'm hearing, honestly. I will always tell you when I don't know all the facts, but I can tell you that you're raising something that sounds to me like it could be really profound. I will finish by saying we do not accept a school system where only the privileged can get a quality education. We just don't. And that's why we've been trying to change New York City public schools to the core. But you make a very compelling argument, and if this is a way to, you know I believe in early childhood education. We've tried to reorient everything towards earlier grades. If this is a way to supercharge that and identify ways that we could help kids that we've been missing, I love it. Let me see if we can get something done quickly on this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senate.
Thank you. Excuse me. Senator Gustavo Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
I only have 5 minutes, but I want to dig deeper into the whole the Medicaid situation.
Yes.
Right? First of all, there's a claim by the governor, and you talked about it a little bit, but I would love for you to expand related to they're basically claiming that the localities are partly to blame for the increases because of enrollment and because of the role that the localities play. So do you agree with that, and what do you think about that?
Senator, I'm mystified by that claim. The budget director was trying to make this argument the other day, and I said that there's just no basis in fact for that. We are enrollment agents following state rules and state game plan. And unless, there was an allegation that somehow by saying to people, if you might be eligible, come talk to our enrollment people and see if you're eligible, that was somehow the wrong direction to be going in. That's exactly what the state of New York says in its own publications. That's what's been happening all over the state. Again, the growth in Medicaid enrollment has been primarily not in New York City. It's been in upstate and suburbs, and that's a good thing. So there's those funny situations, Senator, where people make a claim and they can't back it up and they don't provide any new evidence.
Which
actually
leads me to my next question. Actually, just right now, 30 minutes ago or so, there was a tweet by Danny Lever, I believe she works for the governor's communications team, in which he said, and I quote, "NYC is getting $300 million more in funding than this year than they did last. Not sure how the NYC mayor defines spending increases as cuts." Hold on, I'm going to definitely give you a chance to respond to that, but in relation to the fact that the governor's budget claims that the changes in the Medicaid share actually saved the state $150 million, but yet we've heard very clearly in your testimony that your calculations say that the impact to the city would be to the tune of just over $1 billion. So considering, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that you can actually provide me with how you got to those numbers,
yes.
Unlike, and I will say it for the record, last week we had where you are sitting right now, we had both the acting Medicaid director as well as the Department of Health, and neither of them could provide either privately or publicly how they reached some of these numbers. So what about that $300 more million and the supposed $150 million savings for the state that actually you claim with math that is going to be over $1 billion impact on the city? Could you give us a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, I'll start and our budget director can jump in. The fact is that the increase in Medicaid spending everywhere in the state aligns to more people getting Medicaid and the institution of the $15 minimum wage. And there's some other factors for sure. And there's some areas where all of us could find some savings and we want to. But what's strange here, it's getting a little Orwellian around here, right? I mean, this is an attempt to ask us to ignore obvious facts and believe in some parallel universe. No, the reason the costs went up are because of decisions made right here in Albany. By the way, they were good decisions. It was right to want more people to get health care. It was right to have a $15 minimum wage. It was right for the state to say if the state doesn't cover that growth, localities will go bankrupt, or they'll have to increase their property taxes or other things that would be devastating. So I don't understand why there isn't just an honest acknowledgement of what's really going on here, unless the executive branch wants to be known for taking Medicaid away from people, which is what Republican governors have been doing around the country, and they've made it a point to say, we don't want Medicaid expansion. There's a state that said we did want to make sure people got health care. And when you give people coverage, it avoids lots of much greater costs later on. We all know if people don't have coverage, they go to the emergency room. And they end up hospitalized and all sorts of things that could have been avoided.
And that costs us more money.
And that costs you more money.
So somebody's got to pay for that. So I'll just the last question is a yes or no question, and certainly you can add to it if you wish, besides the yes or the no. Considering that there might be some crisis and that there might be problems and issues that have to be resolved in Medicaid, et cetera, do you agree with me or not that it is obscene that this administration is choosing first to cut services for the most vulnerable across the state and to directly attack the system which provides health care for poor and working class people across the state? That it is obscene and ridiculous that this administration chooses first to cut that, as opposed to, I don't know, taxing the wealthy. Just, I don't know if you want to add anything.
In my
there.
own words, I would say, if the problem is revenue, then we should be taxing those who have done very, very well, who are still not paying their fair share. And by the way, that position is agreed upon all over this state, all over this country by Republicans, Independents, and Democrats alike. I think that's the solution. So I respect your word choice. You're a true truth teller in what you say and do, and I appreciate that. I'll say in my own words, if people want new revenue to solve this, I know where the money is.
Thank you. Assembly.
We go to Assemblywoman Nolan.
Here. I think
Microphone.
There
you go.
The little button's on. I hope my voice will
There
carry.
you go.
Yeah. Very happy to see your team here. Congratulations to Shatad and as the interim director of state legislative affairs, and Simonia for having the baby that gave Shatad that opportunity. So happy to see your team here. Just would like you to talk a little bit more about your support for additional state funds for NYCHA. You know, in the past, and I would just suggest that obviously you cover so much ground in your testimony, but perhaps you have, I see some of your wonderful team here representing NYCHA every week in the Capitol, but I think it's important for members, particularly outside the city, to understand a little bit more about the scope of NYCHA and the history of state funding, because at one time we were giving several million, more than several, we were giving quite a bit of money to the state developments. Then that changed and we created a new category, and different federal funds came in differently, and I think people are not aware of how the federal funds have really almost been minimized in recent years. So I think that would be helpful. Even myself, I represent Queensbridge, Ravenswood, Astoria houses. They were always called federal developments. I know we were able to get the roof money, the $100 million, but I think it's important for members to have a better understanding of how we can help you get some state funds. And in line with that, there's a lot, you mentioned it in your State of the City last week, there's a lot of support for something new called community land trusts. And I guess I would like to have a better understanding, there's some support in my district for that, of how what would be the state role in that. Obviously, it doesn't have to be now, but as we go through this, I'd like to learn a little bit more about that. And, you know, we're happy to hear, happy the pre-K has been a success. We want to keep doing the things we need to do to fund our schools, but obviously there's always so many issues. So a little bit more on NYCHA, and I would like to ask also about the land trust.
I'm going to go in reverse order very quickly and ask our budget director in a second to fill in the blanks on the history, but to say thank you again for your leading role in getting us to pre-K. It has worked, and we're now continuing to develop 3K as well, and thank you. Never could have happened without all of you here. Second, on community land trust, that's something that's based on city-owned land and developing it as affordable housing, permanent affordable housing, controlled by community members. We definitely could use state help and support in doing that for sure. On NYCHA, my simple way of explaining the history is about 40 years ago, around the time of the election of Ronald Reagan, is when support for public housing started to go from it being what's it going to take, which was really the way the federal government looked at it from the 1930s up to the 1970s, is that it was their thing. It was chartered because of the federal government, and that they had a foundational responsibility to fund it enough. From 1980 to present, that support has continued to decline. You've seen HUD budget proposals in recent years where the executive branch tried to zero out all sorts of support for public housing. Even when we came to a settlement with the federal government recently, it came with no new funding attached. So that's one part. The state, you're right, up to the 1990s, the state used to provide substantial ongoing support. Under Governor Pataki, that was removed.
It's about 25 million, 50 million?
That I'm going to see if Melanie knows that answer, but as I turn to her, I'll say, it went from a federally chartered, federally and state-supported system to one where, although there's still some federal support for sure, it consistently declined. Now we had to put in $6 billion of New York City taxpayer money to not even get us all the way to where we need to go, but to only keep some of the pieces moving forward.
And I just want, it's still about 1 million families, and the average income of those families is?
400,000 people.
Right.
And because the other piece is the Section 8 program, which
Right,
is,
right.
so you're talking about in
$500,000
NYCHA, it's
$500,000
$400,000.
in NYCHA, $500,000 on Section 8. I don't know what the average income is for the NYCHA family, the average NYCHA family, but those are the things I think sometimes our colleagues from other parts of the state would be useful to share that, so that people get a sense of not only the scope, but also the need, and how at a time when the city has become filled with so many high-rise luxury housing, NYCHA is providing housing for working families. I think sometimes that gets lost, but let me let you. Thank you.
I had just asked my staff to come back with an answer on that, as
You
well
have
as
to
of the
hold water
federal. I just asked my staff to come back with an answer on the federal disinvestment over the course of our actual investments, as I may refer to the $6 billion, and the income question.
Thank you, and you're right, working families.
We'll follow up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to the chairs. I like to say Madam Chair because it's still historic that Helene and Liz are sitting there, so thank you.
Thank you, Senate.
Thank you. Senate Finance Ranker Jim Seward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to return to a discussion once again on the Medicaid question. You've stated here this morning that this would cost the city $1.1 billion. And of course, according to other state officials, that it's more like a couple of $100 million, if anything at all, depending on whether or not property taxes go up over 2% and so on. You know, we as legislators, we need correct information. We have constituents and taxpayers to answer to, and we need to make decisions, based on facts. So how did you come up with such a wildly different conclusion than, shall we say, the Division of the Budget and other state officials?
I'm going to let the budget director explain the specific calculations. I would only say to you, Senator, that I think from the beginning of the discussion the last few weeks, there has not been a consistent message from the executive branch. And the very fact that the claim is being made that localities in your district and where I represent are somehow responsible for an increase, when that goes against everything we know about how Medicaid is run, I think that calls into question all the calculations, because the foundation of the discussion is not consistent.
I went on the city's website, in the official website, and it states explicitly that there are 1,800 Medicaid program staff that will, quote, determine your eligibility for long-term care Medicaid coverage, evaluate your medical needs, determine the appropriate care, and develop a service plan if you are medically eligible. Would you agree that because the city of New York is not responsible currently for any growth in the Medicaid program, that there's really no incentive for the city to care about cost overruns as eligibility is determined and appropriate level of care is determined by your staff?
No, I would not agree, Senator, respectfully, and again, I'll turn to the budget director on how we got to our number, but just to answer your very important question. Senator, I would say to you that, again, the standards you saw there on that website are exactly the same ones the state of New York holds. Again, the expansion has not been in the city in recent years. It's been upstate and suburbs by the policies of the state of New York. Now, the state of New York said, we don't want people who are eligible to get Medicaid, so we're instructing localities, do not sign up eligible people for Medicaid. Well, that would be a different instruction. But we're following the state's very own concept that people who are eligible should get health care. So I just, and by the way, we've offered cost savings consistently and haven't been able to get the state to act on them. That's that $260 million we talked about. It is documented that we could be working on that right now with the state. So no, Senator, I gotta tell you, it's the fiction that somehow, we're being spendthrift because we don't write the check. No, we're following rules. If all of you say you want different rules for how Medicaid's handled in New York State, we will follow those rules. But we're following the rules of the game as determined in Albany.
In the time that I have remaining, I wanted to shift the discussion to crime in the city, which does
Can I
have
just get
a-
the budget director to answer your question on how we got to the number?
Yeah, very briefly.
Sure. As we and every other county understands it, if you as a local county exceed a 2% property cap tax, which we do not have in New York City, and your Medicaid growth is over 3% year over year, you're responsible for 100% of the Medicaid growth if you exceed both of those caps, those artificial caps. When we looked at our Medicaid growth, which was 7% over the course of the last state fiscal year, as reported by the state, that translates into $1.1 billion. In my conversations, or in my staff's conversations with other counties, they too are understanding the same scenario. There may be other counties who are actually living within their 2% cap, but the minute they go over the 3% Medicaid cap, they are responsible for that cost, and they are in a predicament as well. And I would just also add, for those who continue to talk about a 2% property tax, there's probably no county that would say that that is actually a good thing for them because of their rising costs, right? Being able to afford to pay for education, as New York City can, and other basic city services, when you have a 2% cap in place, makes it extremely difficult, then exacerbated by the 3% Medicaid cap.
I wanted to, thank you. I wanted to ask one quick question on the crime in the city. We're already up about 17% already in about a month into this year over last year. And to what do you attribute this dramatic increase in crime in the city? I'm talking about robberies, burglaries, shootings, and what steps is the city going to take to control this?
Thank you, Senator. I want to emphasize two things: that the NYPD, using CompStat as our basic strategic approach, as we have for 25 years, is making immediate adjustments to the things we're seeing. For example, we're seeing a lot of instances of young people robbing other young people. There are specific strategies that can be used to address that and reduce that. We had, thank God, in the month of January, a reduction in murders, a reduction in rapes, so it's not just one direction, but where we are seeing real problems is particularly in areas such as robbery. NYPD strategically will move officers to where the greatest problems are manifesting, change strategies to address that. That's what we do. The underlying issue, and I say again, I believe the bail reform bill was the right thing to do. I do believe there's a connection clearly between a change in law and this kind of unusual uptick. Our police commissioner stated clearly his reasoning, and I have tremendous respect for his analysis. I think there's always more than one factor in anything in life, and there could be statistical variations, but it's the only major thing that changed. That said, I think we can all work together to address the outstanding issues in this legislative session in a productive way.
You have some changes in the bail.
As you know, and I've said it this year and last, I think judicial discretion would be the thing that would not undermine the very appropriate goals of the reform, but would allow us all to move forward effectively. I really believe that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman Rah.
Good afternoon, Mayor. I'm going to continue on that same topic. Does the data that you've seen as far as January, indicate that there's a correlation there in terms of, people that may have been released committing additional crimes?
Assembly member, I'm glad you asked it that way because I don't think it's just that, and I want to be real clear. I think the biggest thing that changed between this January and last January, that's how we do our statistics, is comparing month to month. The biggest thing that changed was a change in law, unquestionably. Again, can there be statistical variations for other reasons? Of course. But I don't think it's simply the issue of was an individual out on bail. I think there's more to it than that. And the question in my mind is how we look at an ever-changing criminal justice system and figure out how to make it more effective, how to make it respond to crime more quickly and show that there are clear consequences. So I think we have some bigger work to do together. I personally believe the single most powerful step would be to put the right kind of judicial discretion in place. But I want to be really clear, and to the previous question as well, while we're all having this very respectful conversation, and we are, I mean, I've spoken to all key leadership in this city on how we work together. The NYPD is going to make adjustments right now. We have done it time and again. There's a reason you've seen 25 years of straight decline in crime. We're going to make the adjustments now to address the situation in the meantime.
Thank you. And on the same topic, there's obviously needs that have come up with regard to the reforms in terms of new resources and new approaches, I would say. And one of them, obviously, that has gotten coverage lately is the idea of those less restrictive alternatives like ankle monitors. So where is the city in terms of getting that program up and running? I know some members of the judiciary have expressed some frustration that they haven't had that option in certain cases that they felt it may have been appropriate.
I'm going to start very quickly and turn to our budget director, who I know has got more of the detail on the things we've been doing to respond to the new law. Look, we have a very aggressive supervised release approach. I will note respectfully, it's unfunded, so we've had to come up with those resources ourselves. Other localities are trying their best, and a lot of them are struggling to address the unfunded elements of the different criminal justice reform bills. I can say for sure we have some aggressive supervised release strategies that we think are going to be effective in this environment, but it has been a struggle to do it on this kind of timeline and with this kind of cost. Would you like to speak to any specifics?
Sure, just to say that we've invested over $103 million in supervised release. And as the mayor pointed out, the $70 million for annual cost on discovery. And as it relates to the ankle monitors that you're referring to, we actually are in the process of launching a pilot program.
Okay, now, can you just repeat that? What is the cost that the city's looking at in terms, I fully agree this is a mandate that we have thrust upon our counties without funding. What is the cost that the city believes that I know there's so many different aspects of it. There's discovery, there's other type of monitor release. In terms of the ankle monitoring program, I know in the past it was administered in a different way, at times was used in different ways, but in terms of the new requirements of the reforms?
We'll get you an answer right now.
Okay, thank you. If I can shift quickly to one other topic, housing. There are, after the changes of the rent laws that were adopted last year, there have been some reports in rent-regulated buildings having some decrease in their value. How is that reflected in tax assessments? Is there a concern that reductions in assessments on those properties could create a budgetary shortfall within the city?
Well, what I'd say, Assemblymember, is, again, I think the actions taken in the law were very, very important to protecting affordability, and I commend the legislature for its actions. We are monitoring to see if there's any unintended consequences. We're obviously paying close attention to that. I think it's too early for us to say definitively at this point. What I want to make sure we all do together is protect affordability and also make sure that buildings are maintained well and that there's every incentive for landlords to ensure there's a supply of affordable quality housing. So far, we're seeing very good results from the law in terms of affordability, but it's too early to tell on the bigger trends.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senate.
Thank you. Senator Felder.
Good morning, and I want to echo the thanks that many of my colleagues have given to the wonderful programs like pre-K and other things that your administration has innovated. But for 14 years, New York City has been out of compliance with the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And unfortunately, nothing matches the consistent level of negligence by your administration. As a result of loads of work and pressure by the Senate and Assembly, on June 24th, 2014, you held a press conference and announced an action plan to help the families of students with disabilities. You said that the administrative changes committed to, included expediting settlement decisions, not relitigating cases that were already settled, reducing paperwork, expediting payments. And for a period of time, things actually improved somewhat. But unfortunately, that was followed by years of decline. I have a timeline. September 1st, 2015, I wrote you detailing the difficulties that families with special needs children were having with special ed system. December 10th, 2015, I wrote you about the same thing. May 4th, 2016, you testified here again before the Senate recommitted to the reforms that you had promised earlier. 2016, September 6, 2016, December 6, 2016, I requested a meeting, I didn't get a response. January 30th, 2017, you testified again, and I question you again about the lack of implementation of the reforms that you had promised. February 22nd, 2017, I finally met with some of your staff members on this issue. October 8th, 2018, the Times, New York Times, runs an article about the difficulties that families with special needs children face getting services and highlighted the case of TJ, a 12-year-old who the special education system had totally failed. August 2019, I wrote you again about this problem and this crisis. I got no response. Just yesterday, USA Today ran a story about two boys, Isaac and Landon, both with dyslexia, whose families struggled to get help in New York's special education system. Every year, the mayor comes to Albany and literally, days before announces some positive development or promise. But we've gotten used to broken promises. And unfortunately, the mayor has a very reliable pattern of broken promises in this area over and over again. You know the expression, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. According to the data that exists now, there are over 10,000 students like these. And I want to thank Senator Jackson for bringing up this issue. 10,000 students that are simply waiting to have their cases heard. Then, if parents actually win their case, it takes months and sometimes years for children to receive services
Senator
and payment
Felder, do me
for
a favor.
those cases.
Senator Felder, just put the poster down. We don't allow that.
I'm sorry?
We don't allow posters in the budget hearing, so just put that down and continue your questions.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
We are in crisis. Incompetence of this magnitude is not believable. Corruption is more likely what is happening. I'm asking you, Mr. Mayor, to join me in requesting that an independent monitor from the DOI do a thorough investigation as to why over 10,000 special needs students are in crisis. How did this happen? And what has to be done to fix the problem? I'm asking you to do this immediately, and I will be sending a letter as soon as this hearing is over with this request.
Assembly.
Well, you know what? It's
Yeah.
very easy because I am next on the Assembly side, and I didn't know if you wanted to say something to Senator Felder, but he and I are, and as well as others in both houses, do share concern about the backlog of payments to the parents of children who have alternative placements. So I know we've been having some discussions with the administration, and we are hopeful that there would be something forthcoming soon that could give some reassurance to the parents, to these families of when they can see more timely payments of placements that they are being forced to put out. I'm not sure you need to respond to that.
I'll only respond,
if you
thank
want
you,
to.
Madam Chair. I'll only respond, I do think our budget director should tell you the amount of money that is being spent to address this very problem, because it stands to reason when you see this kind of a shift in a budget towards special ed families, that we are trying actually all the time to get them the resources they need. So I'm not going to go into any detail in response to the previous. There is no corruption. This is about a system that was broken for the longest time, that we are trying to fix constantly, that we're spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to get people what they deserve. We definitely have more work to do. I'm not going to say anything different than we have a lot to keep fixing. But it is not for a second that people are not trying all day to get this done. Go ahead, Melanie.
Sure. So when we started, we were about $5.2 billion in spending on special education. And by the time we ended our fiscal year 19, we were at $6.9 billion. And we are forecast to go up to $7.2 billion in the current year, and then $7.3 billion in fiscal year 21. This includes, this past spring, we invested $33.4 million to bring additional services, including for children on the autistic spectrum. That was where we were seeing a very big need within the school system to ramp up for that population. We are also working very aggressively to get the 4410 schools for special education needs children, pre-K, to get them additional funding through the state and increase their rates, as well as what we can do as a city to contract with them directly around services to provide better quality there and meet the need. And then on the Carter cases, my staff has personally been meeting with DOE over the course of several months now, upwards, I would say even more towards a year, to look at the particular backlog. We've invested in attorneys to deal and address with the backlog, and we are on track to have processed all the 18-19 prior year settlements as we committed to. And for 19 and 20 claims, we're over 90% successful in meeting reviews for the 10-day filings, but that's acknowledging that there's more to do. We have invested more money, including as recently as this past plan. We're at $540 million annually for Carter cases. But again, I acknowledge that there's much more that we can do, and I'm happy to meet with you, with my staff, to talk about what more we need to do.
And Madam Chair, just to make sure that is clear in human terms, I mean, when you're spending $2 billion more a year, I don't know what says more clearly that we want parents and kids to get what they need. We're creating the programs in our schools to make sure that kids can get them more effectively. And this point about kids on the autism spectrum, that's an area where the public schools have proven that they can serve kids well, and we're building out those programs in our schools. So there's no looking for something outside, there's no reimbursement, just show up and you get what you need. So this is something we are constantly trying to improve upon, and we want to work with you to find every next step we can take, and we need your help on the special ed pre-K issue to get the state to increase those rates so we can serve more kids. But there's constant focus and constant resources being put into solving this problem.
Thank you on that, and I wanted to bring an issue of bed that's in the governor's budget regarding the STAR program to your attention. I'm not sure if you've looked at it. There's a proposal to eliminate STAR benefits to someone who is behind in their property taxes, who's in default of their property taxes. There is concern that has been expressed to me that property tax foreclosures are a challenge, especially for seniors, and especially for seniors who are confronted with a reverse mortgage foreclosure, where the loss of that exemption just makes resolving those kinds of cases more difficult. So I'm not sure if you folks have looked at it yet. If not, so I'd like to know your opinion about that provision, and if you haven't looked at it, if you could, and get back to us with a position.
I will look into it and get back to you. Clearly, any benefit that's taken away, though, from seniors especially is of great concern. I'll just say that right off the top.
Thank you, and if you could share what the potential impact would be for New York City seniors in that situation.
Thank you for raising it. That's very important.
We were joined by Assemblywoman Wright and Assemblyman Epstein, and we now go to the Senate for a question.
Senator Diane Savino.
Senator Krueger. Good morning, good afternoon.
Good
Wow, it's
afternoon.
already 1 o'clock. So I'm not going to repeat the questions about Medicaid. I think you've fairly well answered them. I will say that I agree with you on my concerns about the state continuing to not fund close to home and raise the age. As a New York City representative, I get a little offended when people say they're New York City's children. In fact, they are New York City's and New York State's children, and we should take care of them. On the property tax issue, I'm one of those people that stands to benefit if we do this correctly, as all of my constituents are, and I appreciate the fact that you recognize that the system is not only unfair, but that you're even willing to pay more in taxes, because I look forward to that. One day, we should be on the opposite side. I want to talk to right. I want to raise an issue, though, that's in your testimony, two things, and since we don't have a lot of time, I'll just say them both. On the cannabis side, I'm happy that you support it. I would say let us be a little more thoughtful about the idea of a New York City license as well. We don't do that with medical, and it's complicated enough to cite dispensaries under the current restrictions that the federal government places on states that provide or allow for medical marijuana and or adult use. It's hard enough to, as I like to joke, you can't swing a dead cat in Brooklyn without hitting a school, a daycare center, a church, any of the places that you couldn't put a legal dispensary anyway. So I would just say proceed cautiously on that. And finally, in your testimony, you talk about the concerns that we have about small businesses and mom and pops. I represent an area where we have some suffering commercial strips, Port Richmond Avenue, the area around Tappan Park, Coney Island, and one of the things that the property owners there say to me is they're not holding back the spaces because they don't want to rent them. They can't find tenants that can commit to multi-year leases. And on top of that, the tenants who are there, the small businesses, say that one of the things that drives them out, besides, all sorts of fines and penalties that the city places on them, whether it's the size of their awnings or new restrictions on them, it's that commercial property tax is factored into the rent of the tenants, and it's growing at a rapid rate, and they can't afford to renew their leases. And so what happens is you have landlords who have vacant storefronts, and no one wants to see them replace those vacant storefronts with chain stores and pharmacies and banks, but that becomes the only people that can move in, build out the space, and commit to a multi-year lease. So it's almost as if we're going around in circles. So I'm just concerned about your proposal that landlords would pay an additional tax if they keep their spaces empty, when in fact they don't want to keep them empty. They're trying to find ways to encourage small businesses to come in, but the local costs are becoming exorbitant on small businesses, and we're defeating the purpose.
Senator, I really appreciate you raising that, because no one's saying it's like one easy formula here. So one of the things I said in the State of the City is, we've reduced small business fines by 40%. We're going to reduce them 10% more. We are going to provide low-interest loans, legal assistance, much more facilitation for small businesses to open or to deal with whatever problems they're dealing with. There's no question the city can do a lot of things to help. But I do want to argue the point that I don't understand how a landlord can say, oh, I can't find a tenant to take up a commercial space when it's a question of supply and demand. I've talked to lots of people who own small businesses and want to own small businesses who are confronted with exorbitant rent levels. We know, certainly in my neighborhood, that small businesses that wanted to stay where they were thrown out by landlords who wanted to jack up the rent.
But part of the rent is the property tax that's passed through on commercial tenants. So I would just say that while it's
People might want to be in 7th Avenue and Park Slope because it's desirable. There are other parts of the city where it's less desirable. You don't have a lot of street traffic. And we cannot deny that consumer habits have changed permanently. Less and less people like to walk the avenue with their shopping cart. They're just not doing it. They sit home, they order their food, they order their dinner, they order their furniture, they order their shoes, they order everything online and it's delivered right to their door. So I would just say, instead of looking for a culprit, perhaps we should have a more holistic approach. What can we do to support small businesses, and what can we do to support property owners who would like to have businesses on their property?
So just finishing, I agree with your the point about need for a holistic approach, unquestionably. I agree with you that there's big changes in consumer behavior underlying this, unquestionably. So from the city perspective, reduce fines, provide a lot more direct support facilitation for small business. Also, what I mentioned, taking $500 million in pension funds and investing those in small businesses so they can have more chance of being productive. All of those things would help. I would only disagree on one point, that I think some part of this, agreeing with you there's many, many factors, some part of this in some neighborhoods has been a store that was there for a long time, and a landlord saying, no, we're doubling the rent. I mean, Near's Tavern, I'm sure you saw the coverage of that in Woodhaven, Queens. That was an instance where the landlord was talking about raising the monthly rent by thousands. Those are individual choices which I think are unfair to communities. And I think it's fair to say that landlords have responsibility here to a community, particularly with historic businesses that mean so much to communities. And if they're going to try, which we've seen some do, to jack up the rent so much that the existing tenant has to leave, the existing store has to leave, the jobs, everything go with them, and then it sits there. I think there's got to be some disincentive. There's got to be something that says, if you've got a business in there, work with that business to keep them there. So hearing all your other points, I still think that's a part of the problem we're trying to address.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
We've been joined by Assemblywoman Richardson, and we go to Assemblywoman Wright for a question.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today. I do want to reiterate, I want to follow up and further support what Senator Savino was speaking about. I'm getting lots of complaints from these proposals to penalize the building owners for vacancies, for spaces that are vacant. The small businesses along the corridors stand in solidarity with those owners and very often, because the supports that they're looking for are not for people to be penalized, but actually to undergird the business and the community. They are faced with tremendous fines, and even the new sanitation system that the city has instituted does not support the small micro mom and pop businesses. What it's done is it's created regions where there's no competition. They're still suffering under a lot of fines from inspections and what they feel is somewhat arbitrary enforcement against them. So I think the community, the business, the small mom and pop business communities are looking for something that's more holistic, that doesn't create demons in the system. They all work together, and that part of our conversation has to relate back to how we tax those commercial spaces. It is a part of the leases and most standard commercial leases. So until we address that, the problem is going to happen. We're not trying to say that there's not going to be one or two bad actors who double rents unnecessarily. However, I don't know what's going on in those relationships, but those are the outliers. That's not the standard. And a lot of the vacant spaces are not vacant because someone tried to double rent. So I think that we need to really address how we're supporting small micro corridors. I know that it took over 10 years before one of my small corridors was included in the NYC, I think it's the NYC Go advertising campaign that's supposed to support small businesses. It shouldn't take a decade. Regarding our tax system, I have gone through the proposal. The thing that you have not addressed is the fact that we assess values based upon recent transactions. In a community such as Bedford-Stuyvesant or Crown Heights, that means that they're going to see their tax values go up under your plan. That is not something we want to see because it's based on historically, for this past about decade, the city allowing that to be the community where outside investors were able to wash their money through our community and artificially inflate home prices. There's no place where home values has gone up 3 or 4 times or nearly as quickly as it has in a Bed-Stuy and a Crown Heights over this 10-year period. We allowed outside investors, those homes flip at least twice before someone purchases it that actually wants to live in a community. These are cash deals, and it's a problem. And then so long as we are going to base the taxing system on artificially inflated assessments, we're going to have a problem, particularly in a working class community like a Bedford-Stuyvesant and a Crown Heights. And I also want to reiterate that I would like to get the information related to the tax liens, because that is a big problem in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll get you the follow-up information for sure. Everything you said, I'm taking in, and I think stands to reason we have to address all of it. And I agree with you when you say on the holistic point on small business, no one is here saying there's one magic formula. It's going to take a lot of different pieces to overcome what's become a crisis that, I mean, 6 years ago when I took office, totally different environment for retail. It has been shocking how much has changed, so we're going to have to use a lot of different tools. And I hear loud and clear your concern on that tax issue there, and we will certainly look at that for sure. On the question of the property tax reform, only to say to you that, one, we're trying to balance, we're obviously trying to come up with something that will address the reality of the whole city. We are trying to acknowledge that for people who have owned a home for a long time, many of whom seniors, for example, that there's ways to make sure that that burden does not hit them in the way we've structured this proposal. This is only a preliminary proposal, obviously. There's going to be a fuller proposal. So I think we can lessen whatever negative impact. I think for those who are speculating that you point to, you know, they are going to end up dealing with paying a higher rate.
No, what we're seeing is that the proposal says that those who have homes near those buildings that have been traded in speculation or speculating trades are now going to be penalized because home assessments will be based upon sale values. And sale values are artificially inflated in this community because it has been a target for home flipping over the past decade, largely cash deals. So I just need your proposal to address that fact. That's
No,
all.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seti?
Thank you. I'm not going to take your time today, Mr. Mayor, because I do spend quite a bit of time chatting with your staff, and we've taken up so much time today for one mayor with a long list of other people waiting. But I do want to give our Senate chair of the Cities Committee one more shot to ask you 5 minutes worth of questions. It's only 5 minutes on the second round. Thank you. Senator Jackson.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Hello, Mayor.
Yep.
So, thank you for spending the time here this morning answering questions in order to help us deal with this state budget that we're dealing with. And obviously, it's a crisis, in my opinion, unless we do the right thing in order to make sure that all New Yorkers, no matter where you live, are taken care of. But I just need to ask a question. I was reading some questions on the other big four mayors and cities that are coming up. And one question, it says that Buffalo is currently slated to receive about $161 million in AIM funding. And I remember that New York City, who used to receive AIM funding of over $300 million, are we still receiving AIM money like every other municipality in the state of New York?
No, sir. It's been many years. Fiscal 2011 was when we last received aid money. None since then.
I think I remember going back when there was a commitment by the governor at that time that don't worry about it, we'll make sure that you get it the next year. And then when Governor Cuomo came in, he said, I didn't make that promise. So New York City has been cut out of at least $300 million. I mean, if it was $300 million back in 2011, it must be about $750 million right now that we would normally get as a result of aid to municipalities. I mean, New York City is the engine of New York State. You would agree with that?
Absolutely, in terms of creating jobs, creating revenue for the whole state. There's no question. And we're proud to be a part of the state and contribute to the state. But your point is well taken, that when you take away $300 million, it's now grown in value. You're right, and it never came back, despite promises. And then, as I mentioned, just since I have been mayor, an additional $1 billion in annual impact in terms of cuts to our budget from the state, and then a whole host of unfunded mandates that we have had to pay for. This is really undercutting our ability to serve people. These cuts this time proposed by the executive equal more than all the cuts we've received over the previous 6 years combined. That's the magnitude we're talking about here. And the fact that I'm sad, Senator, that I had to tell you how many clinics would be closed, how many doctors and nurses would be laid off, how many after-school programs would be canceled, how many summer youth programs would be canceled. That's the magnitude of what we're talking about here.
Well, let me just say that I represent Marble Hill, Inwood, Washington Heights, and Upper West Side, and Midtown, and I go down to Chelsea and the projects, and I tell you there's a lot of need out there based on me going around, and especially I was in Chelsea houses, and I communicated with NYCHA. There are rat holes all over the place, and people are really complaining about the rats. And I know this is Lunar New Year, the year of the rat, but the little rat that I have is a little toy rat for my grandson to play with. But let me just ask the question. I heard people talk about the laws that we passed last year. I want you, Mr. Mayor, I know that you said you feel that some tweakings need to happen with the law. On February 3rd, the Daily News opinion section, A Tale of Mental Health, Not Bail, by Luis Sepulveda, our state senator, and Cheryl Roberts. If you haven't read that, I ask you to please read that. Yes, and then also, on January 28th, Ron Kuby wrote an article in the Daily News, No Backing Down on Bail Now. And then the New York Times Sunday edition on January 26th, this law could end mass incarceration. And I say this is the article in the New York Times, and it cites North Carolina and Texas enacted laws in the last decade requiring broad disclosure of evidence known as discovery. At first, prosecutors said the requirement was unworkable and put witnesses and victims at risk by potentially disclosing their identities. But judges in those states and in New York can limit disclosure when necessary. Basically, it's working in a lot of other places. And so I think that we need to give it a chance. And even someone in an article, one of them said, let's not talk about weeks. Let's consider over a period of months and see if it's working and needs to be tweeted. So I just say that to you, if you have not read those articles. And the person that gave me this article, the New York Times, who's up on it just as much as I am, is my wife. So I ask you to please, and everyone else who's asking questions, please consider what we're talking about. We passed laws based on the situation last year. We said, give it a chance to work, and that's what I'm asking.
Senator, it's a good law. I thank you for passing the law, and I think in many ways it is contributing to exactly what you hope for, a more just system and a huge reduction in mass incarceration. We're seeing that already. That is working. I'm simply saying to you, I think there's something that has to be done to balance, and it can be done without undercutting the goals of the law. And it's something I've felt for a long time, way before this law was passed, in terms of judicial discretion. But I do want to say on mental health, those who are saying we've got a lot more to do on mental health are 100% right. I don't think it's an either-or. We did a very powerful new report, our police department, our health department, a few months back, that showed all the ways there's still a huge disconnect between judges, prosecutors, police, health agencies, and social services that should all be working on a single case together to get people the mental health services they need. We are way off the mark on that. All of us are going to have to work together, city and state, to get that done. But in the meantime, I think we can work together on this law to protect its very, very positive impact, but improve upon it.
Thank you for your leadership and your staff's leadership.
Thank you very much, Senator.
We go to Assembly.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Could I just give a quick response to the previous question from Assemblymember Nolan? We owed her an answer.
Sure.
So Assemblymember Nolan, just to say to you, the average household income in public housing is about $25,000 for a family. and to say to you that we have seen reductions in federal, in fact, you do this because I can't read your handwriting. Go ahead, Melanie.
Sure. Over the course.
For getting it for us.
Yeah.
Over the course of 2001 to 2018, on the expense side for NYCHA, operating loss of $1.4 billion, and in terms of capital federal funding loss over that same time period, it's $1.3 billion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We go to Assemblyman Weapron for one question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for coming as you do. As you know, I chair the Corrections Committee in the Assembly, and more than half of incarcerated individuals in upstate facilities are originally from New York City. And we have a problem with reentry and those individuals that are being discharged from state facilities, many of them way upstate, many of whom have lost ties with their families and their previous communities, and we have a major problem with housing. I worked last year, we started to, with Steve Banks, on trying to get a discharge plan to help everybody where formerly incarcerated individuals could be placed rather than just go into homeless facilities and where it really wasn't working, they weren't getting the services that they needed, they weren't getting the employment opportunities, etc. So we started to work on a plan, but I guess the session kind of ran out and we weren't able to achieve anything legislatively. So what I'd like to say to you is I'd like to see a commitment, and I know Steve Banks indicated that it was something that the administration wanted to do, but maybe if you could give me an update on what plan is happening, what's being done to house those individuals who need housing upon being released, and it being able to provide services. Obviously, that would reduce any recidivism if they have housing and if they have employment opportunities. That would make a huge difference once they're discharged.
Assemblymember, first of all, thank you. You've really played a crucial role in helping us to make our correction system safer, and I want to thank you on behalf of the people in New York City for that. Our budget director will speak to the specific follow-up we're trying to do on the issue you raised.
Sure. So we have an annual investment of $34 million in next fiscal year to support discharge planning and the Department of Corrections. And then two numbers that I'm waiting on for my staff to get me now for you are part of the agreement we reached with the City Council on the borough-based jails, where we made an investment in transitional housing, exactly for that reason that you just mentioned. We don't want people winding up in shelter, but how can we transition them from prison, reentry into communities and into their homes again? And we also made an investment there in discharge planning. I'll have those numbers for you.
Yeah, but I'm talking about those individuals being released from state facilities, not local jails.
Correct, but the idea being that it's just for both when you think about both populations. So it's a $25 million additional investment in transitional housing.
Okay, well, I'd love to work with you on it, and I know Steve Banks had an interest in it, so if we could continue the dialogue and, continue that discussion.
Yeah, we need your help on that. Appreciate it.
No
And
problem.
just to add a similar member, so we continue to support the legislation that you're talking about and making those commitments. And while the resources that Melanie had mentioned are for individuals leaving city custody, we are actively open to allowing individuals leaving state custody into our programs. And we've also launched the Jails to Jobs initiative in order to connect those individuals to job opportunities upon leaving custody as well. So that's not limited. That is open and available to all.
Good, thank you. Hope to work with you on it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have the last set of questions. I know you touched on homelessness, and to follow up also now Assemblyman Weapron talking about the corrections and homelessness. I was wondering if you can just give us where we are with the 90 shelter plan, how many have opened so far. I understand one of the first is Central Brooklyn. What communities are the ones that are open? And Just in terms of the youth that need more support services, what kind of services are happening? Community schools, mental health services for the homeless
Just clarifying,
population?
Madam Chair, when you're saying youth, you mean, you're not talking about homeless youth, you're talking about in general or homeless youth in
No,
specific?
homeless youth.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'll start and turn to Melanie. In terms of homeless youth, a very big focus both in shelter and in the schools, because obviously we know which schools have a substantial number of kids who are homeless. I mean, it's a horrible sentence to even have to say that we have schools that have a lot of kids that are homeless, but it's true. So we've added more social workers, guidance counselors, attendants, teachers, you name it. More tutoring. There's a whole host of things being directed to those kids specifically, and we do think it's having an impact. We are also trying to reduce consistently, as part of that very same plan you mentioned with the new shelter creation, try and reduce the phenomenon of a kid ending up with their family in a shelter far away from their original neighborhood. We're trying to reorient the entire shelter system. God forbid anyone ends up in shelter. We want it to be in their same borough and ideally in their same neighborhood so the child can go easily to the same school. For the first time in recent years, we've been providing bus service to make sure kids, if they're not right there in their own school zone, can get to their home school. So we're doing all that. On the shelters, we have 31 that have been opened. 64 have been initiated, meaning the specific sites announced, and they're moving forward. We do believe we'll be able to get to our overall goal on the timeline we enunciated. And the goal there is to ensure that we get out of those pay-by-the-day hotels, get out of those substandard clusters, and then when we have all the new shelters up and running, they are convertible to affordable housing at the point where we continue to compress our shelter system. So it's our goal to keep reducing the number in shelters so we can get to that day.
So just to follow up on, in terms of the young people the children who are attending public schools, if they're not able to go to their home school because of the distance and that, are the funds following them to their new school? Because I know that there's been some issues. I know in my own community there have been issues of shelter opening and a school being overwhelmed by the students and not having the resources to be able to provide the services they need.
Yes, so as part of the Bridging the Gap program, where we have put social workers in place in schools, they are getting specialized training and they should be following the students. And then we made another investment with the City Council to also expand greatly the number of social workers. And so that should be happening. As part of the transportation issue as well, if we weren't able to place within the neighborhood, we then also did a restructuring of the transportation if it was just too long of a trip, meaning it was more than 2 hours. So we've done a lot of work on that as well. But if there are specific issues, we should, happy to follow up with you and address them directly. My team with Department of Education.
Thank you. So I think we promised a shorter time than last year. We're about 15 minutes shorter this time.
God bless you, Madam Chair.
We were trying for more, but we are trying to run a tight ship. I know there's some follow-ups for some of the members, if you could provide that, and then in terms of, if we could have the list of where the homeless shelters that have already opened or in stages of being opened
We can get that to you right away.
located. All the follow-up information will be shared with
everyone.
with all of the members. Thank you for being here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you both, and thank you to all members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Byron Brown, Mayor of Buffalo.
So as people leave, just want to give a heads up that we will be reconvening with the first mayor of one of the big cities, and if Mayor Spano is in the room, I think we're going to go to you next as soon as we get some order back in the House. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I didn't. No, but I could have. Yeah. but I-
Checking whether any mayors got here and didn't check in. Is Byron Brown here? He's on his way. Thank you. And how
Sorry.
about lovely Warren? Okay. And how about Mike Spano? So Byron Brown is on his way. That was the best I could do.
Okay, is Mayor Ben Walsh here? Okay. No one believed that we were going to finish earlier. Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Take a seat. We are we're ready to begin.
Thank you.
Our witness is Honorable Ben Walsh, Mayor of City of Syracuse.
I'll transfer money to cover that check.
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Weinstein, Chair Kruger, and members of the Joint Committee for the opportunity to speak with you today. This is my third time in front of this body, and I'm pleased to report that the City of Syracuse continues to make forward progress despite continued fiscal challenges. Some highlights of our recent momentum include Syracuse was the only large city in New York State to grow its population in 2018. During that time, Syracuse had the third highest rate of millennial population growth in the nation. Monthly job growth outpaced statewide numbers in all months measured in 2019. One of the world's top financial ratings firms recently upgraded our fiscal outlook. We've been named New York State's flagship smart city, and Microsoft is committed to establishing its third smart city hub in the nation and first in the Northeast in Syracuse. A year ago, I was here describing a new plan called the Syracuse Surge, our strategy for inclusive growth in the new economy. Since then, we have moved forward with multiple major initiatives, including an ambitious proposal to create a state-of-the-art regional science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics high school in downtown Syracuse. I want to thank this body, and in particular, Assemblyman Magnorelli and Senator May for their sponsorship, and Assemblywoman Hunter and Assemblyman Sturpey for their support of the STEAM school legislation. We are excited that Governor Cuomo has now expanded the project to include SUNY Empire State College as a partner in workforce development training, and is proposing this as part of his executive budget this year. I once again ask for your support of this proposal and corresponding funding for this transformational project. While there are many signs of progress, Syracuse still has a long way to go. Poverty levels are far too high, and our infrastructure needs far exceed our capacity to address them. In my first two budgets, we have been able to steadily reduce the city's projected deficits and improve our financial position. We have done so by keeping our department operating expenses nearly flat and using data and innovation to deliver services as effectively and efficiently as possible. Working closely with our regional partners, we are implementing shared service initiatives that include savings in our retiree benefits, prescription drug plans, and cybersecurity protections. We are also in the process of implementing recommendations received last year from the State Financial Restructuring Board for local governments. The sales tax agreement extended in 2019 with Onondaga County secures the formula for our largest source of revenue through 2030. The upcoming budget in 2021 will present significant challenges due to modest revenue growth and the growing cost of attracting and retaining our city's workforce. Despite these challenges, however, we remain committed to achieving a fully balanced budget in the coming years. As you know, the governor has proposed to keep aid and incentives to municipalities, or AIM, funding flat in his executive budget, which I appreciate given the very difficult budget year. That said, I cannot overstate how important AIM funding is to the city of Syracuse. Our city budget, not including special funds in the Syracuse City School District, is approximately $250 million. Our three largest revenue sources are sales tax, AIM, and local property taxes. Property taxes amount to $37 million, or only 15% of the total revenue to operate the city. A 2% increase on the tax levy would net less than $1 million. Sales tax generates approximately $92 million, and state AIM is $72 million, together representing 66% of our total revenue. The AIM funding provided to Syracuse is critical to day-to-day operations. I once again ask that you consider an increase in unrestricted aid to cities, helping to mitigate the inflationary growth of our operations. Any reduction in AIM funding would be devastating to cities, forcing us to cut services, reduce investment, and restrict growth. It would mean fewer police officers and firefighters, unfinished work by our road, sanitation, and parks crews, and less investment in critical technology infrastructure. On a related note, I respectfully ask that you reconsider last year's decision to restore cuts to AIM funding for towns and villages by using internet sales tax revenue. While I fully support restoring AIM funding for towns and villages, it should not be done on the backs of other local municipalities. Lastly, on the topic of revenue, I ask that any decision relative to the legalization of cannabis allow for the collection and sharing of tax revenue to local municipalities to account for any potential impacts on public safety. Good afternoon, Senator May. I'd like to turn now to another important topic relevant to many of my fellow mayors, aging infrastructure. We have been increasing our investment in infrastructure across the board, but it is an uphill battle. Restoring and maintaining our roads and underground infrastructure will take decades of consistent and focused investment. For too many years, upstate cities have not been able to keep up with deteriorating infrastructure. So I'm asking for your partnership to catch up. We need a steady stream of funding so we can plan multi-year efforts and create economies of scale in the procurement process. I ask that you consider adding funding in the budget to provide for long-term capital that goes beyond the one road at a time, one pipe at a time approach. A comprehensive long-term solution requires comprehensive long-term funding. I propose you consider a model under which large municipalities, in order to receive their additional infrastructure allocations, would be required to match the funding with local dollars. The approach would double the impact of the state's investment, create more jobs, and more quickly bring our infrastructure up to modern standards. Working together, we can create a new and better way to maximize investment in the infrastructure we all need to compete and grow. Our roads and bridges are also in need of significant investment, which is why I'm pleased to see funding included in the executive budget for the CHIPS, Pave New York, and Bridge New York programs. Unfortunately, extreme winter recovery funding was not included this year, and I respectfully ask that the legislature consider restoring it. Given the increase in extreme weather associated with climate change, the EWR program will continue to grow in importance in the coming years. In my State of the City address, I announced the launch of the new Syracuse Resurgent Neighborhoods Initiative, or RNI. The RNI is the result of the collective feedback we received over the course of more than 90 kitchen table talks with neighborhood stakeholders throughout the city. We also conducted an 8-month analysis of several of our primary commercial corridors. As a result, we are working on an ambitious infill housing project to construct 50 new single-family homes and 75 two-family homes to fill gaps in our neighborhoods left by vacant and abandoned properties. Moving forward, we will have dedicated planners for each of the city quadrants who will work to align the data and stakeholder needs with on-the-ground activity in specific commercial corridors in adjacent residential neighborhoods. This initiative requires support from the state through a variety of funding sources, including the Affordable Housing Corporation, Empire State Development, Downtown Revitalization Initiative, and the Brownfield Cleanup Program. Another state program that has been helpful in the past, Restore New York, would also support these efforts. I respectfully request you consider funding future rounds of Restore New York as we continue our collective efforts to revitalize our urban core neighborhoods. I've spoken about lead as an issue in our city's aged housing stock since I took office 2 years ago. This is a terrible legacy facing older cities like Syracuse, but unlike so many other issues facing us, we know exactly what to do about it. If we exercise our legislative and executive authority, commit our resources, and follow through with testing and remediation, together we can reduce the lead hazard risk for all of our children. Lead poisoning is dangerous to anyone, but children are disproportionately impacted due to their small size and developing brains. Studies have shown that even small levels of lead can affect a child's IQ, ability to pay attention, and academic achievement. Statistics in Syracuse reflect our need to more aggressively address remediation and prevention. In Syracuse, 10% of children under the age of 6 have elevated blood levels for lead. This is unacceptable. Lead exposure is something we know we can reduce. We can make all of our housing lead safe. Last month, in partnership with the Common Council, I announced the introduction of a new lead ordinance in Syracuse that is modeled after our neighboring city of Rochester. The law will protect our most at-risk children by investing in proactive inspection of buildings rather than reactive enforcement after children have been poisoned. This expanded law will set the standard to clear a unit for residency and require recertification every 3 years in high-risk areas. This law will take additional inspectors, training, and equipment. We will fund the initial setup in these high-risk areas in our city operating budget with about $600,000. I would encourage the legislature to consider enacting a state law that would mandate testing in properties built before 1978 and provide funding for properties that test positive for lead. The short-term cost of lead abatement will be far less than the long-term cost of services associated with lead poisoning, including special education, healthcare, criminal justice, and poverty programs. In closing, I'd like to thank each of you for the support the legislature has provided to the amazing city that I have the privilege to represent. While we face significant challenges in Syracuse, including budget deficits, aging housing and infrastructure, and persistent poverty, I am more confident than ever that we are well on our way to achieving our vision of being a growing city that embraces diversity and creates opportunity for all. Thank you again for your partnership and support.
Thank you. We go to the Senate.
Thank you. We're going to start with Rachel May, our senator from Syracuse.
Great.
Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you, Senator.
Congratulations on the good news that you have about Syracuse and a city on the way up, which is really exciting.
Appreciate your partnership.
Let me ask a few questions. One about the STEAM budget. So do you feel that you have enough information about the combined tasks of this school? And the governor added the Empire State College as a partner in
Right.
it. But what additional details do you need to in order to know if there is sufficient money in the budget to
Right.
carry
So
that out?
again, as I noted in my comments, we welcome the involvement of SUNY Empire State College and specifically the Workforce Development Training Center component. As you know very well, because you've been a strong supporter, up until recently, we were really focused on creating a regional STEAM high school. Workforce development has always been a component of our broader Syracuse Surge strategy, and even specifically as it relates to the area that we are calling the Southside Campus for the New Economy. As you know, about a block away from the proposed STEAM school is the SUNY Educational Opportunity Center in Syracuse, which is really our go-to workforce development partner, specifically for adult workforce development. And again, being within a block of STEAM really provides some good synergies and alignment with our broader strategy. We believe that SUNY Empire can fit nicely into that strategy, but to your question, we are still in the process of determining how and where exactly they fit in. But they're a welcome partner. We've made it clear to the governor's office, to to SUNY Empire that we see EOC as a critical partner, that we look forward to adding Empire to the team. And again, so still working out the specifics of what that workforce development component looks like, but I think we have what we need in order to advance the school, and as we continue to figure out exactly what the Workforce Training Center looks like, we'll have a better sense of what, if any, additional funding will be required, and we'll proceed accordingly.
Okay, great. And then on lead, I congratulate you and the Common Council on making this a priority. I noticed it didn't seem like you had a specific funding ask from the state about that. Is there one in the back of your mind?
Yeah.
Anything that
Well,
you...
I didn't want to be presumptive. The majority of funding that we receive currently for lead inspections and abatement comes from the federal government, specifically from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And we've been very successful in partnership with Onondaga County in recent years in securing that funding. We also have local funding committed both through the city and the county, as well as through some of our partners, not the least of which is the local community foundation, which has really stepped up with their support. Given everything else that we do with the state, our assumption is that there is certainly a role for the state to play. But I think that the purpose of raising it within the context of this testimony is really to initiate a conversation with the state and specific state departments to figure out where the most appropriate place for the state to fit into the overall strategy is. But given the magnitude of the problem, but also, as I noted, the fact that we know how to solve it, it seems like a good place for the state to invest resources to ultimately significantly and positively impact the health of our children.
Okay, thanks. And one more question about the children of Syracuse. So there was pretty alarming news a year or so ago about the functional homelessness among our school children, that up to 10% of children in the Syracuse City Schools were functionally homeless.
Yeah.
Is that something that's on your radar as something to address, and where do you see that fitting into the state budget or to legislation that we could move forward?
Yeah, it certainly is a significant challenge. It's something that I talk about with Superintendent Alisea and board members regularly. I think they have a good system in place to identify the children within the school district that are dealing with homelessness and trying to connect them to the appropriate resources. But I think that there is an opportunity as we look at our comprehensive approach to the issue of homelessness, which is one that we have many partners on and largely have been successful. We did our most recent point-in-time count, and the good news is the homeless count was lower, but it's still a significant issue. So I think that I will use your question as a challenge to figure out exactly, to provide you with information so we can better understand where the specific homelessness issue as it relates to school children fits in with our broader strategy, and figure out where there may be an opportunity for the state to further support it.
Thank you.
Not to go over my time, but just, a lot of these kids are couch surfing. They may not get counted in the normal homeless population, but they need to be counted.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll use that as an opportunity to point out that we have been focused quite a bit on housing stability for all of our population, because as you pointed out, if you're couch surfing, it's really hard to have consistency in how you're getting to school, not to mention your diet and all the other basic needs that you have in order to put yourself in a position to actually be able to sit in a classroom and to learn. 25% of the city of Syracuse's population, a quarter of our population, moves at least one time per year. And you think about how disruptive that can be, particularly if you're a child and you're living in poverty. So, yeah, your point is well taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Assembly doesn't have anyone right now, so we're going to keep going with the Senate. Senator Robert Jackson.
Hello. Thank you. So, good afternoon, Mayor. How are you?
Good afternoon, Senator. Very well, thank you.
Good. I was in Syracuse last year with my colleague, talking about education and seeking additional funds for education. I was looking at your testimony. Can you tell me of the aid to municipality funding that you receive, is any of that spent on education or homelessness to deal with the issues and concerns of the children?
So the AIM funding supports the operating costs of the city of Syracuse proper. So as a dependent school district, the school district budget is a part of our overall budget, but it is separate in how it's funded. So the AIM funding does not go directly to support the school district or specifically the issue of child homelessness, but is certainly something, if we were in a position to add additional AIM funding, that we could look at.
So where does your budget for education come from?
Specifically from the school district taxes that we levy on our residents.
And is that enough?
Not to mention quite a bit of additional state funding on top of it.
Is that enough to provide the children of your city the opportunity to get a sound basic education? In your
It's
opinion?
never enough. It's something that we last year raised property taxes in the city of Syracuse and allocated a percentage of that increase to the school district to address the need. The need is great. Approximately a little over 30% of our population it lives at the poverty level. And so in addition to just providing the basic necessities for any education, as Senator May rightfully pointed out, there's so many other barriers to our children getting a sound basic education. So we welcome the additional education funding in the executive budget and would certainly welcome any additional funding or at a minimum support of the proposal in the budget.
Michael Rebell is an attorney that filed the initial campaign for fiscal equity lawsuit.
Right.
And in February 2014, he filed a lawsuit on behalf of all the children in New York State. Is your city involved in supporting or showing up in court, even though it's in New York City, to give Michael Rebell the support that he needs to provide the children of New York State the money that they're entitled to? Because the Syracuse would receive quite a bit of money if, in fact, we won that lawsuit.
So I've long been a supporter of achieving equitable education funding throughout New York State, including the efforts that you referred to. I'm not aware of specific involvement that the city of Syracuse has in the ongoing litigation, but it's certainly something that we'd be willing to explore.
Well, I think that you or your staff that are involved in your city's government should know about that and should be supporting that. Because if we win on that, and I expect that we will, based on the previous lawsuit that we had, and based on the fact that at every level, the state of New York tried to dismiss the lawsuit, and the Supreme Court, Appellate Division, and the highest court in the state of New York said, we're not dismissing this, the case has merit. So your city would benefit greatly from it. And so I ask you to have your people to stay in contact with Michael Rebell and the New York Children's for Educational Equity. That's the lawsuit that was filed. It's going to trial in the fall of this year. But now I understand when I was up in Syracuse and I spent the night there, I happened to go online and I Googled Syracuse, New York and Rochester, New York. And let me just tell you, statistically, based on what was communicated, Syracuse is one of the poorest school districts in the country.
No doubt.
So you're the mayor.
Yes, sir.
We expect you to do what we have to do to rise up and fight back. And so fighting back is getting involved. And I'm saying that to you, and I'm sure that you know that, because she's fighting, and I'm fighting here to try to get the funds. And let me just tell you, it's not easy. So when we all come together, the better off we will be overall. I see that you wrote in your testimony about the growth of Syracuse and as far as, upgrading the fiscal outlook by having the third highest grade of millennium population in the nation. What are you doing as far as jobs and opportunity for the communities of color? Because Syracuse overall, the city of Syracuse is heavily people of color, but outside of Syracuse, it's not. And so, and I think that that's a distinction that is made when it comes to education.
Mhm.
The city of Syracuse is not doing well.
Mhm.
Outside of Syracuse, suburbs, yes.
Right. Yeah, so the reference points within the testimony of improvements are specific to the city of Syracuse. And we have seen improvements along most metrics. But to your point, sir, nowhere near where we need to be. I mentioned our Syracuse Surge initiative. Syracuse Surge is our strategy for inclusive growth in the new economy, and I'll stress the term inclusive. We know that if we want to be successful, and that gets to our vision statement, we need to ensure that everyone in the city is benefiting from the economic opportunity in our city, not just a few, particularly our most marginalized populations, including our communities of color. The Surge strategy, that's why we are so focused on developing a new STEAM high school, for example. You wouldn't think that from a traditional economic development perspective that building a new high school would be on the top of the list, but it is, because we understand the connection between providing our young people with the skills that they need to compete in the new economy, and then connecting them to the employers that are creating jobs in the new economy. The biggest, the most significant barrier, obstacle to growth for companies in the Syracuse area, and it's certainly not unique to Syracuse, this is across the country, is the ability to attract and retain talented people with the skills that they need. So that's why we're investing so much, again, at the high school level, and ensuring not only with the proposed STEAM school, but already through our career and technical education program. Syracuse has over 20 CTE programs that are providing specific skills that our young people need to get jobs. The STEAM school is an additional component of that, as is the adult workforce development programming that we're doing with the SUNY Educational Opportunity Center. We've also established a new program that we're calling Syracuse Build, which is bringing together some of the largest employers within Onondaga County, looking down the road years in advance, identifying specific job opportunities that are going to be created, not the least of which is Interstate 81 and our challenge of what we're going to do with that elevated viaduct. And on that point, I'm a strong proponent of the community grid option, taking down the viaduct and bringing it to an at-grade level. That is going to bring significant jobs and investment, approximately $2 billion of investment. And through the Syracuse Build program, we're providing specific job training programs to individuals within the city of Syracuse, within our community, to ensure that they can take
And
advantage
that
of
Syracuse Build, that's what period of time frame, and how much money is that?
So right now, what we're doing is we are identifying all the job opportunities in the coming years, and we've and working with SUNY Educational Opportunity Center to start actual job training programs to support those projects. So we have the first class currently in training. I can't give you a specific dollar amount. It's largely being done with local dollars right now, but that's something that we're going to look to scale to make sure that everyone in the city is in a position to take advantage of those
So
opportunities.
you believe, is the state supporting this program, the state
This-
of New York?
Well, certainly through our partnership with SUNY EOC, they are supporting it, and a number of other partners, but we'll be
Is the
looking.
governor supporting it?
The governor has been very supportive of the entire Syracuse Surge strategy, including Syracuse Build.
Now, last but not least, how is this executive budget regarding Medicaid, how is that going to impact your city, and what's your position on how we fight that?
Well, in Onondaga County, where Syracuse is located, the county administers the program, and so that's largely a county matter. But I think to your point,
Is Syracuse part of that county?
we are indeed, and so
All
to
right.
that point, we will certainly be impacted by it. So I have to rely on the opinion of our partners at Onondaga County, and specifically County Executive McMahon, who's going to, I'm sure, be talking about it tonight at his State of the County. But he's very concerned about the current proposal and the executive budget, and is anticipating without modifications, it will have a significant negative fiscal impact on the county, which inevitably will have negative impact on the city of Syracuse.
What percentage of the residents of Syracuse are entitled to Medicaid that will have an impact?
I couldn't give you that number, but I anticipate a significant percentage.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
No. No. Correct, we're done.
Thank you. Thanks for accommodating the schedule as well.
Thank you. Next, from the City of Buffalo, Honorable Byron Brown, Mayor.
Hello. I want to thank Senate Finance Chair Liz Kruger, Assembly Ways and Means Committee Chair Helene Weinstein, Senate Finance Ranking Member James Seward, Assembly Ways and Means Ranking Member William Barclay, Senate Cities Committee Chair Robert Jackson, and Assembly City Committee Chair Edward Braunstein. Also, I want to thank all of the other members of the legislature who are participating in this joint legislative budget hearing. I always appreciate the opportunity to come before you and share the needs and thoughts of the city of Buffalo in the state budget. Want to apologize for running late. Had a news conference with some members of the legislature on a critically important issue that impacts Buffalo and Western New York, and I'll share information on that during my testimony. I'm very pleased to be here today with our Commissioner of Administration and Finance, Donna Estrich, and we'll go into our thoughts on the budget. Governor Andrew Cuomo's executive budget proposal continues to fund many of the services and programs needed to ensure Buffalo's long-term growth, competitiveness, and quality of life in a manner that is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. The governor's executive budget increases education funding by $28.5 billion by adding an additional $826 million in this year's proposal. It addresses inequity in the funding formulas, which historically harmed socioeconomically disadvantaged students in urban areas. It includes an aggressive $33 billion five-year plan to combat climate change. It proposes a $3 billion bond act that will protect New York State by transforming the state's energy and environmental programs, and it continues funding for the Clean Water Infrastructure Act, which is critical to preserving the purity and infrastructure of our waterways and is vital to the health and quality of life of our city's residents. I fully support these items. Over the last 15 years, I have thanked the members of the legislature for the support you have provided to the city of Buffalo, which has been a key factor in our ongoing renaissance. I also want you to know that in our government, we have made diversity, equity, and inclusion key priorities in how we manage city government and how we interact with other stakeholders. I am grateful for the successes that we have achieved by working with the members of the state legislature and the governor, and I acknowledge that the entire state is under fiscal pressure as a result of federal funding decisions and policies coming out of Washington. This has become even more apparent and relevant to the Western New York economy in recent days. As I mentioned, we just held a news conference with members of the Western New York State Legislative Delegation, where we have talked about the urgency of the Department of Homeland Security rescinding its decision to suspend New York State from the Global Entry Travel Program. The suspension of new enrollment and re-enrollment in Customs and Border Protection trusted traveler programs will have a devastating impact on the city of Buffalo. Western New York relies on the strength of our cross-border economy as we are located within 500 miles of 40% of the binational population. Our region is a gateway for commerce, generating approximately $85 billion in annual trade. Over 1,000 Canadian-owned businesses employ nearly 79,000 New Yorkers, many City of Buffalo residents, who rely on accessible border crossings for their livelihoods. Additionally, binational corporations in the region rely on those programs to expedite truck delivery times. There are a total of 680,000 plus jobs dependent on trade and investment with Canada. By suspending these programs, there will be an increase in the delivery costs of goods to and from Canada, and commute times will increase to unacceptable levels. Furthermore, it is unclear how the conclusion can be reached that New York's green light law will undermine global entry security, since global entry applicants must submit their passports and undergo rigorous background checks and in-person interviews for approval. This policy will have lasting and catastrophic fiscal implications for our residents and businesses, and if this decision is not reversed, we will certainly see an immediate impact on our city's economy. I want to talk for a moment about state aid in the form of aid and incentives to municipalities. This is vital to the city's operational stability and fiscal strength. Since 2010, when AIM was reduced by 7.6%, funding has remained flat. The fixed costs associated with personnel, goods, and services have continued to rise. As mayor, I always request that AIM funding be increased to help address actual costs, recognizing the overall fiscal impact on our state. And I also offer ideas today which will help the City of Buffalo better meet our financial needs. I have previously suggested and asked you to consider a gradual increase in the amount of Seneca gaming revenue that the City of Buffalo receives from the state. We are requesting an increase of 3% per year over the next 4 years. We are grateful for the advance of $7 million the state provided to Buffalo this past fall to cover the gap that has been created by the accumulation of unpaid obligations by the Seneca Nation. But when this is resolved, a slight increase in the city's share going forward would be very helpful in covering our operating costs and replenishing our reserves, which have been depleted. Last year's budget reduced AIM payments to certain towns and villages in our region. The December share of Buffalo, the Buffalo Public Schools, and other municipalities' county sales tax revenues were then withheld to make AIM payments to those impacted towns and villages. Therefore, the City of Buffalo and its Board of Education saw a reduction of $379,000 and $225,000, respectively, in our December payments. The preliminary projection for the spring, sometime in April, is that payments will decrease an additional $120,000. We are requesting that future calculations of AIM-related payments are made after the City of Buffalo and the Buffalo Board of Education have received their distribution of sales tax. In the discussion of new revenue, the executive budget proposal estimates upwards of $80 million over the next 2 years from the sale, cultivation, and production of cannabis. I am requesting that a portion of this revenue be directed to the municipalities where these initiatives are launched and implemented. In order to continue to develop as a smart city, my administration is committed to completing our Cars Sharing Main Street project in downtown Buffalo. We have successfully reversed decades of blight and disinvestment that resulted from removing vehicular traffic from Main Street. In the 4 blocks that are complete, we have seen a significant return of business and entertainment, construction and residential units, hotels, restaurants, and other types of investment.
Thank you for
Thank you.
stopping at the 10-minute mark.
Yes.
Thank you. Assemblyman Braunstein.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question regarding the AIM funding.
Yes.
So they did away with AIM and they replaced it with a portion of the sales tax revenue. And you're saying that the state is not returning the equal amount of what you were getting in AIM with the sales tax revenue. Can you explain?
So there are actually 2 issues for us. First, no increase in AIM since it was decreased by 7.6% in 2010. And then recently, AIM for towns and villages in our region saw a decrease. To address that decrease, which the towns and villages complained would be damaging to them, the state then required the City of Buffalo, the Buffalo Board of Education, and other municipalities in Erie County to reimburse the loss to towns and villages through from our proceeds of sales tax. So we have suffered a further loss of revenue in that process.
So prior to the change from direct AIM funding to collecting sales tax and then giving it back to the localities, you saw a decrease?
So what we were directed to do, the sales tax is paid to the city and the school district and other municipalities as required, and then we were required to disperse a certain amount back to the county to be able to distribute to towns and villages that were impacted by the change in AIM payments in the last budget.
So ultimately, you would want us to rework it so at least you're getting back to where you were before we changed this system?
Absolutely. We want to get back to where we were. We want to make sure that anything done to address the needs of towns and villages don't come out of the city and its school district, that happens after we get our sales tax proceeds. And we also want the legislature and the governor's office to take a look at AIM and recognize that there has been no increase to municipalities since 2010.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The Senate.
Hi, we have been joined by Senator Tim Kennedy just in time to ask his hometown mayor a couple of questions.
First of all, Mayor, thank you so much for being here once again. Thank you for your leadership and all that you've done to really transform our great city of Buffalo and really create an environment that has started momentum that is going to carry on, I believe, for generations. It's been under your administration that we have seen an incredible renaissance in the city, and you are due a tremendous amount of credit for that, so thank you for that. I want to talk to you briefly about the infrastructure needs in the city of Buffalo. Obviously, with the transformational efforts under your administration to create an economy with businesses that are relocating into the city, we want to make sure that the infrastructure is keeping up with those investments in Western New York. Can you talk a little bit about some of the infrastructure needs and what we can do to help complement your efforts thus far?
Yes, Senator, and I want to thank you for being a real champion of the growth and renaissance that we're seeing in Western New York, as well as your colleagues in the Western New York State Legislative Delegation. There continue to be pressing infrastructure needs in the city of Buffalo. Under the Restore Mother Nature program proposed by the governor, the city will be requesting $15 million for seawall repairs. We have seen great environmental impact to the seawall in the city of Buffalo. That will be an infrastructure request we will make. I mentioned our car-sharing Main Street program, which has been highly successful, where we have seen at least a 3-to-1 return. So for every dollar of public money that has been spent, there has been a 3 times return from the private sector. We were fortunate in the past to receive 2 allocations of major federal funds totaling about $43 million for that program. This year, unfortunately, there were no build grants that went to New York State at all. Because of that, we are requesting $30 million in infrastructure funding to continue reopening our Main Street to vehicular traffic, and it coincides with a major investment that is being made by M&T Bank to a facility on Main Street in the city of Buffalo, the largest building in the city, which is a 38-story building, Seneca One Tower, where M&T Bank has committed to bringing 1,500 technology jobs. That is critically important to the economy of Buffalo and Western New York, but to make that investment have the multiplier effect that it is expected to have. It is expected that that investment will have a 5-to-1 multiplier effect on the Buffalo and Western New York economy. We need to make the necessary infrastructure investments.
Thank you, Mayor. That's very exciting news. Can you speak to that business climate and the businesses that are coming in large part due to the momentum that's been created? But there have been initiatives that we have worked with you and your administration on from a state government perspective that I'd like you to touch on, if you could, please. The impact that the Startup New York project initiative has had on our community, as well as 43 North, and how that translates into job creation and sustainability for our economy.
The business climate is very positive now in Buffalo and Erie County. In fact, since 2012, we have seen over $7.3 billion of economic development investment in the city. Startup New York has been an important program that has attracted strong new businesses to the city that are providing jobs for the residents of our community. 43 North, another state initiative, the largest business plan, business idea competition in the world, is physically located in the city of Buffalo, has attracted cutting-edge companies from across the nation and internationally to Buffalo that now provide employment for over 400 people in our community. So the climate is good, the investment confidence in Buffalo is strong, and we need the continued partnership with the state of New York to continue the positive investment trends and confidence that we're seeing in the city of Buffalo.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry. Before I turn it over to the Assembly, just to point out, when you were first making your introductory comments, you said that you were recognizing Assemblymember Barkley, but much to, I think, Assemblymember Barkley's surprise and Assemblymember Ra's surprise, he became the minority leader, and Assemblymember Ra has joined us as the ranker for the Assembly Finance staff.
Did I identify the wrong name?
You did, but, you know, I've called you Senator Brown several times since we served together in the Senate once upon a time. It happens.
And Senator Kruger, you were always able to correct me back then as well. Senator Rye, Assemblymember Rye, apologize.
Don't let him be a senator. He can say it. No worries.
So now we go to Assemblyman Thiel for questions.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to go back to the issue that someone...
He's saying your mic isn't on.
Oh, okay, better. The issue with AIM and the sales tax funding and all of that, and I think I understand, the concept. You weren't one of the municipalities that were affected by the AIM cut at all, but you've been flat for a long time since that cut.
And affected based on how the state...
Well, that's what I wanted to get to.
Okay.
And that is this, it's my position really, last year and this year, that the state should be paying for the AIM program and shouldn't be intercepting local government sales tax revenue to pay for that, which is what we did with regard to $59 million of AIM funding last year. And it was kind of linked together with the internet sales tax that you mentioned, although if you read the language, it really just talks about sales tax, period. So it's in that context that I ask really kind of a separate question, and that is, from the perspective of the city of Buffalo, do you have any idea of the changes that we made with regard to the internet sales tax in general, what kind of impact that had on increasing revenue? Is it possible to tell?
It has just, it's just recently taken about 6 months now, 6 or 7 months, and we are looking at approximately a 3% increase over last year on our sales tax.
So you figure the internet at this point, at least initially.
They don't identify the source of it.
So all you can say is that you've had an increase of 3% in sales tax revenue, but you don't know, it could be improving economic factors.
It could be a combination of
You don't know,
factors.
basically, but you see an overall 3%.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senate. Thank you. Senator Jackson.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, good afternoon, Mayor Brown.
Good afternoon,
And
Senator
to your
Jackson.
finance director, good afternoon. So, just have a couple of questions for you. I had asked the previous mayor from Syracuse about the impact on the proposed Medicaid cuts is going to have, and he indicated that the county takes care of that, but I asked him very specifically, and I'm asking you, with your residents of Buffalo, how many people are on Medicaid, and what type of impact is that going to have on the city of Buffalo?
So in Buffalo, like other upstate municipalities, there is a high number of people that are on Medicaid. Exactly the number, I am not sure. I know that, like Syracuse, the city of Buffalo is located within a county. Our county is Erie County. Our county executive, Mark Polenkars, has been talking about the impacts of Medicaid on Erie County. Certainly, anything that has a fiscal impact on the county will have a fiscal impact on Buffalo, which is the largest municipality in Erie County, and probably now one of the fastest growing from an economic development perspective. And while we're pleased with our growth, we can ill afford to lose any revenue or have any revenue sources or any funding sources impacted in our city. So there will be an impact. Exactly what that impact is going to be on the county, I am not sure. I know that the county funds a number of initiatives in the city, and those could lose funding depending on what these impacts look like.
Okay, I'm asking you as a mayor to have your staff to know what the impact is going to be. How many residents receive Medicaid, and if it's X amount of dollars, the impact would have on nursing homes and other hospitals or groups that deal with Medicaid and Medicaid patients. That's important overall, I think. And so when the MRT number 2 commission comes together, in my opinion, the mayor should be saying what type of impact it's going to have on them in order to make sure that hopefully that there be no impact to municipalities and layoff of employees.
So Senator, not fully calculated yet, even by our county government. We're in very close communication with county government. And I know that county government is in communication with the budget office, trying to determine what the impacts are going to be on county government, but I don't think that's fully determined at this point, and hopefully some of those impacts in this process can be offset.
Sure. I would urge you to press your county people to give you the numbers that impact it's going to have on Buffalo, the city of Buffalo. Let me just switch, if you don't mind. Can you tell me about how the Northland Training Facility is going? How is it working? And give me a status update, if you don't mind.
The Northland Workforce Training Center has been a great partnership between the state of New York and the city of Buffalo. The governor's office, ESD, has worked very closely with my office and our economic development agency, the Buffalo Urban Development Corporation, to build out the $65 million training center and then invest in facilities in that immediate community. The total investment now exceeds over $120 million, and working with the state, the city managed the construction, development, and build out of that facility. There are roughly between 300 and 350 slots for people to receive training at the Workforce Training Center.
And are those for residents of the city of Buffalo or the surrounding areas, or what?
It is for residents of the city of Buffalo and the surrounding Western New York region. In the first couple of classes, the enrollment of residents in the city of Buffalo and the surrounding community, which is located on the east side of Buffalo and roughly about 81% African American demographically. There was a very high percentage of city enrollment and surrounding resident enrollment exceeding about 70%. The programs are becoming incredibly popular, and in the third class of enrollment, the city population enrollment and surrounding community enrollment has dropped to about 50%.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about education right now. With respects to, if you're not aware, you know Michael Rebell, the same attorney that filed the CFE, filed another lawsuit in February 2014, and it's going to trial in New York City under Supreme Court Justice Lucy Billings, and that's the New Yorkers for Students' Educational Rights versus the State of New York. I ask you, as the second largest city in New York State, to be involved with that, to give Michael Rebell a presence in the courtroom, because he's not only suing for the children of New York City, he's suing for the children of New York State, all of the children. And Buffalo has an vested interest in that, just like I said to the mayor of Syracuse. He should be involved in that, to give the type of moral support that is needed so that we can make sure that all of our children receive a good education, and that's extremely important. So I ask you to be in contact with Michael Rebell and New Yorkers for Students' Educational Rights versus the State of New York. And then I wanted to ask you...
And if I just
Go ahead,
could,
please.
Senator Jackson, I want to thank you because I know that you have long been an advocate and a champion for the fiscal needs of children in the state of New York, all children in the state of New York, in terms of getting a sound basic education.
And that's a minimum standard.
Yes, sir. And in particular, the urban districts.
So can you tell me about what's happening with your city as far as census, getting ready for the census? Because every New Yorker, no matter if you're documented, you're a citizen or undocumented, everyone needs to be counted. Can you give me an update what's happening in the city of Buffalo?
Very involved in that process. In fact, I was appointed to the statewide Complete Count Commission by Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart Cousins, was very active and participatory in that process. The city of Buffalo has established its own Buffalo Counts Census Commission. The County of Erie has its own Census Committee. The two committees in our region have been working extremely closely together. A few years ago, I created the Office of New Americans in the city of Buffalo, and we have a woman who is an immigration attorney, Jessica Lazarine, who not only is the director of our Buffalo Counts Census Committee, but she is also the chair of the joint committee, co-chair of the joint committee between the city and the county.
I know that the city of Buffalo depends on a lot from the state of New York, and quite frankly, I can't blame you. But I read here in your testimony, the city of Buffalo, along with 37 other cities, as far as the arterial maintenance of the roads, and that you're not getting the cost that you're not getting reimbursed for the cost that it actually costs. And the governor vetoed some stuff. So could you just say, listen, we're so in need that we don't want to continue to do this because you're not paying what it actually costs? Could you do that? And if you don't want to do that, tell me how many employees from Buffalo are being employed in order to do the roads.
We have a public works department that has dozens of people working on road repair. We thank the Senate and the Assembly. Senator Kennedy was the sponsor of that legislation to make sure municipalities that were maintaining roads for the state of New York were getting a fair payment and not providing that work at a loss. As you know, Senator Jackson, in the governor's budget message, the governor's veto message, the governor indicated that this should be taken up during the budget negotiations, and that's why we are appealing to the members of the Senate and the Assembly to make sure that those municipalities that are performing this work are suitably compensated for the arterial maintenance that we do for the state of New York.
I'm going to have to cut you both off.
Thank
as
you.
interesting as
Thank you,
this
Madam
is.
Chair.
Thank you. Assembly?
We don't have any questions, but we have been joined by Assemblyman Pretlow and Assemblyman Otis. I think we are, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Next, we have the Mayor of the City of Rochester, Honorable Lovely Warren, Mayor. Please begin.
Good afternoon. I am Mayor Lovely Warren, joined here by my Budget Director, Chris Wagner, as well as our Corporation Counsel, Tim Curtin. Thank you, Chairwoman Kruger and Chairwoman Weinstein, members of the Ways and Means and Finance Committees, other members of the Senate and Assembly. Thank you for the opportunity to address this panel on behalf of the residents of the City of Rochester. Rochester continues to succeed. Our economy is growing with new jobs and low unemployment. Our streets are safer with crime at historic lows. And our families are stronger due to the availability of more affordable housing, pre-K education, and job training. Our city is home to one of the hottest real estate markets in the country, and Rochester was recently named the top city in the nation for potential future high-tech job growth. In partnership with Governor Cuomo, we have completed or will have under construction 8 Rock the Riverway projects this year, including renovations to our Blue Cross Arena and the creation of the new Erie Harbor Promenade and Rock City Skate Park. And with your and the governor's support, we are looking forward to building upon this success with the second phase of Rock the Riverway. Rochester is prospering and our growth is real. However, we cannot succeed alone. We need a partner in you, our state government, to address the challenges we face in meeting these goals. And it is in that spirit of partnership that I come before you today to share how you can, and I dare say must, act to address the issues facing Rochester. Our city faces a $40.5 million off-funds gap that threatens our continued success and ultimately the well-being of our families. This off-funds gap is nearly $5 million greater than in 2018. Sadly, this increase would have been more than mitigated by the progressive solutions I shared with this honorable body last year, but these solutions have not been addressed. I share these same proposals with you today in the hopes that you will agree that it is time for bold action, especially since it would not cost the state any money. I'm asking that you modernize the policies regarding the Ghost Receipts Tax, or GRT, on energy service companies and mobile phones. We must pass legislation that makes it clear that ESCOs have to pay the GRT. We cannot allow some companies to continue to ignore the law at the expense of cities. This must also include mobile phone services like it does in New York City, and not only landlines, a technology that has largely faded in history. Upstate cities deserve to be treated fairly when it comes to this issue. I'm also asking that the state recognize that a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work when it comes to the rollout of new technology. The proposed legislation regarding small wireless facilities deployment is a solution in search of a problem. Rochester is already seeing the installation of these facilities under our current telecommunications code. We've instituted regulations protecting our infrastructure and our ability to manage our right-of-ways without depriving our residents of access to enhanced mobile networks. This is happening organically, and the state should not get in the middle of that growth. We also need you to help us protect our infrastructure with the severe weather we are experiencing due to climate change. Because climate change is affecting our cities at rapid rates. Extreme winter recovery funding is critical to cities such as Rochester. We currently hold the title this year for the snowiest city in the United States of America. The $500,000 of EWR funding is important to keep our roads and bridges in the best possible condition. While our infrastructure is important, no resource is more critical to Rochester than our people. Unfortunately, far too many of our residents have suffered under the criminalization of marijuana. It is time that New York joins our sister states in making history by ending the disproportionate prosecution and imprisonment of our citizens by finally legalizing marijuana. In doing so, New York should rectify the damage caused to cities by this prohibition. We are asking you to support Speaker Hastie and Leader Stewart-Cousins in adopting an approach that benefits those who suffer most under criminalization. And those communities are cities, not just New York City, but Rochester, Buffalo, Syracuse, Albany, and Yonkers. We should not be excluded from any revenue that marijuana sales provide to the state. Those dollars should be reinvested in our cities most impacted to help us lift our residents out of poverty. We recommend that the marijuana sales be connected to the retail sales tax, which would generate an estimated $1.2 to $2.4 million annually for the city of Rochester. And if we're going to address inequality and ensure that Rochester can continue to lift our families out of poverty, we must address the fundamental unfairness of AIM funding. Simply put, The current AIM formula makes Rochesterians second-class citizens in New York State. Rochester per capita only receives 85% of the AIM aid received by Syracuse and 68% of the AIM aid received by Buffalo. Adding insult to injury, Rochester is forced to pay more in maintenance of effort funding for our failing school district than we receive in AIM aid. We are required to pay $119.1 million in maintenance of effort funding to the Rochester City School District, yet we only receive $88.2 million in AIM aid for the state each year, a nearly $31 million gap. A change in this formula would help us address 3/4 of our city's all-funds gap and provide property tax stability for our families, many of whom are already struggling to make ends meet. It is imperative that you all understand that you also have an obligation to help us help the children of our city. This matter cannot continue to be ignored. Currently, in this year's 2019-2020 budget, our city school district has a $35 million budget gap, and in the 2018-19 budget, they overspent by $27 million, wiping out their entire fund balance. The school year is almost over, and we still have no indication of how this year's budget will be balanced. This is a clear violation of Section 2576 of the state education law. On December 9, 2019, the State Education Department instructed the Board of Education to balance its 1920 budget, and as of today, the board has failed to do so. Today, our district is spending money that it does not have, and because of the antiquated system that the Big Five districts operate under, the city of Rochester is held responsible for the clear and constant mismanagement of the city school district's funds. It is not fair to the residents of our city council, nor to me as the mayor, who have worked hard to maintain and build our bond rating, to be downgraded or face negative credit watch because of the city school district. Clearly understand that the actions of the RCSD leadership, or lack thereof, severely threaten the financial viability of both the city and our school district. If this is not addressed, in the end, it is our taxpayers who will ultimately bear the brunt of this failure. But more importantly than the financial harm caused by the RCSD is the damage being done to the generation of children currently enrolled in their schools. They deserve a fighting chance at life. I implore you to support the first step toward a governance change proposed by the governor in his executive budget by installing a fiscal and academic monitor that has veto power. We've already had a distinguished educator who stated that the problem in Rochester is not one of money, but one of management. I do realize that we are at a critical point that requires a short-term infusion of funding. However, that funding cannot be given without a clear directive on governance change. There is simply no alternative that will restore credible leadership to the district and ensure that Rochester's children receive the education they deserve. Thank you for taking the time to allow me to share our challenges and our opportunities facing our city. And I ask you to continue to support our city in its bright future by acting on the request that we have shared here today. Thank you, and I'm able to take any questions that you may have.
Senate.
Sorry, thank you very much. Before I turn it over to Senator Jackson, I'm just curious, what is stopping you from, I'm curious. No? I'm curious. What is stopping with this microphone from working? What is stopping Rochester from resolving the problem between the school district and the city? I guess several years now you've testified about that. Can you just explain to me so I understand a little better what it is you can't get them to do and that you need them to do?
Senator, I've had 6 different superintendents in 6 years as mayor. And so the problem is that the Rochester City School Board are not willing to take the necessary steps. And we've had a revolving door as it pertains to superintendents. And each of those superintendents has had a different direction as it pertains to how to lead the school. We currently just had a new superintendent start in July of 2019, and he's walked into a situation where they have overspent their budget by $27 million last year, and he's in the middle of a crisis that he's trying to solve. I do not blame him for what's going on right now, but right now, the city of Rochester is being severely harmed by the lack of decisions that the school board has made. They are obligated under state law to actually balance their budget. The state chancellor and commissioner of education sent them a letter, and to this day, they still have not balanced their current 19-20 budget. Every day that they fail to balance that budget, it costs us money in the city of Rochester, and it also causes our children severe pain when it comes down to their education.
And am I correct that your student population decreases each year, but you are not able to adjust your education budget to reflect the shrinkage in students?
Correct. Under the maintenance of effort, the mandate that the state of New York has put on the city of Rochester, we are required to give our school district $119.1 million year after year, regardless of how many students they actually have enrolled in their program.
And can you give me just an estimate of how much your student population has dropped in X years?
I believe that it has dropped by 7,000 students in the last 14 years. Last 14 years.
14 years. Okay. Thank you. I'm now going to hand it over to our chair, Senator Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor, let me just say that when I heard that the City of Rochester Department of Education or Board of Education and the City of Rochester had to lay off 100 employees, 90-something teachers in the middle of the year, that was not good news at all. And especially those individuals, my understanding, the teachers were going to be assigned based on seniority to other locations, some as far as Buffalo. I don't know if there was actually layoffs, but that's a devastating impact on families and child care that people have. But the most devastating effect is on the children of Rochester. And let me tell you, I am not happy about that. And I hold everyone responsible for making sure that you'll right this ship. That needs to be done. And to say that, that you must, regardless of the number of students that you have, $119 million every year, well, you need to look into somehow legally fighting that. I mean, get your attorneys working, in my opinion, and I don't know if they are. You know better than me. I'm not sitting in your chair where you sit in Rochester, but I say when I went up there last year fighting for educational equity for the children of Rochester and New York City and Buffalo and Syracuse, and I went to Syracuse and I spent the night up there and I read that Rochester, when you look at it, is like the 8th poorest school district in the country. I'm saying this is totally unacceptable by any standard. And obviously, when you talk about the suburbs of Rochester, that's totally different. But the city, it leaves a lot to be desired as far as the type of education that's being provided to students. And something has to be done, and it has to be done immediately. I say that to you, and I say that to your people that you have here, that either your finance and executives or whoever has to be done. Those children must receive a sound basic education. You may have been sitting up there when I asked Mayor Brown about the number, whether or not he's involved in the lawsuit that Michael Rebell has filed not only on behalf of the children of New York City, but on behalf of all of the children in New York State. And if your city is not involved with that, they should be. I'm just saying, being quite frank with you, Mayor, and to your people that you have there, you must be involved with that to support Michael Rebell, because he's going after the money that all of the children in New York State are entitled to, $4 billion. And when I was up there last year, every student in Rochester we're short about $2,950. So you take that times, last year you had how many, 26,000 students, I think?
Yes.
That's a lot of billions of dollars. So please join with Michael Rebell and New Yorkers for Students for Educational Responsibility against the state of New York. That lawsuit was filed in February 2014. And Michael Rebell is not being paid anything, but he is fighting for us. And I've said that I'm the father of all of the children in New York State. It doesn't matter where. So I'm very upset at the fact that the children of Rochester, Syracuse, Long Island, and other places, and Senator Rachel, Senator Mayer, you know what it's about. And as the chair of the Education Committee, we talk about it all the time. So tell me, what do you feel needs to be done, and why hasn't it been done?
Senator, in all due respect, what I want for my daughter, I want for every child of the city of Rochester. I want them to have an opportunity to live to their fullest potential. We had a distinguished educator that came into Rochester through the State Department of Education 2 years ago, Dr. Jaime Aquino. He outlined several recommendations as to what needs to happen in the Rochester City School District. One of the key recommendations of that was that the problem in Rochester was not a problem of funding. The problem in Rochester was a problem of management and the mismanagement of funds. And I have been to this body several times asking the New York State Legislature to actually enact changes that need to happen in order for the children of Rochester to be able to succeed. And that has to come with a governance change. And I believe that with a governance change and a way for the mayor to have some impact on the educational system, we will be able to improve our city school district, working directly with the superintendent of our schools. If you look at that report, he has several different recommendations, but one of those recommendations, of course, many of them have to do with how the district is governed. And year after year, regardless of how much money the state has given to our district, the failure to actually submit a balanced budget, the failure this year to bring their budget into balance, the audacity to overspend your budget by $27 million and not have a plan to actually recover those dollars on behalf of the children. I agree with you. At the end of the day, the children are the ones that suffer. And had we acted last year when we came here and asked for the same thing, then we would have a path forward. But today, I still don't have a path forward for my district and for the children of my city that I can go back and tell them as to what is going to happen with the Board of Education.
What's happening with your elected officials that represent Rochester, your state assembly members, your state senators, and what have you and so forth? Are they working with you to make the change?
They are all in disagreement on what needs to happen to actually move our community forward. Some of them agree, some of them disagree with the path that we believe needs to happen on behalf of children.
Mayor, you're the mayor of Rochester, one of the largest cities in New York State. You were elected, and you have political clout there. Sometimes you have to use your political clout in order to make the changes that are necessary from an electoral point of view. And so I don't need to tell you how that works. You should know how it works. I tell you it works in New York City. If things are not running right, you have to then mount up a campaign and make the changes at the ballot box if necessary.
I don't disagree with you, Senator. I believe that change needs to happen at the ballot box. Last year, the city council and along with the mayor wanted to put a referendum on the ballot to ask our parents exactly what they wanted in order as it pertains to governance. The school district actually challenged that referendum, and it was removed from the ballot. And we appealed that decision, and we lost. So we will do what is necessary in order to make sure that our children get the support that they need and the changes that they need to ensure that they have a quality education.
Let me ask you what's happening as far as your city, as far as making sure that every child and every adult, no matter what their status is counted?
So we are working collectively with our county on the Census 2020. We have put in place a number of different partnerships with our community-based organizations to go door to door, to have those critical discussions, especially we have a large immigrant population as well as Puerto Rican population in the city of Rochester, and we want to make sure that people understand that we need every vote to count. And so we're working with all of our community partners to get out and understand that we need every person in our city to be counted, and we are making sure that even the babies are counted as well.
Mayor Warren, let me ask you about the Medicaid cuts. And you heard me ask Brian Brown, the mayor of Buffalo, how many residents of your city are on Medicaid? And what type of impact is that going to have on your city, even though the county is dealing with that? In my opinion, you should know how many residents in your city are receiving Medicaid and what type of impact it's going to have. Can you?
I don't have a number for you today, but I can tell you that I have been in discussion with our county executive, Adam Bello, about what's happening around Medicaid and what the impact will be on the city of Rochester and its residents. And we're working collectively together as a team to advocate for resources as well as not to have the impact be borne by the residents of our county.
What is the average salary of the citizens of the city of Rochester for family?
I don't have that number, and I don't want to give you an inaccurate number, but I'll make
Think
sure
it's
that I get that for you.
$40,000 a year, $50,000, $70,000, $80,000, or less?
So for the city of Rochester, it is significantly less. If you do it based on the MSA, which means that based on the census, then it would be about 40,000 in our metropolitan area. But for the city of Rochester, it is significantly less.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah.
Then Senator John Lewis next up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for joining us. I just wanted to get a little bit of a better understanding about what's happening with the school district, because in your testimony, you said that the school district is spending money it does not have,
Correct.
but somebody's got to be paying the bills. So is it the city? Is it through the city treasury that you govern where those bills have to be paid?
Yes. The city of Rochester, the city school district is a dependent district, and we have been covering the district's cost at this point in time because it is the full faith and credit of the city that's at stake. Moody's has downgraded the city of Rochester because of the actions of the city school district, and we are currently under review by S&P. If we stop paying the bills, it is the full faith and credit of the city that is liable for the expenses. And so that is not a realistic option for us to do at this point in time.
So you said that a year or two ago, the school district wiped out their fund balance.
We found out in September of 2019 that the 2018-19 budget was overspent by $27 million, and it was overspent by $27 million, and that overspend also included the wipeout of whatever fund balance that they had. And I can let my budget director get into more details because he's been working with the school districts.
No, it's okay. It's not so much the funding or the finances that's the concern here, right? You have a problem where the school district, which is presumably elected by the people, right? Are they appointed or are they elected?
They are elected.
So they're elected by the people. They hire teachers and principals. They set the policy for the local schools in Rochester.
Correct.
And yet the city of the city of Rochester is on the hook for paying the school district's bills.
Correct.
And the city is represented by you as well as the Rochester council members,
Yes.
who are all separately elected.
Yes.
I mean, this is a system where there's truly no accountability, which is, I think, why you said that, later in your testimony, you say that that Rochester School District needs a short-term infusion, but that funding cannot be given without a clear directive on governance change.
Absolutely.
Is the governor, through his proposed budget, proposing some kind of governance change for Rochester?
What the governor is proposing in his budget is a fiscal monitor as well as an academic monitor with veto power for a year. And it's our understanding in that year, we would work with our governmental partners to figure out what should be the next step as it pertains to the Rochester City School District and governance.
Is there any way for that monitor to recommend a governance change?
Yes, that would be part of what that monitor would be doing in the next year. And the monitor would also have veto power over the board.
Do you think the mayor should have more control or less control over the Rochester School District?
I think that all options should be on the table.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So thank you for being here, and next we have the Honorable Mike Spano, Mayor of City of Yonkers.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm joined with John Jacobs and also with John Lazuski, Budget Director and Finance Commissioner, City of Yonkers. Good afternoon, and Chairwoman Kruger and Chairwoman Weinstein, Assemblyman Pretlow, Assemblyman Shelley Mayer, along with the other members of the House here and the Senate. Did I say Assembly? Sorry, Senator, Mayor. And I know that Assemblyman Nader Sage is listening. If not, he'll be here soon, and certainly the leader has responsibilities, and I appreciate the time that Senator Andrew Stewart-Cousins has provided me to brief her on this prior to today's sit-down.
Mayor, can you pull your mic up?
Sure. I sit here before you today for the 9th time, starting my 3rd term as mayor of the City of Yonkers. Kind of feel like I'm in that movie Groundhog's Day. Reflecting on my time as mayor, I could say with little hesitation that my testimony today will not change much as it's been over the last couple of years. I sit before you, over the last 8 years, Yonkers has had some pretty great growth going on, revitalization. The city has been gaining jobs rather than losing them. We're hitting our lowest unemployment rate that we've seen in the past 20 years. We have about $3.5 billion in economic development that has resulted in thousands of permanent jobs. And with the help of our great governor, you and the state legislature, we've improved the fiscal outlook of our city, and today Yonkers bond ratings are the highest they've been in a generation. And once again, graduation rates are up. Our graduation rates have just exceeded 88%, and we are now leading New York's big 5 cities. The crime rate, it's the lowest it's been in recorded history, and the people are starting to change their view of the city of Yonkers. Despite these successes, we've had some severe needs that can no longer be handled by the Yonkers taxpayers. Over the years, you've heard me speak of its staggering deficiencies that Yonkers public schools still face due to necessary cuts in services. In fact, you will hear tomorrow from our superintendent, who will outline a $46.7 million budget shortfall that Yonkers faces in this year's budget. And from guidance counselors to art and music to the threat of the elimination of full-day pre-K, we are deficient with the current resources that are provided to the city. And the current dependency on New York State funding fails to address vital recurring revenue. And the reasons why Yonkers Public Schools have been able to succeed in certain areas is because of our annual pleas and the reliance on the one-shots that have been provided to us. But we are grateful last year to receive an injection of about $12.6 million in our school budget, and thanks to the hard work of the majority leader and, of course, the members of the Senate and the Assembly. But unfortunately, the proposed executive budget cut this funding from moving forward, so our students are already going into this year's budget with a $12.6 million budget shortfall. In the absence of fully funding our schools, we are left coming back here again each and every year to ask for additional funding to help with our funding deficits. Yonkers taxpayers cannot afford to fund this problem alone. You know that. We've talked about that. And Yonkers remains the only city to continually increase its local aid to education. In fact, since I've been mayor, the maintenance of effort has increased 18% annually and 68% cumulatively, even increasing by $12 million last year. Each year, the city funds the debt, and the district keeps the building, textbook, software, and library reimbursements. Additionally, transfer amounts include approximately $10 million in what we call the intermunicipal agreement merged departments that we did a few years ago that has provided $10 million savings to the district, $5 million in workers' compensation costs, $8 million in tax certiorari costs, and $500,000 in utility costs. This means, and this question has been important to many of you, that the city's contribution from the local taxpayer towards education for the fourth largest school district in New York is 71%. So I come here today to let you know Yonkers has reached its full fiscal capacity, and our taxpayers have exhausted their ability to foot the bill. A viable option to provide alternate means of funding for our schools is closer than you think. New York is a leader in the gaming industry worldwide, and Yonkers is home to one of the most prominent gaming and entertainment destinations in the tri-state area. MGM Resorts Empire City Casino, with an annual payroll of over $45 million and 1,200 employees, Empire City is critical to the economic growth of Yonkers and, frankly, New York State as a whole. This legislative session, I will continue to advocate for the extension of full gaming to Yonkers MGM Empire City Casino. And each year, New Yorkers statewide directly benefit from more than $300 million coming from Yonkers to help generate for education. And despite having limited gaming license and functioning in a very restricted regulatory environment, we still are able to make that significant investment in New York, over $2 billion since that casino has opened. Competition is intensifying, as you know, as in neighboring states aggressively pursue new casinos and gaming opportunities that threaten New York's casino revenues and, of course, those jobs. And surrounding states have expanded or plan to expand full gaming. We've already seen the effects of the absence of full gaming in Yonkers. New Jersey, which is just a short ride from Yonkers, can identify 44% of its mobile bets are made within 2 miles of the state's border. Now, it could be Pennsylvania, but we know a significant part of that is from the tri-state region of Yonkers and New York. With as much as 25% of its betting coming from New Yorkers crossing the border. So we are willingly sending good, valuable education dollars across the river when it can easily be collected right in Yonkers, with 8 million people a year visiting that casino. That casino has proven it can compete and draw tourists and gaming dollars to the facility. You can imagine what kind of revenue we would see if we were given that opportunity. Should full gaming not be viable in the immediate future, then I just ask that you consider granting Yonkers the sports betting. Last year, New Jersey hit $300 million in sports betting revenues. And in the 6 months, New York has allowed sports betting, the 4 upstate casinos brought in a mere $7.8 million. Bring Yonkers into the mix with an enhancement in the local share to offset school funding, and I know it's a sure bet. Rebuild our schools. You know, we've talked about that over and over again. We have some $2 billion in infrastructure needs. You've rebuilt Buffalo schools. You're rebuilding Rochester and Syracuse. You've given us the ability to start the rebuild in Yonkers. You've made the double MCA available for the building of 3 new schools, and that is a significant help. But it won't, considering we are 4,500 seats shy of where we need to be, Yonkers needs additional help in order to be able to bring those schools to a reality. The city's contribution for the building of those schools is unaffordable for the taxpayers of the city of Yonkers, and that's why I'm asking for you to make available to the city a block grant in the amount of $100 million to help offset local share. If we can do that, then we can get those schools built, and we can start to put our kids in infrastructure that is not falling down around them. No legislation even comes close, to addressing the other schools that need to be rebuilt. We know that. Making these repairs, and I won't get into all that because I know you want to ask me some questions. We've touched upon the needs of our schools, but we also must not neglect the cost of running the largest city in the Hudson Valley. And despite the growing economy and the stronger revenues, we estimate that our 2021 budget shortfall to be about $40 million. That's on the municipal side. We know that aside from the decrease that we got in the spin-up that took place in 2011, we have not seen an increase in aim aid since then. And I know that and I'll finish up, I know that New York likes to brag about the fact that you keep your budget at a growth of 2%, and I get that. But remember, part of that growth of that 2% is aim aid, except that doesn't seem to come to the municipalities. So if that growth or some of those dollars can be forthcoming, that would really help offset this number. Frankly, if we had gotten just a 2% growth every year for the past several years since it was stopped, we'd be well in excess of that $40 million. Some of the unfunded mandates, they are, there were things that we all support, bail reform, we all supported it, but we're still trying to come up and come up with a number that we can give to you as to what it has cost our local communities. So if you're, if you want to give us additional, additional burdens to pay for, that's fine, but give us the room, whether it be on the tax cap or give us the room by making the dollars available to us to help offset those costs. If not, we're not going to be able to do what we need to do to provide for good quality of life for the people that we all represent and love. With that, again, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for your hard work, your dedication, for your patience to sit here and have to listen to all of us nag you for money. But at the end of the day, I guess we all have our jobs to do. And with that, I'll open up for any questions, and thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Pretlow.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Mayor? Is it on? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Mayor, welcome back. I guess this is your second home after spending many years here before you rose to the lofty office of mayor of the great city of Yonkers. No, I read through your testimony, trying to read faster than you could speak. That wasn't working well, but I tried to stay ahead of you. And it seems that Yonkers is doing extremely well, especially in the areas of economic development. There's over $3 billion of jobs. Is that shovels in the ground now, or those proposals?
No, that's $3.5 billion of shovels that are in the ground.
Shovels in the ground, so that's ready to come to fruition. And with that economic development, sometimes cities have to sell some of their assets to get that in the way of pilots. Are there many pilots involved with this new construction?
Yeah, Assemblyman, that's a very, very good question. Some of the pilots are more generous than others. Some of the pilots that I have are pilots that I inherited from previous administrations. So they were promised shovels in the ground that never really happened until I got there. The economy changed and such, these jobs happened. And so there were greater tax incentives that were offered earlier. Some of what we're seeing today is actually pretty good in terms of what we want. Like, for instance, one of the new, Boyce Thompson was a new development that came about when I was here. They received a 5-year pilot starting at 85% full taxation, and pretty soon there'll be a full taxation. So
Well, that's a good pilot.
Yeah, so that's a good one. What FedEx gave to Tuckahoe Road, they actually came in at full taxation. So they didn't even want the benefits. But it doesn't, even though we've had a 35% or so, as the numbers have been told to me, increase, remember, our labor cost is so high, our cost of living is so high. When Yonkers, when I've got here, we were 7 years or so on the back end of contracts that were not solved. So we had to go back 7 years, solve these contracts, and then give other contracts. So it was a lot to overcome. We're getting there, and we got there with a lot of help and support from all of you, but we have a lot more work to do. And if the economy stays good, I think we can continue to grow and prosper, and that'll be good. If the economy does a dip, that's always my fear.
That's everybody's fear at this point. The reason I asked is because you mentioned that you're at or near your maximum tax allowable. So the only way you can get more revenue is to have more property to tax. And if you're developing a vacant area and then you don't get the tax revenue from that for X years, that only hurts the city. Education, you said Dr. Casado will be here tomorrow with the structural $47 million shortfall that Yonkers has continued to have. Is there any plan in a way to alleviate that? I know we increased the Yonkers sales tax by 1/4%, and that's raising approximately $15 million additional for education. So I know that's helping. And I believe you are increasing the city's share of education aid at a higher rate than any of your predecessors. Is that true?
Yes, sir. We, last year, while we did get that, we got the regular increase, and we also received a bullet of 12.6. We, on the city side, were able to put and raise the maintenance of effort by another $12 million. That was really unprecedented and probably not something I can do today, much as I would try to. And let me tell you why. If we want to stay within the tax cap, if I want to raise the property taxes 1%, well, I bring in 3.6 million, right? 3.6 million, right? So if I want to raise aid to education 12 million, I've already broke the tax cap. I've shattered it.
I guess 6%,
So I
yeah.
couldn't. Yeah, so we have this issue now, because I have the tax cap. It's very popular. And I have a $12 million start, and at least us starting behind the 8 ball. We have a school district that already does not nearly have enough guidance counselors. We don't have a full sports program. We don't have music, art, and sports, and the infrastructure is flowing down around these kids' heads. Yet, our scores do well because we have teachers, and frankly, we have people living in the city that are committed to excellence, and they're making it work. I mean, our graduation rate at 88% is more of a suburban number as a city number. But it can't be sustainable, in my opinion, if we don't get some additional help.
Thank you very much.
To the Senate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Shelley Mayer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great to see you back here. And I know my colleagues, Assemblyman Nader Sage and the Majority Leader, if not here physically, they're here in spirit. I wanted to jump first on the issue of gaming, and I appreciate you raising it in your testimony today. Have you done any financial analysis of what do you think it would mean for the city of Yonkers if MGM or other, if there is downstate full gaming and MGM is allowed to have a license?
Well, we've had some discussions with the vendor, and the vendor has already talked about a community benefits package that would include an additional $10 million for the city. The problem is we can't really have that discussion about community benefits package until New York decides if they're going to do full gaming. But, you know, if you remember why we're here, why we got to this point of this 2023, it was the opinion of many people, many of the experts that said, Yonkers is going to work. It's guaranteed. But if we do Yonkers first and we allow full gaming in Yonkers, upstate may not be a guarantee. So let's do upstate first and then do Yonkers. I disagree with that notion. I think that upstate will do fine all by itself. They've started, they're built, they've got a lead on us, we're okay. But give Yonkers the ability because for two reasons. One, I think sports gaming, betting would come back to New York if you at least gave it to the two casinos downstate. The other thing is, I'm worried that sooner or later, the legislature in New Jersey is going to wake up and put a nice, you know, what do they call it, the American, they built this huge facility in the swamps of Jersey. Sooner or later, they're going to wake up and they're going to put at minimum slot machines there, but they may just put full gaming there. And when they do that, that is going to significantly hurt the revenues that are coming to New York.
Yes, I think we have agreed with you, but it's important to note what you said, which is you believe that if MGM gets full gaming, they would additionally to whatever they contribute to the coffers of New York State, would give an additional $10 million annually to the City of Yonkers School District, thereby helping us deal with the structural deficit. And you believe you have that commitment?
And Senator, some of the estimates on the jobs are, because right now they're offering table games, but they're electronic table games. If their feeling is, and what we've been told is, for every table game they have, you actually hire 6 people. So we would go from 1,200 jobs to well over 6,000 jobs at that facility. So that would be a real boost for the people in the New York region.
On the issue of the schools, and we look forward to seeing Dr. Casada tomorrow, and you mentioned the graduation rate. You say in your testimony, I just want to be clear, that the starting number is 46.7 million operating budget shortfall for the next fiscal year for the Yonkers Public Schools.
Yeah, that's, obviously, you know, that's taking into account the 12.6 million that we are not going to receive if we don't get a recurring bullet. And then also the things that you guys generally frown on, which, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, I mean that respectfully, but, you know, the bonding of books and some of the other things that we do that the state controller would like us not to do, but we don't have an alternative but to do these type of fiscal gimmicks, for lack of a better word, and also the use of the fund balance.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
We used half the fund balance last year. We're using the rest of it. How much is it? 12.5 million this year. So you take the bonding, the 12.5 or 12.6 shortfall, you take the using of the fund balance, and we can close the gap up, but we will be in some serious trouble moving forward.
I don't want to lose my time, but one of my questions is, you mentioned that about 74%, I think you said, of property taxpayers' tax goes towards the school. How much of the taxable property is tax exempt in the city of Yonkers? Do you know?
That's a very good question. Do you know the answer?
If someone could get back to
It's-
me.
Yeah, it's about a third. I've heard that number. I've asked the tax assessor that. It's pretty significant. I've even asked, some of the other cities have been a little creative where they've sent tax bills. They're not mandatory tax bills. They've sent tax bills to like some of their colleges. I think Syracuse University gives Syracuse $1 million a year. We in Yonkers have Sarah Lawrence, which is one of the most expensive colleges in all of America. We have proposed, but the council has rejected, doing a similar thing, asking for maybe a voluntary payment of 10% of what they would normally pay in property taxes. We're going to go back at the city council again on that in hopes that we can do that. If not, there are other ways to skin that cat by fees, but as we all know, fees, taxes, they're all the same thing, and we're met with the same type of resistance.
Shelley and the mayor, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. Excuse me. Senator John Liu was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually was going to ask Mayor Spano about the school financing, but I think our chairperson Senator Shelley Mayer has already asked great questions, and I got to tell you, Mr. Mayor, you have no bigger champion in the state Senate than Shelley Mayer, along with our leader, Andrew Stewart Cousins. So they're doing their best to get you the funding that you need. My question has always been, is that, do you still need that $46.7 million every single year or indefinitely?
It started out as a similar, I'll tell you, much higher 8 years ago when I got here. But Senator, this has been our problem. Our problem is that the number is too big for the local taxpayers to get rid of.
So it used to be bigger, but you have a plan to
we
continue to
every
dwindle?
year, we knock it down a bit. Our bond rating as a result has gone up. We're A-rated for the first time in 40 years. But we can't make, when you're sitting at 94% of your constitutional taxing limit, even if the political will was at home, was there to raise taxes, cover the deficit, and be done with it, the revenue's isn't there. And that's
Okay.
why we come back year in. Remember, 70% or 80% of our kids live at, or of our kids in the school district live at or below the rate of poverty. And so, it's a pretty unique because we're in Westchester, but it's very unaffordable district in a lot of ways because of our cost of living and the revenues that don't exist, even if we wanted to get them. So we've done, Senator, if you don't mind, we've done other things, raise the sales tax. We have, what else we do?
By the way,
We have an
Mr.
income
Mayor,
tax.
you
We have everything.
you should consider yourself fortunate that only 71% of your property taxes go towards education. In your, neighbor to your south, they spend over 100% of property taxes on education. Believe it or not.
Or New York City.
The $100 million,
I'd rather be compared, just so you know, to Rochester, Buffalo, or Syracuse.
all right, the $100 million block grant, is that going to take care of a lot of the problems, or is it just $100 million of capital this year? Because you said you have a need of $567 million.
That's the first phase, and that would cost local property taxpayers probably about $167 million or so. So we'd still have to come up with some money. But every time I raise property taxes, every time I raise $30 million in borrowing, I get raised property taxes 1%. So again, same thing, the numbers aren't there for us to fix our schools. Our schools, the last report that was done, they said that we needed $2 billion in repairs, over $500 million just to bring us up to what they call the state standards. We were also 4,500 seats below, what we needed. So our kids are in basements and converted rooms and everything else. But they're also in some schools are new and nice, but we all know that 9 of our 40 schools are 100 years old, and that the average school is 75 years or older. and there's a tremendous amount of infrastructure work that needs to be done. I can't get that from the local property taxpayer, so who suffers? And I've supported the rebuild in Buffalo. I support the rebuild in Syracuse and Rochester. I think it's a great place to start because you're getting most of the kids that are struggling by getting at those districts. But eventually, I think it's the right idea to do the entire state. But I
100
just think
million.
we should be first.
Yes.
All right. Hey, maybe you can ask the Speaker of the City Council in New York City for $100 million in capital. I heard he's a nice guy.
I don't
Thank you,
think we're
Mr.
going
Mayor.
down this road, John. Not
That's
right
it?
now. I'm not sure we should go down this road right now.
All right.
Well, thank you, Senator.
Thank you,
And
Madam
thank you
Chair.
for what you said about my senators. They are, and the members of the Assembly, they're great leaders, and we're very fortunate in Yonkers to have them fighting on our behalf.
I think Gary got upset at me, so he left. I'll apologize to him later.
But nobody gets out of this room before they get questioned by Robert Jackson.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello? Hello? Yeah, that's better. So, good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon, Senator Jackson.
So, can you tell me, I'm looking here at your capital block grant of $100 million made available to Yonkers to offset local taxes share to build. How does that relate to an update on the status of the Joint School Construction Board's capital project?
Same thing.
Same thing.
That board is in place. It's been enacted. It is working. But they're looking for funding to build these schools. And so, and we are pretty close to building our first school, with or without this block grant. And we're just waiting on the Archdiocese to close on what they call the St. Denis property. It's probably an $80 million facility when it's all said and done. And we're moving forward on the first school. I'd like to move forward on all three, providing this help would allow us to do that. Because the argument has been, you can't change the school, the funding formula for everybody upstate. It gets 98% or whatever that number is, because that's what the formula provides. Yonkers, even though we're in a different situation. We're in Westchester County, we have high property values, but I submit to you, Senator, is we're in the same exact position that Rochester and Buffalo and Syracuse are in for two different reasons. We are at our constitutional limit. I can't raise the money, and they can't raise the money because of their own issues. We can't raise the money either. If we both can't raise the money, someone has to help us raise it. If not, our kids are going to suffer.
So are you online projected for last year's plan? Last year's plan was to do what? To build one school, to build three schools, or what?
That plan is to build three schools, but we're obviously not going to get three schools all going at the same time.
So you're in the process, or you've already built one school?
No, we have not built a school yet, and we are in the process of having the final touches for a plan to build the first school. Yonkers is 18 square miles. There isn't, you know this from New York City, there's no place really to build. There's no vacant property in the city of Yonkers. So, the property that we either took with this particular parcel we're buying from the Archdiocese. There's the other parcel on Ashburton Avenue that we purchased in a trade with municipal housing. Then there's another parcel that is on the water's edge that was, believe it or not, 8 years of tax delinquent property that we were able to foreclose on and mesh together with a little park that you alienated for us, and now we're going to be able to put a school there. So it's been a long process,
Sure.
but we're there and ready to build now.
And what type of school is the first one that
all
you're building,
gra-
and
all-
capacity also?
Grammar school's about 600 to 800.
600 to 800?
Yes.
How much is it going to cost?
From what I'm being told, the grammar schools are anywhere from 60, 80 million. Right?
Our share will be 20 million.
And our share would be 20 million on that?
On each one.
On each one of them.
Okay. So,
And then there's the, also in the first phase is the repair of of the current schools.
so how are we doing as far as, you may have heard me talk about Medicaid and the impact the Medicaid cuts are going to have on everyone, but I want to know whether or not, what type of impact these Medicaid reconfiguration is going to have on the city of Yonkers.
Senator, I was listening to the questions.
Of course you were,
listened
I
to
know.
your questions, and I asked that question. We don't have an answer. And we figured it is significant, and if you don't mind, we'll get back to your office with our answer.
That's good. It would be great, I mean, not only to me, to Senate Finance, so we
Okay.
know. Because obviously, I cannot see how the Medicaid redesign team number 2 is going to eliminate $2.5 billion and not have a negative impact on somebody. I don't know whom, but somebody.
Okay, Senator.
So, but also I want to
We will
touch
get that
base-
to you.
I think that I want to touch base on the issue of census. So what is right now the city population of the city of
We're
Yonkers?
about 200,000. We are actually, as you know, Rochester and Yonkers are pretty close. And, I don't know if there'll be a change in position or not. Obviously, from a bragging perspective, I'd like to see us flip one up. But we are making our own investment in the census. Yonkers has a very significant Latino population. We suspect that there are a number of pockets of places where the city's been undercounted traditionally. We're not going to let that happen.
You're not going to let it happen
We
this
are
time?
not going to let that happen. We want to make sure everyone is counted.
Okay.
So we've invested in our own budget. We put 100,000 in. We're getting an additional 100 and change from New York that will come from our split with the county. And we have, we'll be working with the not-for-profits. And yes, we understand how important it is to make sure everyone is counted because of the effect it will have in the city. And we're going to make sure that every single person, and what it can bring to the city, frankly. So, Senator, that's been our focus this year, and it's been a major priority for us.
So, thank you. And I think John Liu mentioned, in my opinion, the city of Yonkers, you share New York State Senator Shelley Mayer and New York State Senator Andrew Stewart Cousins, who's our majority leader. And so, in my opinion, Yonkers, you can't be in better hands, in my opinion. But obviously, I know that Yonkers, we cannot consider Yonkers like New York City, obviously. And so, we had a property tax cap of 2%, and so we can't raise property tax. But there's a spending cap of 2% in which is not by law. And I think that in order to meet the needs of New York State citizens and everything that we're dealing with this budget deficit, we're going to have to spend more than 2%. And obviously, as you know, education has exceeded that, and health care. And so what's your opinion about us raising revenues in order to meet the needs of our great cities, such as Yonkers, New York, Rochester, and all the other small little areas, the rural areas and the suburban areas?
Senator, if you want to raise revenue and send it directly to Yonkers, I'm all for it. So, I'm not trying to be, I guess I was.
No, I'm being very serious because the needs, if in fact these Medicaid reductions are going to have a devastating impact, then the question is, are we going to allow these Medicaid reductions, whatever they may be, and we don't know what they are, to have a negative impact without trying to raise revenue?
Then I'll answer you this way. I've been mayor for 8 years. We have broken the tax cap twice. We have raised the personal income tax. We have raised the sales tax. And we have done so to help offset the imbalance in education. I don't like, we took over an IMA, we took over 5 departments in an intermunicipal agreement with the Board of Education. 5 departments cost the city taxpayers of Yonkers $10 million, and it wasn't money that we took back from the Board of Education. We liberated that money, gave it back to the Board of Education so that they could hire more teachers with it. I have a record that if we have to do revenues to support the vital programs for our kids, then we're going to do it. I don't like to raise taxes. I supported the STAR program when I was here. I've been mayor when we've made cuts, but I realize that there are moments that we have to raise revenue, and when we do, we have done it.
So you must have been here when the mayor of Rochester testified, and their city Department of Education has overspent their budget by about $27 million. They had to lay off about 100 teachers and people like that in mid-year. So the city Department of Education in Yonkers, are they spending within their budget?
We, as you know, we had a similar situation some years back that Rochester's going through. New York was instrumental in helping us out. But like the governor said to me on the phone that day, he said, no free checks here. What are you going to do to help yourselves out? So we got additional funding from New York, which made it work, but we also merged 5 departments. 5 departments that were duplicative between the Board of Education and the city side. You're looking here, this is Board of Education Budget Director and the Board of Education Finance Commissioner. He does both. That saved the Board of Education $10 million. That helped close the gap, and we were able to move forward. And like I said, but it was a partnership that we had to have with all of you here in New York, and it worked.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairs.
Thank you. Assembly.
I think we're done. So, thank you, Mayor Spano, for being here with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good to
Nice
see
to see
you.
you.
Next, we have representing the New York City Council, Honorable Corey Johnson, Speaker.
Hi, how are you? Great. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Kruger, Chair Weidenstein, and the members of the Senate Finance and Assembly Ways and Means Committee. I'm Corey Johnson, Speaker of the New York City Council, and I'm happy to be before these esteemed bodies to discuss the executive budget for the state fiscal year 2020 to 2021 and its potential impact on New York City. I know you heard from the mayor earlier today. I'll attempt to keep my remarks brief, and I hope that you'll take the opportunity to review the additional materials that I submitted with my testimony as a fuller explanation of the council's positions on housing, education, social services, Medicaid, environmental conservation, and property tax reform. The $178 billion executive budget includes many proposals that New York City and the City Council are excited to support, including the legalization of marijuana, the reduction of business taxes for small businesses, and the environmental conservation proposals to combat climate change and reduce waste. However, as we all know, the state faces a $6.1 billion budget gap, and about $2 billion of the shortfall is generated by Medicaid spending. The council has a deep concern that the executive budget continues the worrying trend of shifting costs to localities and adding unfunded mandates that add significant stress to our city's budget. The governor's proposal to close the $2 billion Medicaid gap would be a twofold blow for New York City. The first aspect of the plan would shift as much as $1.1 billion in Medicaid costs to the city of New York on top of the $5.3 billion local share that New York City already pays. Medicaid is a state-run program, as you know. The state makes the rules about who is eligible, about what services will be covered, about the level of reimbursement, and as a locality, the city's only role is to enroll the people who are eligible pursuant to the state's rules. Shifting additional costs to us as an incentive to have us rein in the costs that we do not control is futile and it is unfair. The second aspect of the plan could hit us just as hard. Part two is to have a reconvened Medicaid redesign team and have them find $2.5 billion in savings in the next 7 weeks. The city fully supports finding efficiencies within the program, and in fact, we have proposed a few of our own. But we are stunned that there is not a single health and hospitals or New York City government representative on this panel. Since the panel was just convened, we are skeptical that the MRT will be able to find targeted, thoughtful savings in such a short time frame. And if they do not, the fallback is to impose a blunt remedy of across-the-board cuts to spending, similar to the 1% cut instituted in December. That cut, totaling roughly $65 million, resulted in a hiring freeze for about 200 positions. Imagine what a cut of $500 million would require. In the push to contain Medicaid spending, I also ask that you support appropriate services for the chronically ill, unstably housed New Yorkers. The state should develop a medical respite program for medically homeless individuals and pass legislation to ensure nursing homes and hospitals perform adequate discharge planning for people who are leaving the system, and to stop inappropriate discharges to city shelters. In New York City, a staggering 1.42 million New Yorkers live below the federal poverty line, and 28% of those New Yorkers are children. On a typical night, 80,000 New Yorkers sleep in a shelter, and 3,600 are sleeping on the streets of New York City. The city commits more than $2 billion every single year in our own city budget to respond to the homelessness crisis. Now is not the time for the state to undercut our efforts by reducing social service grants to New York City. Therefore, I urge you to oppose the 5% cut to TANF, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Family reimbursements, which would cost the city $102 million over 2 fiscal years. I also oppose the mandate that additional TANF Flexible Fund for Family Services money would be spent on child welfare services, and that would decrease state reimbursements to the city by $21.3 million over 2 city fiscal years. The executive budget does include some welcome investments in safety net proposals. We support the governor's proposal to double its funding for homeless housing and assistance program to $128 million. Moreover, the enhanced Empire State Child Tax Credit that could benefit almost 400,000 families, and the automatic earned income credit would make sure that all eligible taxpayers receive the amount they are due without the completion of additional paperwork. Both should be adopted. But I am calling for our state partners to go further. The state should create the Home Stability Support Program, which I thank you, Chair Kruger, and Assemblymember Hevesi for sponsoring. I urge you to fully fund the governor's Empire State Supportive Housing Initiative by committing support for the remaining 14,000 units of supportive housing statewide, and to increase the rates paid to supportive housing providers. For the Department of Health and Mental Health supportive housing units, the state funding has fallen short, and a $14 million state increase is required to bring those rates in line with other supportive housing programs. And to further help renters, the budget should invest in tenant-centered enforcement at the state's Division of Housing and Community and Renewal, so tenants no longer have to wait up to 2 years for the state to investigate rent overcharges. Remarkably, the executive budget does nothing new for NYCHA and merely reappropriates $450 million that should have been released to our public housing residents years ago. The city's capital investment in NYCHA is $2.8 billion over a 5-year period, and I ask you to meet or exceed the city's commitment. Turning to education, I strongly urge you to adopt a budget that allows the city's public schools to provide a sound basic education to every child. That means finally making good on the $1.1 billion debt owed from the Campaign for Fiscal Equity decision. The proposed budget would leave city schools with fewer resources next year. Statewide school aid grows by 3%, but the city would see only a 2% increase. The proposed consolidation of school aids into foundation aid will reduce the state's contribution to vital education programs, leaving fewer resources to support the city's 1,866 district public schools. Overall, the proposed budget would leave the city $136 million short of its planned budget. Additionally, the mandate to increase charter school payments by 5% and to lift the charter school cap by allowing 17 charters to reopen would divert another $150 million from our foundation aid allocation away from public district schools. I urge you to reconsider the proposed restructuring and funding levels to fully account for the needs of all city schools. In regards to higher education proposals, the proposed budget leaves CUNY with a tuition assistance program gap of $79 million in its senior colleges and holds the community college per student state aid at $2,847. We recommend a $250 per student increase. In addition, I'm concerned about the proposed $3 billion city contribution for the MTA's new capital plan, which is supposed to match the state's $3 billion contribution. While the split may sound fair, it represents a reduction in the state's contribution to the last MTA capital plan from 24.1% to the total plan now to 5.8%. And I am hesitant for the city to commit spending billions of dollars on a plan that was developed without the city's partnership and about which we have very little information. It's also unclear whether any congestion pricing revenue will count towards the city's contribution, but given that it is being implemented on our streets and largely paid for by our residents, it certainly should count. I will reiterate my position on the importance of rolling out congestion pricing properly because the revenue it could generate is what has allowed the capital plan to be so ambitious. As you deliberate over the next 2 months to balance the state budget before cuts are imposed, I think it is important that revenue options be considered. In particular, I would point out that business taxes remain fully deductible on the federal corporate and personal income tax level. I urge you to look at types of firms that recently benefited from the Federal Tax Cut and Jobs Act, where around 20% of their costs would be picked up by the federal government through deductibility. I also seek your support in passing a commercial vacancy tax to help address the issue of vacant storefronts and to help retain the character of New York City's unique and diverse neighborhoods. And lastly, about 2 weeks ago, the New York City Advisory Commission on Property Tax Reform, convened jointly by myself and Mayor de Blasio, released its preliminary findings to improve the city's broken property tax system. The commission plans to hold additional public hearings and release its final recommendations later this year. Albany holds the keys to overhauling the city's property tax system. Once the final recommendations are published, I hope to work with all of you to make the city's property tax system fairer, simpler, and more transparent. I thank you for inviting me to testify before you today, and I look forward to working with all of you over the coming months. And lastly, I want to thank you, Senator Seward, for your service to New York State. I wish you well, your family well, and I am keeping you in my thoughts and prayers for your good health moving forward. Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you. We're going to go to Assemblyman Braunstein, Chair of our Cities Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for taking the trip up here and for waiting around to testify. I want to commend you on getting the Property Tax Commission recommendations finally complete. We've seen preliminary details. We look forward to seeing the more details. I just want to know, what's the time frame for when the commission is going to give more details? And then moving forward, is the council planning on having some kind of hearings or passing maybe a resolution indicating their desire of what they'd like the state to do?
I hope that the commission will have the final recommendations. The report that came out a couple of weeks ago was a preliminary report. The final recommendations will be adopted after we have an additional 5 borough-based town hall meetings in all 5 boroughs, getting feedback on this preliminary report and the 10 preliminary recommendations that we made. There are some things that I think should be in the report. I think we need to do more for renters. I think we should look at raising revenue and making the system more equitable by doing something further on a pied-à-terre tax or on the ultra-luxury apartments in New York City. Those were not in the preliminary recommendation, so I'm hopeful that something along those lines will be in this final report. When it comes to what the final disposition of the report will be as it relates to the city council coming forward with a potential home rule message to the state legislature and to the governor, I think there needs to be a conversation first We need to talk to all of you. I know that the Senate and Assembly, even before this report came out, had been having individual meetings in districts across New York City, hearing from local constituents in your respective Assembly and Senate districts, getting feedback. I think this report will hopefully be a roadmap towards some consensus on some of these issues, but I think it would be premature for me to say that the council would come out with a home rule message on this without us sitting down with the members of these two committees, with the leadership of both houses, and understanding where there is some consensus, where there is some overlap. I would not want to get out ahead of the state legislature. I'd want there to be a productive dialogue before we take that potential step.
So just again on timeline, so.
Well, the timeline would be.
So there's going to be more hearings, then final recommendations, and once there's final recommendations, then it's to be determined if the city council is going to take an official position on things or if it's just going to come straight to Albany.
My sense, and I haven't had a chance to conference this yet with the members of the city council, because we're not done, we don't have the final report, but my sense is that the final report will be done by the beginning of the summer. So you all, I think, will be out of session at that point. We will then take the remaining months from the summer to the end of 2020 to have conversations with you all in what you think makes sense in the report. And based off of those conversations, then we'll determine a path forward. I need to, of course, balance what the members of the city council think. I have to go to them, and I want to be respectful of the conversations that I need to have with the members of both of these houses, because if we're going to get something done, it needs to be done in coordination with each other. And I don't want to just pass a home rule message that might be dead on arrival up here in Albany. So I think having those conversations with the members of these two committees and the members of leadership of both of these houses is a really important step before I think about a timeline for doing a home rule message.
So the hope is that sometime next legislative session,
Yes.
we'll be prepared to introduce something up here.
That's my hope. My hope would be that over the course of the last 6 months of this year, we can have those conversations, and then going into the beginning of next legislative session, there'll be some things where there is consensus that are teed up, where the Senate, the Assembly, and the city all agree, and that will give us a path forward, and hopefully that will put us in the position to, about a year from now, get close to getting something done on restructuring our property tax system and providing some significant reform inside the system.
Okay, so once again, I want to commend you for working to have this commission impaneled and come up with these recommendations. And, you know, I agree with you that we must make changes, and it's just going to get more and more complicated and difficult from here. So I look forward to working with you to hopefully finally getting some changes in next year's legislative session. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bronstein.
Senate?
Thank you. Oops, I'm actually going to take little chair privilege, since Assembly member just ended on where I wanted to start. So I'm also very happy to see that the city released its commission report on property taxes. It's big, it's complicated, there's no easy way to do it. There will be winners and losers. So I also have to say I applaud you for thinking through how you take the steps to get from here to there, which I agree with you is taking it out to the public so that they have a chance to review, ask their questions, make their recommendations, then hopefully working with the city council and the mayor together, come up with a draft of it, the bill that you think makes the most sense for New York City. Come to us because we need to ultimately pass it. But in my opinion, don't let us write it. You write it and come to us and work it out together and then go for a vote. So I think your timing is right and your strategy is absolutely right. I was worried when that commission report wasn't coming out.
I was worried about that as well.
But now that it is, I feel much better about even being able to help think through going forward. I also want to thank you for the excellent charts and detail about a whole package of proposals that affect New York City within the New York State budget and being very complete.
I want to thank our finance director, LaTonna McKinney, and her staff for working on those.
because it's, Medicaid and education end up being the two big dollar items, but as your data shows, there are so many impacts on the city of New York, and there's such a relationship between the state budget and what the city can and cannot do. I just want to comment, you talked about congestion pricing, and you and I overlap a district that would be core Manhattan. I just read in the Wall Street Journal today, we need federal approval, and apparently we don't have it. What's your opinion about what happens next?
Well, I wrote a letter about a month and a half ago to the MTA saying that I am incredibly disappointed with the work that has been done so far in implementing or taking the steps to implement congestion pricing. One of the big things that you just mentioned, Madam Chair, is that we do need federal approval for this, but I think we will get that. It shouldn't be a given, but I think we will get that. But one of the bigger issues here is that before London adopted congestion pricing in 2003, they had spent 2 years educating the public, and they worked with Transport for London, which is their version of the MTA, in figuring out where they needed additional bus service, where they needed additional rail service, where they needed to supplement services where they thought they would see a diversion from people not using cars. I haven't seen a plan. And the way the legislature adopted congestion pricing a little less than a year ago was to set up this additional committee inside of the MTA as part of the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority called the Transit Mobility Review Board, which is going to have 6 members. I don't know who those members are.
Right.
I don't know when those members are meeting. I don't know what that member's full mandate is. I assume that the members are going to decide what the fee is going to be. I assume they're going to decide if there are exemptions for low-income New Yorkers. I assume they're going to decide what happens to individuals who live within the congestion pricing zone and how they get treated separately from people who live outside the congestion pricing zone. But they're not being impaneled until November of this year after the elections are done, and then in a 5 to 6 week span before this goes into effect on January 1st, 2021, they're going to announce all of those recommendations. I think that is a recipe for disaster, given that we need the public to understand the rollout, the execution, and why these decisions are being made. So I have very serious concerns about what we haven't done thus far in preparing for congestion pricing and what we should be doing over the next 10 months to make sure that we get it right. And then separately, I'll say, I think there were a lot of members of both of these houses who, when they voted for a budget that included congestion pricing, they believed they were going to see additional express bus service, rapid bus service, services to their districts that are in transit deserts in parts of New York City without reliable mass transit. I haven't seen a report on that and what that looks like. And I think that's another key part of figuring out what we're doing to prepare for congestion pricing before January 1st, 2021.
And in fact, the MTA was here about 2 weeks ago now, and we got no answers to exactly those questions, which, from a big picture perspective and from a local senator whose district is immediately impacted, the concept that while I keep being assured there'll be public hearings where people can come and raise their issues, no schedule for anything, including not exactly clear if those representatives to this MTA committee will even make the decisions. It was implied more that the Bridge and Tunnel Authority would just do that.
Well, and we have to make sure those hearings are public hearings that allow for public participation and input from New Yorkers who are going to be impacted by congestion pricing.
Right. And just one more question, because I know that we've had discussions about this, about the critical need for rent supplementation to decrease the rate at which homeless families are entering our shelter system. If I'm looking at your charts right, you're actually proposing that somehow we do a blended, the city council and the city move forward with their proposal as we expand, hopefully, my program in the coming years. Am I reading that right?
I believe what we are hoping happens is that the wonderful program that you and Assemblymember Hevesi have put forward, the Home Stability Support Act, that the rental assistance vouchers, we are not relying on full state funding, that there would be a shortfall, and in that shortfall, the city would need to come up with a certain percentage. I believe we are pegging that number at 15% right now. The number might be higher depending on how your negotiations go. I'm really happy to see that it's been a major priority for you and for the Assembly as well, and I think it's the most important thing we can do for the homelessness crisis that our city's facing.
Great, good, thank you. I'm not going to use my next 3 minutes, thank you. Do you have more something? Senator John Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I love this speaker. I absolutely adore him. He says exactly the right thing, that the MTA promised that they would look at other ways for people to move about in advance of congestion pricing. And now, the only thing that they have on the board is congestion pricing without any improvements. In fact, they've literally said the bus service, which would really be the only alternative mass transit available to people, would be revenue or cost neutral. Totally unacceptable, and sounds like you agree with us on that, Mr. Speaker. So
I do.
On behalf of Ed Braunstein and myself, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. On the issue of property tax reform, I said earlier to the mayor, and I would suggest to you as well, you know, I mean, I don't want to pick on nonprofit tax-exempt organizations, but we have some nonprofit tax-exempt organizations in the city of New York that aren't small little organizations. In fact, they're multi-billion-dollar enterprises. And if you look at some of these institutions, and I'm not talking about any religious organizations, but specifically I'm talking about some healthcare as well as educational institutions, I think it's time we look at whether those entities should remain property tax-free. If some of the universities and healthcare institutions, which I will add, many New Yorkers do not actually have full access to, if those institutions paid their fair share of property taxes, we're looking at a bottom end of $3 billion a year, maybe as much as $5 or $6 billion a year. And that might help offset some of the, quote, losers in the property tax reform that we're considering now. So I certainly agree with Chairperson Kruger that you guys should write it. We'll consider it after you write it. But please take that suggestion into account, because I think it's high time that we, you know, some of these nonprofits are as big, if not bigger, than most of the corporations in the city.
Thank you, Senator Liu. That's a very good suggestion. When we're talking about not even just in the context of the Property Tax Commission and reforming the system, but also in the context of the difficult conversations you all are having up here over the course of the next 2 months on finding additional revenue for the state of New York and for the city of New York, I think that we need to be looking at proposals like this. There are a lot of other proposals that have been put forward, but as it relates to the property tax system, you know, one of the difficult challenges that the commission was charged with was to come up with recommendations that would make the system more equitable, but would also keep it revenue neutral. And that's a really hard thing to do in the system. So I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Let's look at some of these really gigantic institutions that are sitting on tons and tons of money and figure out a way to get them to pay some amount in property taxes, which will ensure that the losers are not small homeowners and small building owners and co-op owners. There's a way to do that, and I think we need to be creative, thoughtful, strategic in how we push and pull things, because you push in one area, it affects something else. But there are other things we should look at, and this is one of them.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Hello,
Yeah,
RJ.
we gotcha.
I know you can hear me. Hey, Corey. Well, Latoya, let me say, these are great because not only it gives the budget information, it also says here whether or not the city council's position is on it. So this is something that we can use, and I'm going to make sure that all of our colleagues in the Senate have this to look at in order to use that as a guide when it talks about New York City. So thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. As you know, there is a spending cap of 2% that the governor has imposed. And in fact, considering that the Medicaid redesign team number 2 has to eliminate $2.5 billion, and supposedly, I believe when he gave his State of the State address, with no negative impact on municipalities or layoffs, even though I don't think he said that exactly, I don't see how they can cut $2.5 billion without having a negative impact on Medicaid recipients and/or employees. Do you have an opinion about that?
I am really scared about what the MRT is going to suggest, because right now, the $5.3 billion that we are spending from the city's budget to cover Medicaid, that comes out of the HRA budget. As you know from your time in the council, Senator Jackson, the Human Resource Administration in the city of New York is the administration, the agency that's dealing with the most vulnerable people, the poorest people in New York City, the people who are getting some type of government benefits and programs. And if it goes through the way that we're all concerned about, it means that we're gonna potentially have to cut other programs that are helping poor individuals in New York City. We had a big cost shift on us last year, $125 million in TANF, temporary assistance for needy families. The new proposal is $102 million over 2 fiscal years. Last year, the last 2 years, we got unfunded mandates and all of the good criminal justice reform that was done. We got unfunded mandates in close to home. We got unfunded mandates in raise the age. We got unfunded mandates in the Article 6 cuts. We got unfunded mandates in all of this. And it meant that we had to make really tough decisions when we were adopting the city's budget. So I am enormously concerned that this is going to, at the end of the day, impact the New Yorkers who are most vulnerable, the poorest New Yorkers, which is why I was proud to stand with you earlier today, calling for creative ways to raise additional revenue here. And let's not go by the Chicken Little syndrome of the sky is gonna fall if we decide we are gonna raise taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, the people that can afford to pay a little bit more. I think we need to have that conversation, especially if it's going to result, if we don't have that conversation, it's going to result in a lot of poor people being extraordinarily hurt. We're in the middle of a homelessness crisis. 80,000 New Yorkers in New York City are homeless. 23,000 of them are children under the age of 18. We have 1 in 5 New York City residents living below the federal poverty line. We have an affordable housing crisis in New York City. We have over 1.5 million New Yorkers every single day that are food insecure and don't know where the next meal is coming from. With all of that on our plate, we cannot be having a conversation about cutting services potentially for those New Yorkers that are already vulnerable and struggling. Let's come up with additional revenue. That's what we need to do to close this. If there are efficiencies out there that make sense, and the City of New York, I believe, gave some recommendations on some of those efficiencies that we see in the current system, take those. But let's not hurt the people that are most vulnerable amongst us.
So I asked the other cities the same question, and I'm going to ask you, since you're the Speaker of the City Council of New York, the second highest elected public official as far as political clout, because the City Council controls the budget. So how many, if you know, how many Medicaid recipients does New York City have? And I think the governor had said those that can keep their cap under 3%, then they will reap some additional funds. And those that cannot, and it rises up, and I believe New York City is at about 7%, you can correct me if I'm wrong, then you have to pay for it out of your budget. So do you have any insight on that whatsoever?
Well, I apologize, I don't have the exact number in front of me on the number of people that are currently enrolled through Medicaid in New York City, but what we do know is that the institution that will be the most affected, I believe, across the state of New York is actually our public hospital system in New York City, which every day takes care of poor folks, uninsured folks, undocumented folks, and this will hit them the hardest. They're really the sort of shreds of a social safety net in helping people not fall through the cracks. So it would have a devastating impact on our public hospital system, and Dr. Mitchell Katz has done a great job over the last 2.5 years at turning that system around and making it more financially solvent, and this puts it back in a pretty financially precarious and difficult situation. You know, the largest Medicaid provider in New York State is Health and Hospitals, so it would have the biggest impact on them. So we oppose unilateral cuts as a city council, and I believe the mayor said that as well. I think that we should extend the timeline where this Medicaid redesign 2.0 team has more time to actually consider this, not in 7 weeks to get this done. It needs to be more thoughtful, more strategic, and there needs to be more cooperation with localities and municipalities across the state. I guess the number that I'm seeing right now is there are 3 million people enrolled in Medicaid in New York City.
In New York City.
In New York City, out of 8.6 million, 3 million people enrolled in Medicaid. We want to add city representation to the MRT. It's shocking that there's not a representative from Health and Hospitals or from the mayor's office that is on there. And we want to consider some cost-saving measures that have been put forward to the governor and to the MRT at this early stage that we do not believe are going to reduce services for poor and indigent individuals, but actually a real efficiency we can find. I think the state comptroller, Comptroller DiNapoli, came forward and identified a significant amount of savings that the MRT should adopt that we do not believe are going to hurt people. Those are some of the things I think we need to do.
Can you tell me I've asked this question of other mayors in the city, and I don't know if I asked it for Mayor de Blasio when he was here, but the city council with respects to dealing with the census, and what are we doing to make sure that every New Yorker, no matter what their status is counted?
I will say very proudly that in last year's preliminary city budget and in last year's executive city budget, the amount of money that the city council wanted to see in the budget was not there. And so one of our major priorities after our preliminary budget hearings, which you're well acquainted with after your 12 years in the council, in our budget response, we called for $40 million for the administration to put in for the census. In the executive budget that the mayor released, $40 million was not put in. I believe half the money was put in. And so going into budget adoption in June, one of the things that I negotiated was getting $40 million in. So we have $40 million. We set aside, I believe, almost $5 million to fund community-based organizations across New York City, whether it be the Bengali community or the West African community or the Dominican community, communities that are hard to reach in New York City. On Saturday night, I was out in Jamaica at an organization called Safest, which serves the Bengali community in Queens and council in Assemblyman Weprin's district, which is one of the fastest growing communities in New York City. And the event I was at was a complete count event. The Bengali community organizing, getting information out through houses of worship and small businesses and schools to get everyone counted. We know there are tens of billions of dollars on the line. Congressional representation is on the line. We need a complete and full count. The state of California stepped up with a tremendous amount of money to get their folks counted. We want every New Yorker to get counted. We want New Yorkers to know that the information they fill out is protected. It cannot be used against them. It is illegal under federal law to use that information against any type of New Yorker. And so we're getting information out there. We funded, Senator Jackson, 150 community-based organizations to do this complete count work, going into the initial count in March, and then when the door knocking begins earlier in the summer. So I'm proud of the work we're doing. We put in a lot of money. The state put in money. Let's get everyone counted.
Is that in coordination with the city of New York? I would make
Yes.
that assumption. Is that correct?
It is coordinated. You know that Julie Menon is overseeing it inside of the law department, and our work is coordinated with the administration's work.
Bail reform.
Yes, what about it?
What's your position on bail reform, holding the line or making changes?
My position is that for far too long, poor people were treated differently than wealthy people. And when Harvey Weinstein was able to pay $1 million to get out on bail and then go have a filet mignon that night at a steakhouse, I did not see people up in arms over that. There may be some instances where we need to figure out if there are repeat offenders that are going out and committing violent acts against people, punching someone in the head, committing drunk driving, along those lines. There may need to be some changes. But I am not going to say that less than 50 days into this that we need to blow this up. I think there has been a lot of misleading information that has been put out there about this. It's my understanding that in some of these cases, there was the ability to keep some of these folks actually behind bars in the meantime. So are you all going to look at potential changes to this? Yes, but we cannot go back to the system that we had that criminalized poor people and you could buy your freedom depending on how wealthy you were. And I'm concerned about that. We don't want to go back to the place of mass incarceration. So I think the reforms that were made last year were good. There may be ways to make some changes on this in individual circumstances where the state legislature and others find it difficult to actually move forward in the way it's moved forward. But you can look at some small changes, but nothing wholesale. We made these changes for a reason. And I think we need more time to see it play out.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I believe that's all the questions we have for you this afternoon still. Thank you for being here today, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Godspeed, Ranking Member Seward.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from the New York State Association of Counties. Steve Queria, Executive Director, Daniel McCoy, Albany County Exec. There's a lot of other people coming down, and Kira Prospecil, DSS Commissioner of Greene County. So I assume there may be others sitting at the table, but those are the people who are going to be speaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And,
Madam Chairs, thank you.
Oh,
Nice to see you.
just before you get started, so there's 10 minutes between the three of you, so the first two save something for the third.
Yes.
Thank you.
Daniel?
Save some time.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I appreciate it. Your time's valuable. And
I'm
we
not,
have-
hold on a second, I'm not sure your mic is, can you just see if it's on, or at least pull it closer to you?
Here, Dan. We'll need a few extra seconds put back on the clock.
I get 10 more seconds added to the clock, please.
Yeah, no, we'll start it over again.
I do want to say thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to come here to talk on the budget and the things that are going to affect us. Daniel McCoy, Albany County Executive, also President of County Executives of America and President of NISAC. So I'm kind of here wearing three hats, but I do want to say I know times are tough. I know you got a $6.2 billion deficit. We're willing to roll up our sleeves to work with you. We want to come up with solutions to the problem. We've reached out to the governor's office, the budget department for the last couple of months and said, hey, look, we are all united on this and we want to try to fix it. And some of the things we've done in our DSS office is put like a veterans identifier in there so that the veterans are entitled to different benefits. So it's a different pot of money comes out of, it saves money. And we've done some other things to try to save money. But we want to make sure at times of need, people receive what they're entitled to. And we're just trying to figure out how this is going to affect us going into 2021. I know our understanding is nothing's going to change for 2020, but 2021 and looking at IGT funding for our nursing home and for our hospitals is alarming. So these are a lot of uneasy factors that we have to try to figure out. And we do look forward to trying to work with the Senate and the Assembly and the Governor's Office, not just as the organization of New York State Association of Counties, but all the county executives here in New York State. So I appreciate the time, and I'm going to turn it over to Steve Queria to get into the details.
Thank you, County Executive McCoy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having the counties, your regional governments, bringing the views of the counties from around our state to the fiscal committees of the state legislature. We have prepared a testimony that we have submitted to you, about 23 pages. I'll just give you a few overriding remarks about that. We will not read that testimony, but I do encourage you and the staff to look through that. I want to say, under the leadership of Governor Andrew M. Cuomo and this esteemed body, our state has a long history of providing health care to those in need. And this year, almost every New Yorker has health care. Our governor has said that. We have touted that, all of us in this building and around the state. It's a national model and one that we should all be proud of. But this comes with a cost, and that is one particular area we would like to highlight today. We have one overriding message on behalf of the counties for you this afternoon, and that is to keep the caps, the local government Medicaid caps. They are working. If the local Medicaid proposals are advanced as proposed, we have no idea how this will impact the local Medicaid cap that's in place right now, the adherence to the property tax cap around the state, how much new local funding will be required by the counties for the state's Medicaid program. The main goal for counties during this state budget cycle is to protect local property taxpayers and services by partnering with you, our governor, and the Medicaid redesign team to preserve the local Medicaid cap. Over the past decade, the governor and the legislature have helped local property taxpayers through a three-step process: imposing a local property tax cap, enacting a local Medicaid growth cap, and limiting the expansion of state-required spending unless funding is provided, and limited cost shifts from the state to local governments. I'd like to talk about the executive budget proposal. The executive budget proposal includes 3 separate initiatives that would impact the Medicaid local share that counties in the city of New York pay in support of the state program. The state is booking $150 million in new and recurring local costs for the following 3 proposals. The first proposal caps the enhanced federal Medicaid assistance percentage. The executive budget proposes to cap the amount of federal savings that accrues to the counties presently and New York City from the Affordable Care Act. As proposed, the savings would effectively be transferred to the state financial plan. Secondly, the proposal requires counties and the city of New York to adhere to a 2% property tax cap. If a county or the city fails to stay under the tax cap, then the jurisdiction would lose the value of the Medicaid caps. And third, adhere to the 3% growth in local Medicaid costs. It appears that if a county's local share and associated savings exceeds 3% in any given year, the county is required to refund any excess benefit over 3% back to the state. This provision is effective for state fiscal year 2022 and beyond. So just so you are aware, the aggregate allowable property tax cap levy growth for all of the counties in the state is $104 million. The state, this is well below the $150 million in Medicaid costs projected by the state. At this point in time, I'd like to turn it over to Greene County DSS Commissioner Kyra Pospesel, who will highlight the many aspects of the Medicaid program that counties do not control.
Thank you, Steve. I think this is working. Thank you. And thank you to this body. I'm really excited to be here. I'm also a registered nurse, licensed in the state of New York, and I'm very proud of that. So my lens is a little bit different. So first, let me say that counties really want to work with the state to control the Medicaid costs. We truly are the boots on the ground. We would love to have a seat at that table and to have some amazing, valuable input. We hope to restore some of the cost control functions that we've lost over the many years that have been absorbed either by OMEG, state contractors, or providers. There's an amazing contract out there through OMEG that's called HMS. We should really be working hand in hand instead of some of the silly phone calls that we get and a lot of waste of time. And I think there's some amazing cost savings within that contract. Many enrollment assessment tools counties utilized in the past to determine Medicaid eligibility for long-term care services have been eliminated by the state, ended as a result of either litigation or centralized into web-based applications controlled by the state. A great example that was actually developed by the Division of Long-Term Care is the UAS-NY system. You're looking at every assessment for managed long-term care within that system. Let's take a look at that data, let's figure out what we're doing, and let's be great again with delivering services so it can look the same from Manhattan to Erie County. Counties are actively putting together lists of recommendations to the MRT team that can improve efficiency and ensure the integrity of the Medicaid program so it is sustainable for future generations. Two examples that folks haven't really spoke a lot about is the child support issues. The local districts have not seen a lot of referrals since the exchange has been up and standing. And simple things like maybe putting edits on the managed care program so there cannot be any services billed through fee-for-service. So we have many other recommendations for that. We actually remain very concerned that even with the additional tools in place, counties will still not be able to keep the growth in their net savings under 3%. And I'll just point out the things that we read about in the daily news. You know, God forbid we're hit with the coronavirus. I'm currently looking at the demographics of the boomers. They want health care delivered very differently, and they should be able to stay in age successfully in their homes. And then, of course, the other big issue, the cost of medications. If there's a new cancer drug that's out there, we'd all like to be able to use that. In the years even when the state Medicaid costs were under control, in 14 and 15, we certainly couldn't even keep our growth below the 3%. Counties really do not have any control over the total inputs to the healthcare system. The examples of that is the rate-setting methodology, the minimum wage increases that we've seen, prescription drugs, durable medical equipment, and of course, new assistive technology that we really want everyone to have. So in summary, we are motivated. I really want you to hear we're motivated, we're excited, we're here to help use the amazing expertise that's out there in the local districts, and we are the boots on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Thiel, Chair of our Local Governments Committee.
Good afternoon. I guess I want to focus on the Medicaid portion of this, certainly here at the beginning. Do you have estimates based on, say, 2019 or 2018, that if the governor's proposal with regard to the Medicaid cap, what the fiscal impact of that would be cumulatively to county governments?
Well, it's a simple question, but a complex answer. The true impact is unknown. We need the same data that you need. We've asked for that data back from 2015 to present day. Without that data, we cannot accurately forecast what this would cost the counties outside of New York City. We can give you projections, but they would need to be validated by the state, working together between the counties and the state. The complexity of the answer is, in any given year, it could spike 7 to 10% or be 1%. It depends on the year. So if you looked at 2018, it would cost the counties $250 million. There's your answer. If you look at 2019, it would cost the counties $125 million. So in any given year, it responds differently based on the needs of the people, the long-term care costs, persons with disabilities, and other Medicaid recipients within the county's jurisdiction.
Do you think 3% Medicaid cap, that using the number 3%, is that at all realistic? Is that something we should be revisiting?
I'll have you answer that.
No, as a nurse, I'm telling you that number is absolutely absurd. All we need is we just need a couple crises in this country, and you know, how would you even deal with that? Talking about the new technology of pharmaceutical things that are coming out, and the amazing strides that we've made in a lot of you know, childhood diseases, and how we keep people safe in their home for many, many, many years. So that cap is not realistic.
We also looked at our numbers when we had the Great Recession, 08, 09, till present time. And we're at a historic low for jobs in this nation. We've never been this low. The unemployment rates have never been this low. Things are going well. Well, what happens when it goes in the opposite direction? It's a trend. It's eventually going to go that way. Them numbers are going to go up. So there's no way we'll be able to stay within that 3% cap, or at least put language in this that if, you know, like the Commissioner was saying, if we hit a national disaster, which you see that, you know, the 100-year floods are now every, 5 years now, the ice storms we just had. These are things that we have to take into consideration. And again, you have the coronavirus going on. Stuff like that you have to take into consideration of what's going to go on, who's going to need assistance, and who's going to pay for what. So, yeah, it's like looking into a crystal ball and trying to figure out where we're going to be any given year.
But let's look at why 3% was put on the table. That's the global Medicaid cap. We got to get there. We got to keep the local share Medicaid cap in place. And how do you do that? We got to keep spending at 3% or whatever Medicaid global cap spend that you folks establish as part of the state legislature. But we have to help the state. We can't afford to lose the local Medicaid growth cap. It would destroy the property tax cap that you've all championed, that our governor has championed, and that nobody wants to see the state of New York lose. We have to work with the state to lower costs.
I just want to make a point. What the cap has done for me since I've taken over as county executive since 2012, the last 7 years, I haven't raised taxes, it's been zero. The last 2, I gave a tax reduction. What's proposed in front of me today, I'm back to double digits. I commend the governor what he did in 2011 in this body. It really made a difference, and it made us roll up our sleeves to stay within a 2% cap and think differently from years prior when I was in the legislature versus being county executive. But if we go back to this huge extreme and do a 180, we're going to be back to the days that someone's going to have to raise taxes to pay for these programs, and we should, because people are entitled to it, and we should give them the proper care. But whether it's the state or the counties, somebody's going to have to figure it out.
It was stated earlier, I think it might have been by Mayor de Blasio, but basically, there's very little that you control with regard to Medicaid costs, and I believe you've amplified that. But two of the things that were brought up were the increase in cost of health care, providing health care, and also the increase in the number of people that are now utilizing Medicare, which I think we all agree we want to see people covered. Of those two, what would you say has been the biggest cost driver and you don't control it, but you see it because you administer it? What has driven costs the most of the items that are out there?
We're truly looking at the volume of the program right now. There's less than 5% uninsured people in New York State, are the numbers that I'm reading about. And everyone wants to have a healthy community, and we need to figure out how to pay for this. But I think that volume, so those numbers that they were originally calculating, that they weren't the best numbers in the world. Because I hear things because there's growth in one program or another. Well, we wanted growth in certain programs. As a matter of fact, when I looked at the demonstration projects from the 1115 waivers, the fifth goal in that particular program was to increase managed long-term care. Now all of a sudden we stand back and we blame the growth in managed long-term care. But we can't behave like we have schizophrenia or something. We have to go one direction. We need to complete the task. We want to have a healthy New York, so let's get a healthy New York. I became a commissioner in 2004 before we had these caps. And I can tell you how difficult it was to manage in county government. I would walk in the room, and I was the least liked person in every budget hearing because my budget sucked up everybody's dollars. We didn't have services for children. If this goes through, I can tell you it's going to be the mad race to the bottom, and the county execs are going to have to, not automatically, not in year 1, not in year 2, but by year 3, 4, and 5, all those strides we've made on the child welfare side is going to be wiped out because the questions posed to me is going to be, what is not mandated in your budget, and that is going to be cut out. And that's my worst fear. We're going to be looking at a program, and we're going to be cut out all these other amazing services, and we're looking to really do the right thing. And it's the first time in my career I've seen amazing services on the horizon for the child welfare particular population that we serve.
Thank you. One last question, and I'm going to change the subject completely to criminal justice reform and discovery in particular. I've met with my county district attorney, heard from law enforcement. You have any estimates as to what the fiscal impact for counties is projected to be, or is now, you're now incurring based on having to comply with the new discovery? And again, I'm not in asking that question, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just recognizing that it costs money to implement this, and to me, it's the classic unfunded mandate. So
Well-
that's why I'd like to know the order of magnitude of that unfunded mandate.
Well, we don't know. We could not give you an estimate. I would like Dan McCoy from Albany County to tell you what he faced in funding that in the first year, and how he had to respond to the request of the district attorney, and from the administration, how he had to respond to that. Is a very difficult conversation that he had to have with the district attorney. Where does he find this money? But from statewide estimate, we need to go a full year cycle before we truly understand the fiscal impact of it. We have to see what happens with the jail population. Was there, in fact, true savings? Were there reduced inmate population in the jail? Or are the fixed costs of that jail outweigh any savings from a lower inmate population? We don't know. We don't know what the inmate medical care, are they fixed costs there? The lights have to be on in the facility, can't turn off the lights. Utilities, a lot of fixed costs there, so we have to go through a cycle to find out the true fiscal impact. But Dan, let's have you talk about that.
I'll try to be quick. I believe off the top of my head, my district attorney wanted $4 million for this. I had a probation department that my probation director was awesome. He said, we'll figure it out. Even my legislature said, you sure you don't want money? He goes, let's figure it out, because we truly don't know. Till we start going forward, do we need all this personnel? Do we need to do all the discovery? Do we need extra people to do clerical? It's one of the things, like Steve was saying, it's gonna take time. So everyone else is pretty much saying, all right, we'll put some extra positions into play. We'll see where it goes. But that was an uncomfortable conversation. Our district attorney does a great job in Albany County. And yet I have to have that uncomfortable conversation with another elected official. Hey, because I control the budget, right? I can't give you $4 million. How do you justify $4 million? So we knocked it down to about $400,000, set $300,000 to the side, so that if he needs money as the year goes forward and he needs new positions, the money will be there. But the full impact, and if you look at our jail, yes, our population dropped, and we have a jail for 1,025 bed facility. It's roughly at 900. It's less than 350 prisoners, but we have staffing for 1,000. It's going to take time, not unless you're going to lay people off, and I can tell this body I'm not laying anyone off. So it's going to take time as people can retire and move, but any savings I have from my jail is going to shift to probation, to district attorney's office, to DSS, to all the other departments got to pick up the slack with bail reform and raise the age and everything else, because more money's going into foster care now after you took money away from foster care 2 years ago.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Senator James Gorin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assemblyman Thiel, I think, really started, drilling down on this whole Medicaid issue. But I guess I have a question about the implementation of the property tax cap itself. Do you know how many counties stayed within the cap last year?
Well, last year, I'm going to say all of them. All of them, Senator, stayed under the property tax cap. That's not without tremendous sacrifice. And what we are building, doing, maintaining, operating, there are fixed costs that go up, as you know, health insurance, workers' compensation costs, energy, utility costs, so forth and so on. But all of the counties stayed under the property tax cap in 2019, and all of them will stay under the property tax cap in 2020. But, as the county executive mentioned, things happen during any given year, and tying policy to losing state Medicaid relief from the state should a county have a public safety emergency, that's not good public policy.
So do you have any estimates, barring a public emergency, how much Medicaid you think would rise throughout all the counties?
We need to see the data from the state. The state has the data showing the local share cost, capped and uncapped, from 2015, 2014, 2013, all the way up to 2018. We just need to see a 5-year review. The state has told us, on average, it's 2.4% growth, on average. Shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't be a problem. But does that mean that Albany County didn't rise by 7% in 1 year? He sure might have. And Greene County might have as well, but Saratoga might have come under, Chautauqua might have come under. Each individual county's share will go up and down, and therein lies the problem.
Or maybe I'll just switch over to a couple other things, because you've got a lot of details here that we could not get to, and we appreciate the statement. Cannabis. Do you have any concerns about the current proposal as it relates to making sure that our law enforcement have both the law on their side with regards to being able to charge somebody with driving while impaired, and the resources to be able to train police departments?
Well, with respect to the policy itself of adult recreational cannabis, that's a decision of state policy. It's a very mixed reaction. For instance, in Senator Borrello's district in Chautauqua, they'd be very opposed to something like that. But the further you go around the state, there's different reactions. Long Island might be different than the Capital District here, all across the state. The local government officials, district attorneys, sheriffs, public health officials, everybody has reactions to this. The resources are important. I think, to the governor's credit, he and his staff have crafted a very comprehensive proposal, working together with the state legislature on the legislative cannabis proposal last year, trying to merge the ideas that the legislature negotiated last year and his policies. And I think the one change that we would request would be to just do a point-of-sale sales tax. That way, a rising tide floats all boats, if you will, that there are districts around, counties around the state which share sales taxes just one way or another, and the point-of-sale sales tax would be preferred as opposed to the 2% wholesale tax that the governor put before you. So that would be the one change that we would request.
And I guess, finally, election law reforms. So you have a couple of paragraphs on it here. What are the counties looking for moving forward for this year, recognizing that in prior years you had to run 3 primaries in a presidential year, and now you only have to run 2?
Well, we're grateful that you consolidated the primary. That was the right thing to do. And I'd like the county executive to talk about Albany County and what happened with his budget. We would request that you fund the maintenance on a go-forward basis, not the capital. The legislature was very careful in how you implemented early voting. The expenditures that Suffolk County put into early voting was substantial, multi-millions of dollars over and above the state assistance. I think to judge the public on 1 year of experience with this proposal is not fair. And so to eliminate any state funding just based upon 1 cycle of elections, I think we have to let this go 3-4 years before we see actually how it works and what the impact to us. But we would request that you include the $25 million as part of the costs that you, or the funds that you provided to us to operate the polls. Dan, do you want to talk a little bit about Albany?
I just, from our standpoint, the early voting was a success, especially for senior population or rural areas of our community that people don't get out to vote. It's just like the census count. We want everyone to be counted, but we want everyone to vote. And it's about convenience. And if we change a polling site, and our commissioners can do that without our permission, you wouldn't believe the people that won't walk 1 block to a new voting place because they've been voting there for 30 years or 50 years. Or they show up at the wrong polling place and they're told they have to go somewhere else, and they're like, well, that's it, I'm not voting. So I have to agree with Steve. This is something that is going to work. I think we're going to get more New Yorkers to vote throughout the state, and it's going to be a huge success. But it's one of the things that your body's going to have to critique a little bit over the next year or 2 to figure out what works and what doesn't work and what is going to work for New Yorkers going forward.
I think early voters drew new voters into the system for the first time. And providing that choice for early voting was a good move. And we appreciate the legislature providing the resources to the counties.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Ra.
Good afternoon. I wanted to go back to Medicaid for a minute. So, in any discussions you have had with, Department of Budget or internally, one of the things that the legislation has, or the governor has talked about, but the legislation seems to be silent about, is how the state would share a percentage of the savings if they were to limit the growth. Do you guys have any understanding as to how that would work?
Kyra, maybe you'd like to respond?
Sure. Actually, until this moment, we have no understanding. No one has explained it to us. I've seen it in writing in a couple different spots about that 25%. I've gone through that law myself several times. I cannot see that language anyplace in there. So it's very sad that I sit here and tell you that no official has come and explained to the local districts what any of this actually means.
Okay. I guess at least we're in the same boat on that one.
Thank you.
With regard to, I mean, obviously, we've heard this several times today. I think many of us in the legislature agree that, the ability of counties, of the city of New York to control the growth of Medicaid is just not what reality is with regard to the program. But one of the things that's been talked about is, people enrolling through the counties. Do you have any sense of what the mix is of people who maybe, enroll through New York State of Health as opposed to enrolling directly through the counties?
Yes, we do. It's about 57%. Well, it depends. If you're Metro New York City, it's as high as 85% state, 15% county. And you come upstate, like Senator Seward's district or Senator Burrell's district, more like 60% state, 40% local.
Great, thank you. And then back to
just to give you another number here, about 57% of the Medicaid recipients, is about 6 million in the state of New York. 57% are in New York City, and 43% are in the rest of the state. Just to give the body here an idea of,
Okay, thank you. And going back to the early voting, like you said, we're 1 year in. Certainly, I would agree that, funding something for a year and then pulling the funding doesn't make it any less of an unfunded mandate. Do you have any sense at this point from, all of the counties in the state, how that $25 million number looks in comparison to what was actually expended? The numbers I've gotten from my own county in Nassau were that they had gotten maybe about $1.5 million from the state and spent maybe 6 or 7.
correct. And the same is with Suffolk County. So the two Long Island counties were probably spending 10, 12 million and just getting a couple $1 million back from the state. So, look, I know the fiscal condition of the state right now, so it's hard for me to ask the state for anything with a $6 billion Medicaid deficit. But you have to work with the facts that you have. Sure. And we think that 1 year cycle is not the time to pull the plug. And I think that $25 million, we would be grateful to have what you did before, do that again.
Okay. This is not a question, but more of a statement. But it's funny that last year, initially, what was talked about was that the counties would benefit from not having the separate primaries, which you wouldn't have had last year anyway. So no county would have budgeted for it. Now this year, we're talking about the great savings the counties will have by not having the 2 primaries. But you knew you weren't going to have the 2 primaries, so you wouldn't have budgeted for that either. So it's an interesting little mix on top of it with the, the internet sales tax, which has been mentioned as something that should help pay for this, should pay for bail reform, and as well as pushing it towards making AIM payments the state was previously responsible for. So, I thank you for your time today because there is a lot for counties to be very concerned with in this budget proposal.
Thank you, Assemblyman.
Thank you. We were joined by Assemblywoman Warner, and we go to Senator Seward.
Thank you. It's a great panel before us. I wanted to pick up where Senator Ra left off in terms of, you mentioned the AIM funding that was changed last year for villages and towns to be, a portion of that to become through the county sales tax receipts. And there was talk last year about a windfall for the counties through the, the expanded internet sales sales taxes. My question is, number one, have you seen such a windfall, or have the counties seen a dramatic increase in their sales tax because of the internet sales? And number two, how's that working in terms of the AIM funding channeling through a portion of your sales tax?
Well, I'll give some observation, but first we'll hear from the county executive, and then I'll give a global reaction.
From our standpoint, we are still trying to figure out how much internet sales tax revenue we're really going to receive. We hear it's a good number, but we have not seen it, and we're still trying. We haven't. We got some preliminary numbers, but not enough to say yes or no. The AIM fundings, it's a state program. Why are we paying for it? And if this money's going to come in, I look at my brick and mortar stores in this county that are struggling. They're the ones paying the high taxes. They're the ones paying unemployment. They're the ones paying workers. They're the ones that are giving kids their first opportunity for their first job exposure, not some little company in Ohio or California, which I really don't care about. I care about my local stores. So that money that's coming in is kind of offsetting that, because if you look at the trend over the years, that's going down, and we've been losing all this revenue through the internet for years. Why the state, we're one of the last states in this nation to jump on board for that. I don't mind, sharing it to a degree, but I shouldn't be paying for programs that we never started. And then it pits me against my other elected officials in my county, because I only have a couple of recourses. I can change the sales tax formula. I can push down college tuition to them, do the same thing that happens to us, and I could be okay. But that's not the right thing to do. We're all in this. We all represent the same taxpayers, and that's why we, Steve and NISAC and us have been trying to work so hard. Say, all right, we understand you got a $6.2 billion deficit. We want to work with you, but to a point where we're finally getting our houses in order and we're going forward, and this is going to throw us for the biggest loop ever.
Senator, just a direct response back. It's not been a windfall. There is no windfall of extra sales tax receipts coming in through the internet. And with that said, it needs to take some time. It needs to take a few cycles, a few years. It will come at some point in time, a rise. It's about 10% or 1% of the total sales. So it's a very, very small section of sales tax receipts. But that small section is growing by double digits every year. So it needs to take a few years to increase, but also you're going to lose the brick and mortar. So the counties will lose brick and mortar receipts while internet sales tax goes up.
I'm sure you would agree with me that if the AIM funding traditionally has been state resources distributed to cities, which it still is, in towns and villages, wouldn't it make sense, rather than have this convoluted system of channeling it through county sales tax, to let's get AIM funding back to where it should be and has been in the past, and that is from state resources?
Absolutely.
That's the answer. I kind of suspected that you would agree with me there. Now, I just wanted to also shift gears over to unfunded mandates. I mean, traditionally, the Senate in the past has advocated for mandate relief and opposing unfunded mandates. Last session gave us the discovery and the bail reforms, which I believe, without question from all my discussions with my counties and other local municipalities, that's costing them money. The early voting, there was some monies last year to cover some of the infrastructure costs there in the early voting. That needs to be continued. Are there other significant unfunded mandate proposals in this budget proposal that you would like to bring to our attention?
Well, I think that it remains to be seen on the public health side with lead inspections. What happened last year is a very serious mandate for us to be inspecting houses, apartments for elevated levels of and blood for lead exposure. I would say that's the biggest one that we see right now is funding that lead abatement program in our public health departments. The current proposal by the governor, I think they try to be very careful. The governor tries to be very careful about shifting costs. There was another TANF cut to New York City. And usually what happens to New York City, that's first, and then the second shoe is the counties are next. So we typically don't like to see the city get cut because they do the same function as Otsego County would. It would be the next year where we would get cut. But on balance, we're really focused like a laser on the Medicaid. We have got to focus our energy on partnering with the state on redesigning and reforming Medicaid.
Senator, just one more thing we're a little concerned about too, and it's like we're trying to prioritize everything, is the STAR exemption. Now that if someone falls behind in their taxes and they don't pay their taxes, we have to inform the state and they're going to pull their STAR exemption. That's going to put them farther behind. But the concern I have is we keep our towns, cities, and villages whole, school districts. We pay them taxes. So now do I have to pay the difference for the STAR exemption? So we're trying to get clarification on that. So if you yank the STAR from them, do I have to pay that?
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Jacobson. Yep.
Let's see if this is on. Is it on now? No, okay, good. Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent parts of 3 counties, Orange, Dutchess, and Ulster. And the officials there basically say the same thing, that they would not have enough, they don't have enough flexibility to really find any additional savings because the rules are set by the federal government and the state. Do you agree with that? What do you think as far as trying to save expenditures that the governor is saying you can do?
You know, what we're really thinking is that if we are able to have a bite at that apple, we do have some good ideas. And we think that we could participate in that. We have no idea what the savings would be, but we would like to be a partner and have a seat at that table and really feel valued for that input. The people at the local districts have worked there for a whole career. They see what's going on a daily basis. And there is some potential waste in the programs. You know, state government is very large. County government is large at times, but we see that there is some places that we can make a difference. So I think that there definitely is some savings. I don't know if it's in the billions, but there is definitely something there, and we really want to give it a good try.
And what would you anticipate the increased expenditures in Medicaid for the next couple of years, on a percentage-wise?
The early numbers we've seen is everybody is pretty much 5 to 6% per year are the numbers that we see. I personally think that those numbers are low. There's a lot of things going on in healthcare. Healthcare is changing at a rapid rate. It's the most expensive thing that we have. A lot of times I see numbers that come from DOH are low. Now, I don't know if it's because the caseload numbers are so deflated at times. The data that we see at this point, the local districts are only given data 6 months after it happens. So right now, I know for Greene County what the exchange numbers are, but the data is 6 months old when I receive it.
And I don't know if Albany County owns a nursing home. Do you still?
We do. We just invested $90 million redesigning our whole nursing home. And actually, we were losing $1 million a month with the help of the IGT funds and everything that we've done. We'll be in the black next year, but under the proposal that may be coming out of this budget for IGT funding for hospitals and nursing homes, I could be back to the point of saying we can't no longer be in the business because we'll be spending up to $20 million again at our nursing home.
What would you expect layoffs to be?
It's not even the layoffs. I mean, it's going to be tough because we got a 250-bed facility, and, we'd have to look at, can I raise enough money to pay the bills that we're paying before we went through and rolled up our sleeves and worked with 1199 and NICET and all the great unions out there, and our nursing home director, and found working with my legislature, we made it work, and it's $2 million this year. We've gone down from 20 million to 2, and next year it will be 0 for the taxpayers of this county. But if you mess with the IGT fundings, it's going to be a game changer, and I'll be back to trying to figure out where I'm going to be at.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Senator Borrello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, coming off as a county executive just 2 months ago, I can certainly, I think more than anybody in this room, sympathize with what you're going through. And first of all, let me say thank you very much for the advocacy that NISAC does on behalf of counties. I was insulted, to say the least, when I heard the governor proclaim that the counties had blank check syndrome when it comes to Medicaid. Quite frankly, if state government ran as efficiently as the average county government, we'd have no $6 billion deficit, and we're providing better services more efficiently. Again, I think that that's quite a swipe at the counties that really, at the end of the day, are delivering the services that our taxpayers truly want and need. My question is to go back to Medicaid. I know in Chautauqua County, where I'm from, and as I said, I was county executive, 50 cents of every property tax dollar paid to Chautauqua County covers just the local share of Medicaid. My first question is and I know these numbers are as high as 100% in Erie County, for example. So do you have an idea on average, number one, of what percentage of property tax dollars that are paid go to pay that local share of Medicaid that we're the last state in the nation, by the way, that burdens local county governments with?
Go ahead.
So it varies, and to Governor Cuomo's credit, he has implemented this hard cap, and that's made a huge difference for the counties and their property taxpayers. And Governor Pataki started it in 2005. It works. That's why you must fight to keep these Medicaid caps. They work. They stabilize property taxes. In Erie County, for example, they collect $200 million in property taxes, and they pay $200 million in Medicaid expenditures. For other counties, it ranges from 70%, but that number is going down over the years. But for the problem for the governor and the state is the state share of that is going up. And that's why he's trying to reduce those expenditures. But for counties, it's been a lifesaver, enabling counties to not raise property taxes and be able to provide local services.
Well, I personally believe that 100% of the cost of Medicaid should be borne by the state because, quite frankly, we're never going to see true reform if the state's not having to be responsible for 100% of the bill that they control 100% of. But also to that, to that same effect, when you start talking about Medicaid reform, I think that if the governor really wants to put together a Medicaid redesign team, he could choose people from the 49 other states that have a lower cost of Medicaid than New York. That'd be a great way to start. But as far as this 3% cap, I see this as like when you buy a product and there's a manufacturer's rebate, and the manufacturer knows that a certain percentage of people just aren't going to fill out the form correctly or dot all the I's and cross all the T's to get the rebate. So I feel that the governor is banking on certain counties not being able, again, because they can't control the growth rate because they don't control the program, of exceeding that 3% and covering that cost. And that's how he's going to close this gap. And my question to you is, and I know this is a difficult thing to answer, but what do you think is going to happen? How many counties do you think are going to be able to stay below that 3%, just as a globally?
Half will and half won't.
Yeah. So 50%.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So 50% of the counties then are essentially going to end up covering that cost of the Medicaid program that's 100% controlled by the state.
Yes, Kyra, would you like to add anything further on that?
Yeah, and I think there's going to be so many unintended consequences. We're going to have border wars with our homeless population, and it's going to seep into all those other populations that we serve. And we all work very well together at this point. The SSI population, wherever they go, that Medicaid's turned on. So it becomes much more complicated, and it truly becomes the race to the bottom.
Well, I agree, and also, you know, when you start talking about unfunded mandates, the only things that aren't mandated, you know, for county governments are the services, you know, things like senior citizen services and veteran services. You know, these are the kind of things that'll have to be cut if the Medicaid costs skyrocket unexpectedly. You know, these are the things that, you know, our folks, again, need. Our most vulnerable citizens will be at risk if we don't figure out a way to stop this from happening.
Senator, I totally agree. And first and foremost, I said that to the budget director. I go, we're like the last state in this nation, because being president of County Executives of America, and I've met with county executives from all over this country, I'm like, we're the last ones that pay for this. And if we're not doing it right, take it back. We'll figure out what the sales tax cut is, and I'll be more than happy to give you, I'm speaking for myself, not for Steve. I'd be more than happy to give it back.
Amen.
But yeah, I'll let go of that. Thank you. sir.
Thank you. We go to Assemblywoman Warner.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I want to continue on the conversation on Medicaid. I represent two counties, Saratoga and Washington County, very different both demographically as well as economically. I asked them to do a 5-year look back at their Medicaid increases to do an analysis of what would happen if the governor's proposal was implemented. And it was a very interesting analysis because of the 5 years, 3 of the 5 years they were above, way above, like double digits above 3%. And then 2 of the years, they were actually decreases. So they were below 0. So that tells me that that the counties don't have a great deal of control over their Medicaid spending. And short of controlling how many hours a day their office is open to take new enrollees, do you think that the ideas that you have, that if you had a seat at the table that you would put forward, would be of sufficient strength to bring things down to a consistent 3% or less in terms of increases?
There's no guarantees. I think it's going to bring down the cost of the program. But when you talk about the growth in the program, that's something totally different with the timing. It's, when I look at it, even in Greene County, it's the roller coaster effect. When we sit down and we do a budget, I have to guarantee something's going to happen. So that's why I keep saying it's the mad chase to the bottom, because they're looking to me to answer the question, and I truly have no idea. In 2004, those weekly shares would come in. They used to come in via fax every week. And, you know, they could go from $80,000 to $434,000. And my boss, who was the most mildest-mannered person you'd ever meet in your life, basically said to me one day, and what am I supposed to do with that? And that was a great question, because I really didn't know at that point. But to answer your question, do we have an idea to keep it below 3%? I don't know. I'd love to meet that person. I'd love to have dinner with that person. But I know of no one who potentially could guarantee that costs could stay below 3% when we're continuing to enroll in the volume that I've seen in the last couple of years.
So it's reasonable to say that there are opportunities to address some fraud and some waste in the system, but probably not predictable enough to keep everybody under 3%.
No. In county government, really, for a budget methodology, we need something predictable that we can make decisions at least 12 months in the future about to even do what we do on a daily basis.
Great, thank you very much. Turning attention to Code Blue. The governor has put a $13 million standalone appropriation to cover Code Blue services across the state. Does the Association of Counties have an estimate of what the cost of Code Blue services are across the state?
Well, let me go to the commissioner first, but I did want to acknowledge the governor and thank him for putting this money in the budget. It was his executive order that started this a few years ago, and we're very grateful for the state assistance. But I'll ask the commissioner to respond more broadly about overall costs.
So at our winter conference, we did have a presentation from OTDA and OCFS, just minus Department of Health this particular year. And we did ask the question about the $13 million, and the answer we got is that is what the real cost was last year. So that's our understanding. That was a real cost.
Okay, so it is based on actuals from last year?
And that's how they answered the question.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
So thank you for being here. I think those are all the questions. all the questions we have for you at this time.
I did want to acknowledge Senator Seward and thank him for your many years of service to county governments, to the people in your district. You have a very large district and a very large responsibility, but your commitment and passion for public service is second to none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to come down here and testify.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll continue to have discussions as the budget negotiations continue. Next, Association of Towns of the State of New York, Jerry Geist, Executive Director.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weinstein. And my name is Jerry Geist. I'm the Executive Director of the Association of Towns. And sitting next to me on my right is our Legislative Director and Counsel, Sarah Brancatella, and to my left is our Chief Counsel, Lori Miffin-Damasi. And I want to thank all the members of the legislature who are here tonight to hear our testimony. As you all know, we represent over 933 towns, serving 9 million residents, almost half the state's populations. Towns mirror how diverse New York State is. Towns on Long Island, such as Hempstead and Brookhaven, have over 400,000 people. Hempstead has almost 800,000, and other small towns in upstate New York can be as small as 36 residents. Having said that, towns play a critical role and provide essential services to all New Yorkers. We understand this year the state faces another difficult budget year, but even in the halcyon days, the state has demonstrated time and time again that they have not been the strongest partner for local governments. The CHIPS base has remained flat since
Hold one second. Can people exit quietly? We can hear your voices here.
Thank you. CHIPS program has remained flat since 2013. 92% of the towns lost AIM funding coming from the state, and even that has been flat since 2008. Once again, extreme winter recovery funding is not included. The success of so many programs on the state depend on local government and their services they render each day to their constituents. There must be a reciprocal commitment from the state to help fund those services and have those costs not shouldered by property taxes and the taxpayers. We are already working hard under the tax cap, and these expenditures being flat and taking monies and shifting them from one pot or another don't help us. This year should be the year the state budget includes the extreme winter recovery funding and an increase in the CHIPS base and a time to readdress and put back AIM where it should be, back in the state's lap and not under this convoluted sales tax formula. But there are 4 proposals in the executive budget that steamrolls over local government, home rule, and sovereignty. The executive budget does this, and even though town resources are contemplated to be used in these significant programs, they are cannabis, siting of small cells, wireless facilities, e-scooters and bikes, and believe it or not, court restructuring. But let's talk about cannabis first. There should be a local opt-out. The portion of the sales revenue must cover what the town services use for cannabis' successful implementation and operation. This is not only a matter of home rule, but who's going to enforce this program, who's going to monitor it and choose the sites. And the governor's proposal of the local option, allowing counties and cities with a population over 100,000 can only opt out, disregards that there are many large population centers that are towns that have over 100,000 people. The ones I mentioned in Long Island and Amherst, for another example, out in Erie County. Why shouldn't they be included? Regardless of size, local option at the town level is critical. Police, emergency services, fire protection, code enforcement all need to be characterized and part of the local government operation. And we feel the sales revenue to cover these operations should be given directly to the towns and not through this just given to the counties. And there should be a dedicated portion of sales tax revenue to towns. Now let's talk about small cell wireless facility. This proposal flies in the face of home rule as it overrides local decision-making in municipal rights-of-ways. We object to it on so many grounds. It limits the town's abilities to raise revenue, caps application and rental fees, undervalues municipal property, doesn't permit a fair review of the process, and under the plan, we can't even negotiate for a better rate. Not only is the proposal bad for towns, but there's no pressing need for this. In 2018, we pointed out that California had the same type of proposal. Governor Brown vetoed it, saying it's unfair to local governments and they should have a seat at the table. This proposal that the governor has put in his budget really mirrors the FCC order, which is on appeal to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, where many municipalities across the country have weighed in to oppose this FCC ruling. In fact, the executive budget goes even further than the FCC order in favor of the industry because it has a default approval provision if a decision is not rendered within 60 days. For many communities, the town board will meet once a month, and then if they refer it out to the planning board and wait for a review, which is what you should do, we'll lose the shot clock. That's why there's legislation in Congress that seeks to override this FCC order. We should just wait until we get a ruling on where this matter is going, but it's a grave concern to us. Now let's talk about the court restructuring plan. You know, on first glance, it appeared that it didn't affect local government. Well, you have to read the details. The language in this legislation looks to me like an opening to eliminate town courts. Why do I say that? Because the proposal gives counties the authority to ask the state legislature to create a municipal district court that would be countywide or cover 2 or more towns. If this district court gets created, it'll make the town justice court redundant because they have concurrent jurisdiction under this language of the legislation. The legislature already has the authority to adopt legislation abolishing justice courts. So when they create the municipal district court, this would only seem to me to eliminate justice courts. So what we're saying about this legislation is we got to be careful, and I can tell you the State Magistrates Association is against this legislation. We're opposed to this legislation as it affects local justice courts. Now, e-scooters and bikes. Under this proposal, if a county opts out, then a town will not be able to allow e-scooters and bicycles to operate within their town. Towns involved in the administration of e-scooters and bikes these operations would only be on town streets. The legislation talks about roads with 30-mile speed limits. Most county roads are stated at 50 miles an hour. So who do you think is going to get the impacts of this legislation? Towns. And we are in charge of adjudicating most vehicle and traffic violations. Why would the county vested with authority over a local issue that this impacts local services? We want to make sure that if this gets adopted, we have a fair shake, we have a seat at the table, that the fines for these activities go back to the towns, and making sure that this is a fair process. And once again, the towns are looking for a seat at the table. If these proposals in the executive budget are adopted and passed without the towns participating, really what you're saying is this is an unwarranted intrusion of our sovereignty, our home rule, and the way we do our business. And we're asking for your assistance to make sure that the local governments and the towns have a fair seat at the table and a part of the process. We want a seat at the table. We feel we could be helpful, and we provide the essentials on a daily basis to our residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Thiel, Chair of Local Governments.
Good evening, everybody. How are you?
Good
Thank
evening.
you for your patience in waiting to testify this early Monday evening. I wanted to talk about some of the home rule issues that you raised, particularly with regard to cannabis and with regard to e-bikes and e-scooters. First, as you said, I think in both cases, the authority to be able to opt out is given to the counties. would the Association of Towns support both, would you be supporting these proposals if towns had the ability to opt out?
We would support it if it would allow the towns to have the opportunity to opt out, and we would get a share of the revenue.
And the revenue. How would you handle a situation where, you take Suffolk County, for example, because that's the one I'm from. You have 10 towns in the county, and there was a conflict between, the county wanted to opt out, but you had towns that wanted to stay in. How would you handle the conflict among local governments in that situation?
Well, that's exactly the issue we're concerned about, right? And we feel that if the legislation as written permits counties to opt out and cities with over 100,000, in Suffolk County and Nassau, why are towns excluded? We have more people than most of these cities in these towns. So I think that the best way to answer your question is, it's the due process and the way it's handled is the problem, not the conflict. I think that if we were sitting as reasonable people, had an opportunity to negotiate and work it out, I think we can find a workable solution. But right now, the executive budget doesn't allow us to have that opportunity.
The other topic that I just wanted to talk about a little bit was CHIPS. This seems to be an annual battle about providing adequate funding for local bridges and local roads. I've had the opportunity in recent weeks to travel across a fair portion of the state of New York, and I'm not just talking about local infrastructure, but I just think in general, local highways, local roads, and of course we're in the midst of winter when they're taking their worst beating, but I just think our local highways, our local bridges, roads, in spite of the best efforts of local governments, that the lack of funding and the lack of state support for this has resulted in generally speaking, our infrastructure being in pretty deplorable condition, with local governments with tax caps, et cetera, really having limited ability to handle this by themselves. And again, this is another year where the extreme weather funding is not in the executive budget. There hasn't been an increase in basic CHIPS in quite some time. This is the leading question of all leading questions, because I obviously believe that there needs to be increased funding for infrastructure. But do you have a sense, at least based on towns, about how much of an increase, and really shouldn't we be looking at this as a multi-year issue as far as trying to provide funding for our local infrastructure?
Well, thank you for those comments, because it couldn't be more true. For us, the issue of the roads is vitally important to our communities. When I was a town official, my highway department used to tell us that it would take 10 years, every 10 years a road would have to be resurfaced. But because of budget cuts, now it's every 25 years. It's not sustainable. And what I would say about the extreme winter, last year it didn't get added back until June, way too late. And if you think about it from a policy standpoint, the extreme winter recovery, in my opinion, was created so that it wouldn't increase the base of the CHIPS funding, so that it becomes a flat number and CHIPS is flat, and we never really stay with inflation to cover the cost of what we need in our communities. And what I think we should really consider doing is doing just as you suggest, is having one comprehensive plan and not just have pieces here and there that never get increases, but really look at it. Because if we really had a plan in place that increased CHIPS over the last 8 or 9 years, we wouldn't need the extreme winter recovery. We could have one plan. And I really think that we should take a look in the mirror and say, we need to address these issues which are critical to our communities, for people to get to school, people to get to work, and make it safe for our residents.
I guess just one last question with regard to the justice courts, the town justice courts, and guess this would affect village justice courts too, right, for villages that have their own justice courts. You know, I live in a part of Long Island that has towns and village justice courts. And it is, you know, it's one of the, you know, people don't generally love government as a general premise, but having those local courts is something where I do, you know, it's the people's court. People feel as if they get justice there, and they're accessible. I think the main thing is that they're accessible to people that need to access the courts. So is as I understand this proposal, then the county legislative body would have the authority as to whether or not to create a...
So...
Explain it to me maybe a little bit more clearly, how one of these municipal district courts would get created.
Yeah, so the legislation was originally outlined to be a revamping of the county court, the family court, the surrogates court, and having it all grouped together. But a careful reading of the entire proposal talks about this municipal court being created by the county. The county would have to ask the state permission to create a municipal court, which would have concurrent jurisdiction with justice courts. Well, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. Once you hear the word concurrent jurisdiction, then you would, that's the opening to getting rid of justice courts. And here's the other thing about my experience in justice courts and village courts. For the things that you have cited, they're local. For many people, that may be the people's only opportunity to ever see how a court system works. The judges are local, the court staff is there, they handle people's problems, and they've done a great job. And it's always been a hallmark of my town in Westchester, how well our justice courts have performed, and how well that they maintain their calendars, bring in revenue, and meet the needs of the citizens, whether they're V&T cases, code enforcement, dog cases, or small civil disputes. But that's a hallmark and tenet of local justice courts. And I really don't think there's any reason that the executive budget should interfere with that whole process. It has nothing to do with the trial courts in the Supreme, family, county, surrogates. And why are we mixing this all up? And that's why we think it's an unfettered intrusion into our affairs.
I would submit that if anything, because these local courts are accessible, I don't know the last time when the jurisdictional limits for justice court were increased, but it was a long, long time ago. I think it's $3,000, and I think they've been there for a long, long time. So if anything, you know, those are the kinds of things I think we should be looking at when it comes to the local courts. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to the Senate Chair of Local Governments, Senator Gorin.
Is it good afternoon or good evening? I guess we're in the evening now. Okay.
Not yet.
I think Senator Thiel covered, you know, the concern about CHIPS and AIM, but I think I just have to caution that, you know, with all the issues that we're facing in this budget, with the $6.1 billion deficit, you heard the conversation that the counties are facing, and, you know, we have additional concerns about, you know, finding additional school aid. I think we really have to think in terms of, is there going to be additional money? Additional revenue for the state, because if there's not going to be additional revenue for the state, then, you know, I think it's going to be more of a difficult battle as we move forward. But just, you know, moving over to cannabis. So if we give if cannabis goes forward, and there, you know, I have some concerns about the law enforcement piece and the local government control, but if we give towns and villages the right to opt out, should we also give revenues to the municipalities that decide to opt in?
I think the answer is yes. If you opt in, then why shouldn't you be able to get the revenue? Senator, if I could go back to your earlier
Sure,
comment
absolutely, yeah.
about the tight budget. You know, I was hearing questions and answers earlier about the internet sales tax, and that people have numbers. You know, I would love to see the numbers. And I know the controller said there was, I think, a 4.5% increase in the sales tax. We don't know where that came from. But to the extent that if there were more monies received by the internet sales tax than there was projected, perhaps that could be a pot of money that could help fund some additional, like things like CHIPS or some other things, help out with local government. You know, it's hard. Every day we have to work under the construct of the tax cap, and every day we have to meet the needs of our residents, whether it's highways, recreation, libraries, seniors, all these types of programs. And we feel being stagnant and getting no increases really isn't helping meet our needs of our constituents.
You know, and following up on cannabis, I guess one of the issues is revenues would be needed. I think that there would be a health impact and counseling and some impacts to the schools that I think we'd have to look at. But a big piece of that would go to law enforcement. So I think part of the issue in trying to figure that out is, for example, in my district, I do not have any town police departments. I have primarily 2 county police departments with a good number of local village police departments. So I think, you know, part of it is we have to look at, you know, where is the law enforcement service being provided. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree. I think that for the majority of the state, though, they don't have the county police departments to rely on the, you know, some areas rely on the town, some rely on the county, and I think it should be looked at because there has to be training, and of course, if there's going to be violations of state policies, and whether it's V&T laws or other laws, we have to look at the fines and who's getting those fines.
And I understand your concerns about the small cell, because I believe, and you could maybe concur, that a lot of municipalities are going to start seeing a decline in their traditional revenue from, you know, cable providers, and I think a lot of that has to do with people are getting off of traditional cable television, and a lot of people are just getting their service through the internet. Do you have any estimates of what this may cost towns across the state if this proposal goes forward?
You know, I don't have any numbers on that. It's a great question. And I know you've raised it before, and I think it's really a smart way to look at the problem. But I think the biggest problem from a policy standpoint is if you take a step back and say to yourself, there's legislation pending in the House and the Senate down in Washington seeking to overturn the FCC order. And there's a court case pending right now in the Ninth Circuit where the arguments are going to be, I believe, this month. Why are we rushing to judgment until we get clarity as to what's going to happen here? It was a split FCC vote to put forward this policy. And if the Ninth Circuit overturns it, we go back to square zero. So in any event, whatever we do, local government should have a seat at the table. Home rule shouldn't be overridden, and the rights of way shouldn't be overridden so that that we're just dictated to about where these boxes go, how much can be received as fees, and more importantly, the review process, what they call the shot clock. But I think all these things could be, once again, worked out if people actually open the doors to let the interested parties have a seat at the table to try to fashion a resolution.
And finally, it looks like what you'd like in this budget is on page 7, the Restore Mother Nature Bond Act.
Yes.
Okay.
I see you.
So that's a positive. We're moving forward with that.
Yes,
Okay.
we're hoping that you will do that. We're very We're very hopeful. There's some very good things in this, in the budget, but we felt that today we wanted to really focus on the issues that affect our daily policies and home rule, and that's what we wanted to bring to your
Sure,
attention.
I understand. Thank you very much, and thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chairs.
Senator Jim Seward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Geist, and your panel. I had a couple of questions for you. You have the towns, I'm getting back to the AIM funding, have the towns reported any delays in receiving their AIM funding? I think that was due in December of last year, 2019. Did that flow, did AIM funding flow, full AIM funding flow to the towns in a timely manner?
We believe that everybody got their funding in December.
Okay. Speaking of funds that, at least in the governor's proposal, would not flow, and that is the VLT monies for certain townships in the state, those that are, associated with racinos and racetracks. Can you tell us what the impact of the loss of the VLT funding for these townships? I mean, is this a significant part of their budgets?
Yeah, Senator, we don't have any exact numbers yet on the video lottery situation, but it will have an impact locally, and we will work to get those numbers for you.
Sure. I would think so, and we'll hopefully be able to correct that. I wanted to just ask about, are there significant unfunded mandates that are out there in the governor's proposal and/or just that have been in place in the past that are that drive up the cost of doing business at the town level? Can you cite one or two of those?
We'll be here all night.
Okay, all right. Let's say the top two or three.
So in terms of unfunded mandates, you could start in the Justice Court where we have to pay for town prosecutors. When Governor Spitzer did away with the plea bargaining, that was a cost. You can say that the tax cap without any carve-outs for capital projects is an unfunded mandate. You can argue that there's so many. Cemetery. We've been asking for a change in legislation on cemeteries because they get abandoned or the corporations cease to go in existence, and under state law currently, then this town has to pick up those costs. And so we think that's an unfunded mandate. There are other unfunded mandates just in terms of record keeping in the town clerk's office and the types of requirements in terms of recording and fees that have to be generated. Justice Court, the tickets, the cost for processing V&T tickets hasn't been increased, I believe, since the 1990s, the local portion of the ticket.
Well, you've mentioned quite a few
Okay.
so far. I'm sure you would agree with me that all of these and the others that are out there, unfunded mandates, have an impact on your town budgets and your town tax levies.
Absolutely, and we've been asking for years that legislation should not be passed by the state unless it has a impact on whether this causes an unfunded mandate to the local government. They should have that part of the legislation.
Let me ask you, this may be out from left field here, but the executive in his budget would prohibit the distribution and use of polystyrene single-use food containers, the styrofoam, and this starting on January 1 of 2022, the prohibition of the use of these. Has executive reached out to your organization to discuss this, or have you heard anything from your local businesses, mom and pop shops, some of the small businesses that would have difficulty complying with this or would drive up their costs significantly? Is this an issue at all in terms of your local town businesses and economies?
We have not heard. I will say this, though, that whether it's the bags in the grocery stores, most people are willing to take an extra step to save the environment, and maybe that's why we haven't had a lot of complaints about it. We feel we need to educate our members, and we continue to do so. But if we do, we'll let you know, Senator.
Thank you, and thank you for your service to our local townships.
And Senator, I would be remiss if I didn't thank you on behalf of the entire statewide Association of Towns for your service and your record of legislative achievement in the great state of New York. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words.
Thank you. And we have Robert Jackson.
Hello. Hello. So, I'm sorry I'm late. Good afternoon.
Good
I
afternoon,
was over
Senator.
at an education work group meeting. So, regarding education, does the towns overall deal with education, or that's left to the counties or the state?
So towns do not deal with education. The local school district, they handle the education.
And so, and what about the whole issue of the Medicaid stuff that's happening around with the budget?
You know, that doesn't affect us directly, Senator. It affects counties and, of course, from the state. But anything that affects county dollars is a trickle-down effect that is going to harm or hurt us if there's a negative effect to the counties.
So depending on, for example, how many Medicaid recipients you may have in a town or municipality and the impact that that has on that particular county, in essence, especially if you may have a health facility in your town that may deal with a lot of Medicaid patients, that could have a negative impact on a particular town or geographical area.
Because of the trickle-down effect, that's how it impacts towns. You know, for example, counties may choose to review how they distribute revenue among the towns and villages based upon if they have cuts on their own. So, but we don't, towns don't get involved in Medicaid or education.
So I was reading in the statement that was submitted by Service and Representation from Town Governments of New York State that overall you represent approximately 9 million people, which is approximately a little less than half of the state of New York. And big towns such as Hempstead of 800,000?
Yes,
Wow.
and Brookhaven, 425. We have some really large towns with.
That could be big enough to be cities.
Well, that's one of our points, that sometimes state law has these artificial classifications, and we feel it's not appropriate. So, for example, Hempstead last year, 800,000 people, they lost their aim, but cities didn't lose it, and yet they have 4 times as many people as Yonkers and Rochester. So, just as an example.
So overall, with respects to, I was at a press conference this afternoon with NYSET, New York State United Teachers, CWA, Communication Workers of America, and the United Food and Wholesale Workers Union, and elected public officials, senators and assembly members that are saying in order to deal with this budget deficit that we have in the state, that we should raise taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers that can afford to give a little bit more. That does not include any of the middle class or middle income families, but on the wealthiest New Yorkers, which is only several hundred, that would bring in several billions of dollars to deal with the situations that we will be facing in the near future. Is the towns in favor or against that?
Well, Senator, towns only get their resources from property tax and other sales tax and mortgage recording tax and things of that. And we don't have anything to do with income tax. But I think it's important to note whenever you're talking about revenue is that you may want to, if you're looking at tax policy as government official, you don't want to have it so we drive people out of the state either.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that this is particularly sensitive this year. We have a census going on, very, 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 very important. And we're losing maybe one congressional seat again. We need to make sure that New York flourishes, we keep the people here, and that we do everything we can to make sure we are the Empire State.
I would agree with you, and even some people who spoke about that those that can't survive here are going to be leaving because they can't, survive in this environment. And what the people were talking about, and I was talking about, is billionaires and millionaires that could leave and fly anywhere in the world. They may have homes in China or England or anywhere else. So that's the individuals that we're talking about. So I want to thank you for coming in, and I'm glad that I dialogued with you even for the short period of time I was here.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions we have. Thank you for being here today. Next, we have some representatives from the city of Saratoga Springs, Meg Kelly, Mayor, Michelle Madigan, Commissioner of Finance and City Council, and Robin Dalton, Commissioner of Public Safety. I should just note for the witnesses as we continue the next handful of witnesses till the end of the hearing, that we are now at the, as people have been informed, the 5-minute portion of the hearing for witnesses, and just mindful of what we've said before too. We've circulated your testimonies in advance and to try and summarize the highlights of your testimony.
Good evening, Senate Finance Chair Kruger, Assembly Ways and Means Chair Weinstein, and the distinguished members of the legislature. My name is Meg Kelly. I am the mayor of the city of Saratoga Springs. I have served as mayor since January 1, 2018. I am joined here this evening by Michelle Madigan, Saratoga Springs Commissioner of Finance, and Robin Dalton, Saratoga Springs Commissioner of Public Safety. We are here jointly to speak about the issue that is critical to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of Saratoga Springs. More specifically, Part KK of the Executive Budget Proposals, Public Protection and General Government Article 7 legislation wholly eliminates video lottery terminals, or VLT, to the city of Saratoga Springs. The magnitude of this loss of funds cannot be overstated. For 2020, the city of Saratoga Springs expected to receive $2.3 million in VLT aid. This sum represents 5% of the city's approved 2020 operating budget. Pursuant to New York State finance law, the city's approved budget contemplated this aid being used to defray many costs associated with hosting the VLT facility in the city and to minimize and reduce property taxes. As will be expanded upon by the Commissioners Madigan and Dalton for 2020, city services are again being maintained at adequate levels, and average property taxes are expected to decrease on average from taxes paid in 2019. Eliminating this aid now would strike a significant blow to the city's finances and would force us to consider service cuts and increases in property taxes. At this time, I would like to confer to Commissioner Madigan, who will expand on these points.
Thank you. So I am Michelle Madigan, and I am the Commissioner of Finance, and have been the Commissioner of Finance since 2012. That also makes me a member of the City Council. As such, I'm responsible for proposing and adopting and ensuring the adoption of the city's annual comprehensive budget, along with proposing our yearly property tax rate. The City of Saratoga Springs 2020 general operating budget is approximately $48.7 million and includes an annual tax levy of approximately $20 million. We are a city inclusive of 28 square miles of streets and city right-of-ways, the 4th largest land municipality in the state after New York City. Our population includes 28,000 full-time residents, plus many thousands of condominium dwelling spring and summer residents. Assessments, property taxes on condominiums is not equivalent to that, of course, of a resident who owns a single-family home. Additionally, our city does grow to accommodate approximately 40 to 100,000 people when Saratoga Racecourse and SPAC with Live Nation concerts operate in tandem. But in mid-2000s, mid-2000 era, we also added Saratoga Casino Hotel, which operates 365 days a year, 20 hours a day. That is the home to our video lottery terminals. A few other points. All municipalities today do operate under 2% tax cap, which is now a permanent state law. Many of our revenues remain flat year over year, including AIM and CHIPS funding. And over the last several years, we've seen occupancy tax remain flat as a result of the impact of short-term rental services such as Airbnb and HomeAway. So VLT is considered a major, more than AIM, CHIPS, or occupancy tax individually, source of revenue to our city after property and sales tax. The loss of this revenue does equate to 5% of our operating budget, or if I was to look at this year and our 2020 budget has already been adopted, that would translate to about an 11.6% increase on property taxes. At this point, if we were not to have this revenue reinstated, I'm not sure where I'll find $2.35 million in revenue for 2020. I suppose it could be done by tapping our reserves and fund balances, but that will likely impact our 2020 bond rating and our ability to borrow for capital projects at low interest rates on behalf of our taxpayers. So I am here tonight now to strongly urge you to please restore VLT aid at our budgeted amount of $2.35 million. And it's a much-needed revenue source for our city and assists with maintaining the real property taxes and, most importantly, the public safety of our city. And with that, the Commissioner of Public Safety, Robin Dalton, will speak a bit more about the public safety impact. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. I would like to add a few final points related to city services. I represent the city's first responders, the Saratoga Springs Police Department, Fire Department, and EMS. Due to the popularity of the VLT facility and other premier destination venues in the city's population can swell up to 100,000 per day in the summer alone, 3 times the overall city population of approximately 28,000. The 14 largest events at NYRA and SPAC from July to August in 2019 brought in 500,000 people to our city. The maximum number of police officers we are able to put on patrol in our busiest summer months, however, is 8 to 11 per shift. That is 8 to 11 officers responsible for keeping our entire 28 square mile city safe. As the Commissioner of Public Safety, I'm responsible for the well-being of everyone who lives, works, and visits our great city. The state has been a tremendous partner with Saratoga Springs over the years, and the VLT aid we receive plays a critical role in maintaining this safety. 10 years ago, we had to let go 14 fire and policemen because of the loss of VLT aid that year, and operated with 57 active duty police officers. As of today, we are operating with the same number, 57 active duty police officers, while the city and the events we host have grown astronomically over the last decade. I'm asking the state to continue to be our partner and restore the $2.3 million in VLT aid to Saratoga Springs so we continue to provide outstanding city services to all the visitors to our city. We're open to any questions you may have on our testimony or any of the points we've made today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We go to Assemblywoman Warner.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you all for bringing the detail behind the impact of the governor's proposal to eliminate the VLT aid. Commissioner Dalton, I know you were not in office when the last VLT cut was done, and you mentioned that there were 14 layoffs of officers and firefighters. Has the city been able to build back, given the property tax cap? Have you been able to build back to full strength since the last cut?
So it's taken the last 10 years, and we finally just got there at the end of 2019. So it took 10 years to recover from those layoffs.
And over those 10 years, the city has grown in its base population as well as now adding the casino in. Have we had the resources to add additional first responders to cope with the growth in the city?
I'd like to be able to. It's certainly one of the goals of my time in office, but to date, all we've been able to do is recover from the catastrophic layoffs back in 2009.
So these proposed cuts would take us back again below where we were 10 years ago.
Correct. These would, if we were to lay off anyone in our fire or police department, we would be below the lowest levels we were at in 2009, which was 57 active duty officers.
Thank you. Mayor Kelly, is there much difference between a casino and a racino?
No, they're still there with the video machines and they're still operating. I really feel that the impact on any community is the same. So I see this as casino, racino, you know, I guess you could say, are there live tables or not live tables? But we have, you know, virtual tables where people can bet, so they're similar.
So can you think of any reason why the governor's proposal, which protects the VLT aid for casino communities, but does not preserve it for racino communities, would make sense?
To me, it makes no sense at all. I think that we're dealing with the same scenario as the casinos. So I think that, you know, that's why it should be restored.
Thank you very much.
Senator James Seward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mayor, and Commissioners. First of all, I want to express Senator Daphne Jordan's regrets. She had, you know, you're coming on kind of late. You never know when the panels are going to be on because of the hearing schedule. She wanted to be here, but unable to be here. But I know, because she has expressed to me over and over again, if she was here, she would say that the governor's proposal on the VLT funding, taking away over $2.3 million from your city's budget, is just unacceptable. It's a hard hit on a city of your size. I wanted to ask a question of Ms. Dalton, or Commissioner Dalton, in terms of public safety. I assume your city police department, so on, is under your jurisdiction. Have you seen any impacts in terms of the police work in the city of Saratoga as a result of the bail reforms that went into effect on January 1? I mean, are they, could you just briefly describe what those impacts are?
Yes.
And are they costing the city money in terms of the need for additional personnel and so on?
Yes, absolutely. The thing that we're seeing right now that has impacted the department the most is the new discovery laws and the shortened window in which we have to get all the evidence pertaining to a case to the DA's office. It has put a humongous strain on our department. And actually, I need to speak to the Commissioner of Finance about this, but we will be needing to hire an additional personnel in our department just to handle the volume of discovery and videos to get to the DA's office. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to prosecute cases. Things will be dropped. It's just been an unbelievable crush of work to try to get things delivered in the time that is now allotted.
Thank you for your thank you for your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Thanks. The next group is Upstate New York Towns Association, to be followed by the New York Immigration Coalition, followed by Brennan Center for Justice, to be followed by the New York State Wireless Association.
Thank you.
So Upstate Towns, we have Carolyn Warren Price, President, Del Boyle, Vice President. And just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to share, so make sure
Okay.
whoever
We'll
goes
try to be
first
brief.
leaves some time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairs and the members of Senate that are here in Assembly. We appreciate this time. I'm Carolyn Price, President, also Supervisor of the Town of Windsor, and this is Del Boyle, who's the Vice President, also on the board in the Town of Conklin. We're both from Broome County. Sure. Okay. We're here to talk about 4 issues: access to technology, bail reform, legalizing recreational marijuana, and tick-borne diseases. In the part about technology, Senator May asked me to testify back in September about broadband. We still have huge needs out in the rural areas. I'm not going to read them, but there are 5 recommendations, and also in your paper, my whole testimony is there. We still need help. We haven't achieved where we should be. The other 3 issues really relate to safety and health of residents, and we're very concerned about that. The bail reform needs to be modified or amended. We're not recommending repeal, but some changes. And there are legitimate concerns we're hearing from the public. We believe that judges should have discretion to detain a person with a prior criminal record or who has been deemed a threat to public safety. And we just ask that you listen to the judicial community and also law enforcement and follow their recommendations. The next area, the third area, is we have questions about legalizing recreational marijuana. And attached to our testimony are 3 pages of research in the areas of education, health, and law enforcement. And they're very brief. We hope you will read those. But we would like to read the cautions that the Mayo Clinic has issued, and Della's going to help me. They recommend that you don't drive or operate machinery when using marijuana. And if you have a mental health condition, use marijuana with caution. In the research, there's a lot of issues in the area of mental health and marijuana. Marijuana use might worsen manic symptoms in people who have bipolar disorder. If used frequently, marijuana might increase the risk of depression. Marijuana use also might worsen depression symptoms, and research suggests that marijuana use increases the risk of psychosis in people who have schizophrenia. If you want to take the next one, Del. Right up here. Okay. I think, yeah, smoking marijuana.
Smoking marijuana can affect your memory and the functions and cause harmful heart effects such as high blood pressure. Long-term marijuana use can worsen respiratory conditions. The Harvard Medical School has stated the following: until more is known, it's probably best not to get caught up in a hype from sweeping legalization. Did you know that the limo driver in the Schoharie crash that killed the 20 people, he was high, his levels were high.
And I'd like to take the last one and just ask the question, do you want to be the legislatures making recreational marijuana legal and signaling to people it is safe when it is not safe? And you will find that in your research. There was actually a research study that came up with that. So quickly moving on to the ticking time bomb, an update on Lyme and tick-borne disease. You had a Senate committee back in 2017 that did this study. It's excellent. Senator Serino chaired that committee. But we just want to bring you up to date. We understand last year the governor's budget, the money for ticks was taken out, and we're asking that money be put back in. If you look at 2018, there were 2,481 cases of HIV in New York State. There were 7,320 cases of Lyme and 950 cases of anaplasmosis. That is over 8,000 cases of tick-borne illnesses, diseases, 3 times more than HIV. We need to continue the HIV funding, but we need to fund tick education and research. And I just went through 3 counties because the 2019 statistics are not out. And this is anaplasmosis, which is worse than Lyme. Broome County cases from 18 to 19 went from 11 to 22. Shenango County went from 1 to 11. Rensselaer County went from 101 to 230. Just so you understand how serious this is, and I know I'm at the end. In 2018 in Broome County, one of those cases was in Windsor, where I live, and one was in Kirkwood. Both men that had anaplasmosis nearly died. They both were in ICU on life support. Thank goodness they lived. In 2019, one of those 22 cases was in the town where I'm supervisor. Our secretary to the Zoning Board of Appeals died of anaplasmosis. Another young man in a neighboring town died of Lyme. It's a very serious epidemic, and we need to fund money for it.
Thank you.
So we'll
We go
take
to
any
Assemblyman
questions.
Thiel for a question.
Okay.
You had brought up a number of issues that had been addressed by prior panels with local government interests, but I wanted to commend you for bringing up the issue with regard to Lyme disease and with regard to tick-borne diseases. As someone who's twice had a tick-borne disease, in Long Island, we were kind of ground zero early on for Lyme disease and tick-borne diseases, but now, as you can see from your own statistics, this is really a health epidemic across New York State, and to a large degree is related to climate change also, because the warming of the temperatures has allowed the ticks to basically exist in much more northern locations. And it was, I think, unfortunate that last year there was no funding in the budget for Lyme disease. A lot of that money got used. And we've also been talking about money for research, but at least for outreach and education and letting people know what they need to do about avoiding Lyme disease. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing that issue up, because again, local governments, towns, they're to a large degree on the front lines when these issues arise. So I guess I didn't really have much of a question, but it was a comment, and I thought it was important to bring up, to highlight the point that you made, and hope that the legislature this year restores funding with regard to tick-borne diseases.
Yes, and I hope you see in my notes that the health department has asked a lot of the counties now to stop counting the Lyme cases because they're so large. So they're just doing a random sample. They're not separating out Powassan yet. Powassan is very deadly. CDC says that of 10 people that get a tick bite with Powassan, 3 to 4 will die. And Senator Kay Hagan of the United States Senate, that is what she died of recently, and there was money passed at the federal level in honor of her. So, I just can't tell you enough how huge this is, how concerned people are. People need to be educated. In 2018, until I was personally touched by it in our family, I didn't even know what a tick looked like. So if people don't know what these look like and don't know what to look for, and that when they get on you, they actually numb you so you don't know they're on you. There's so much that people need to know, and we just learned that the Red Cross is getting involved, anaplasmosis. If you have had anaplasmosis, you should not give blood. There was a case of a man in a nursing home who had anaplasmosis. He'd never been out in the nursing home, and they couldn't figure out why he had a tick, and it was because he had a blood transfusion from a person who had had anaplasmosis.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next, New York Immigration Coalition. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Lieu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for your testimony today. You did mention a few things about marijuana, right, which were pretty serious statements, I thought. I just wanted to suggest that maybe every one of those statements you made about marijuana could be extended to alcohol, couldn't they?
You're right.
So maybe we should ban alcohol too. I mean, just for me personally, I never smoke pot. I don't drink. I'm pretty boring. But it's inconsistent public policy to have legalization, regulation, and taxation of one, and a continuing ineffective prohibition on the other. Is there any thought to reconciling these two?
Well, I think what we're concerned about is what they mentioned in one of the researches, and you can see it in that article, is when people look to you and you legalize something, the majority of the public believes that's safe, and this is okay to do. And some of the things that happened in Colorado early on, you know, with the gummies and children getting them and having to go to the emergency room, there really are cautions, just like the cautions of driving when you've been drinking. I mean, the same kind of thing. And I know that you have proposed here to reduce the BAC from 0.08 to 0.05, and I laud you for that. Because safety of people, if we listen to the Mayo Clinic, if you use marijuana, you probably shouldn't drive. Do people know that? And so in the states that have legalized it, they've seen a substantial increase in vehicular accidents, which is also in the research that I've cited. I know it's an interesting topic for people, but I think, as was said so many times here today, we need to work on this together, and if it's going to be legalized, there need to put precautions and other things in there so the public knows some of the things that can happen.
I appreciate you, Ms. Price, and thank you for your support for lowering blood alcohol content to 0.05
thank you
for
for that.
DWI definition.
So now, thank you again for
Okay.
being here.
Many thank yous, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
New York Immigration Coalition, Camille Mackler, Director of Immigration and Legal Policy, followed by the Brennan Center for Justice, followed by New York State Wireless Association.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here on behalf of the New York Immigration Coalition, a statewide coalition of organizations serving immigrants from Long Island all the way to Buffalo, to make sure that funding for immigration legal services be included in this year's final budget. And I'm here at the local government hearing because the money has traditionally been allocated through the aid to localities budget, not any of the other legal services funding streams, although I will be resubmitting the testimony for public protection as well. And also because fundamentally this is about our communities and about one of the most meaningful steps that our state can take in protecting communities that right now are very much under attack. To say it simply, and I don't know how well known this is, but there is no guaranteed right to a lawyer in immigration court. So anybody facing deportation must either pay for a lawyer themselves or convince a nonprofit to take their case. And that's what I'm here for today, is to advocate for more funding for those nonprofits that provide those services. And to illustrate the need, just yesterday I got a text message from a colleague who witnessed 7 children in the country without their parents facing deportation, going into a courtroom behind closed doors and representing themselves in Buffalo, New York, because they had not been able to get a nonprofit to represent them. In New York has absolutely been made an example by the Trump administration and his immigration enforcement policies. Just between 2017 and 2018, arrests by Immigration Customs Enforcement and Customs Border Protection went up 25%. The year before, from 2016 to 2017, they went up 35%. And between 2018 and 2019, immigration judges entered 80% more deportation orders in New York's immigration courts. Right now, we have over 130,000 cases pending between the immigration courts in New York City and Buffalo. New York has been a leader in this issue, in this area. They have invested, between the city and the state, there is over $74 million currently being invested in immigration legal services, $17 million of that by New York State. And New York also, just a month ago, became the first state in the country, and in fact the first government in the country, to introduce a right to counsel, a statutory right to counsel for immigrants. Even the federal government has not done that, and this followed recommendations by the American Bar Association and the New York State Bar Association in terms of redressing due process concerns. Despite all of this, the governor has taken massive credit for the programs providing immigration legal services here in New York, but every single year he has failed to include any funding or any renewed funding in his budget. For the third year in a row, the executive budget contains exactly $0 for immigration legal services. Every year, we have had to fight. Last year, we found out 2 days before the budgets were passed that the $10 million for the Liberty Defense Program would be renewed. That was the most advanced notice we'd had in 3 years since it was created. Those include the Liberty Defense Project, which was created in 2017, includes programs that have been championed by this legislature, like the New York Immigrant Family Unity Project, the groundbreaking public defender type project that provides immigrants who are detained in upstate New York with a lawyer when they cannot afford one. This uncertainty makes it impossible for nonprofits to hire, to retain staff. It means that they can't guarantee their clients that they will have a lawyer for the life of their case. It keeps everyone destabilized and uncertain and in fear. It makes clients afraid to reach out and to ask for help because they don't know who to go to anymore. This is in part because of this uncertainty in the funding. This is also in part because of the changes in the way the Office for New Americans, which is part of the Department of State, has administered the funding. They took the funding for the first 2 years of the Liberty Defense Project and they went to certain groups, and then they re-RFP'd it out to other groups, and some lost money and actually had to lay off attorneys. Right now, we are asking not just for a renewal, but for an increase to $15.3 million for the immigration legal services because cases take many years to resolve in immigration court. And the reality is that groups that had open cases in the previous year have to continue working on those cases. And without increased funding, they can't open new cases and we can't bring in new projects into the fold. We're also asking for an increase in the Office for New American that has stayed flat at $6.4 million so that they can renew their commitment to community-based organizations, bring their network of opportunity centers back up to 27, and renew English classes. At the end of the day, and this is my concluding statement, this isn't about giving a benefit. This isn't about giving somebody the right to live in the United States. It is simply about due process. In immigration court, the judge and the prosecutor play for the same team. They both report to the president. We need somebody in there to make sure someone is looking out for our immigrant neighbors and community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Krueger.
Thank you. So we hear so many terrible stories involving ICE and deportations at this point. Can you give us a sense of how many people have been served, and does being served mean getting to stay here? Or is it a temporary process until you get deported?
Getting served, you mean in terms of being given a lawyer?
Getting served by the funds.
Oh, right,
that-
okay,
Sorry.
I thought you meant served papers.
No.
A
Getting
lawyer.
services
Yeah.
provided through these funds, is
so-
it actually getting them not deported?
Yeah, so I don't know the exact numbers because the governor's office doesn't really make them public. I know that having studies done by the Vera Institute, which runs the NIFAP project, they've found, in combination with studies done by national groups like the American Immigration Council, have found that 78% of non-detained immigrants who have a lawyer will win their case versus 35% who don't have a lawyer. And when you're detained, I think it's 36% will win their case with a lawyer versus 3% if they don't have a lawyer. So the difference is critical. And also having a lawyer in these proceedings means that you have somebody holding the justice system, for what it's worth, accountable, and it also means that cases can be brought. So we've seen out of the NIFA program especially some really great litigation that has created better rights and better conditions for everyone across the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Next, Brennan Center for Justice, NYU School of Law, Joanna Staines, Council Democracy. Yeah, we need to. I'm sure I messed up your name, so please, and I guess you're by yourself, so you don't have the right? So,
Thank you.
please go ahead.
All right. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Joanna Denise, and I'm counsel at the Brennan Center for Justice, a nonpartisan law institute that works to improve our systems of democracy and justice for all Americans. Just 1 year ago, the Brennan Center was at this very table urging you to pass a system of small donor public financing, a reform that, at the time, seemed far out of reach. This esteemed body delivered that reform by enacting the Public Campaign Financing Commission, which last December produced a small donor public financing program for statewide and legislative races. That program is set to launch in just 2.5 years. Now it is time to start the next phase of making this reform a reality for New Yorkers. We urge you to ensure that modest and reasonable startup funding is included in this year's budget for the State Board of Elections to begin implementing the public financing program. The public financing program is strong, and it contains time-tested solutions from existing programs. It also contains notable innovations, including a match for small contributions only, a meaningful tiered match on small contributions by constituents to legislative candidates, and reduced fundraising thresholds for candidates in low-income districts. These features will help to empower more everyday New Yorkers who want to contribute what they're able and help to counteract the outsized influence of wealth in Albany. Of course, as with most systems, we see room for improvement, and we did not fully agree with every aspect of the Commission's process or decisions. But simply put, this program is the single biggest response in the nation to Citizens United, and if implemented properly, it will have a dramatic impact on the sources of election funding in New York and will be a model for other states and cities across the nation. We know from our national work on public financing that the 2.5 years budgeted for starting up is a reasonable timeline, but it leaves not a moment to spare. Work must begin right away to purchase and develop the tech systems that will support the program, appoint the 3 new commissioners who will help oversee it and who will only have 1 year to get the details of the rules and regulations right, and also to hire additional staff and consultants to support the program's build-out. Painfully prominent examples, from the shaky start of healthcare.gov in 2013 to the Iowa caucuses just last week, make clear why these early investments in technology are critical. Every rule of this sophisticated system must be translated into a thoughtfully crafted platform and then tested and recalibrated as needed to make sure that it will work in real time. For instance, you wouldn't want the system to crash from overload on an important filing deadline just because too many other candidates got to the website a minute before you did. Nor would you want to be unsure as to how close you are to qualifying for matching funds because of a system that does not adequately track your in-district small contributions. You also wouldn't want to be uncertain as to how you can use your funds, for example, for a community service event with partners in your district, just because the rules and regulations are not sufficiently clear. A carefully designed system will help to ensure that you don't need experts on your campaign staff just to participate. A small upfront investment this year will go a long way toward providing a strong foundation for the program, shoring up public confidence, and generating efficiencies down the road. Delaying funding for implementation will set the system up to fail. Should this year's budget fail to provide funds for these modest needs, the message will be clear. Our state's leaders were not serious about delivering the reform that they promised. The Brennan Center is at your service as you implement this important and groundbreaking reform. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't believe there are any questions at this point. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
So our final witness for today, New York State Wireless Association, Douglas Dimitrov.
Can't say we don't have a mix of discussion today. Thank you.
Good evening.
Evening.
And thank you very much, Chairpersons Weinstein, Kruger, other chairpersons who I apologize, I'm not sure who are who, ranking members and other members of the legislature on the Joint Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify before you tonight. And thank you for your service. The average New Yorker probably has no understanding of the effort that you all put into your job. Thank you for everything you do. It's not easy, and I appreciate it. Again, my name is Douglas Dimitrov. I'm a partner with the law firm of Phillips Lytle. I'm appearing today before you as the former president of and a current board member of the New York State Wireless Association. I'm not here to ask for funding. I am here to seek your support to assist with regulatory relief for private sector infrastructure investment in New York State. New York State Wireless Association is an all-volunteer, state-based wireless trade association. Members represent the entire wireless ecosystem in New York, including wireless carriers, tower companies, and other infrastructure companies, architectural engineering firms, construction firms, surveyors, real estate acquisition companies, and other service providers. NYSWA wholeheartedly supports Part BB of the Transportation and Economic Development budget on small wireless facilities deployment, or what we refer to as small cells, which would amend Article 13E of the General Municipal Law. The legislation would spur significant infrastructure investment and accelerate wireless broadband deployment in New York by establishing a uniform process with appropriate and reasonable non-discriminatory fees for the installation of small cell wireless facilities, including those placed in public rights-of-way. 30 states and Puerto Rico have enacted similar legislation with bipartisan support. Those states represent over 60% of the U.S. population. As you heard earlier this evening, the proposed legislation does mirror a recent federal rule, part of the FCC's 5G Fast Plan, which reformed prior federal rules for first-generation or early-generation technology to accommodate small cells and emerging 5G network technology. The reforms ban short-sighted, what we believe are short-sighted municipal roadblocks that have the effect of prohibiting deployment of broadband, including new 5G technology, and give states and localities a reasonable deadline to approve or disapprove small cell siting applications. Enacting this measure in New York reflects, we believe, smart public policy that will help maintain our state's status as a competitive leader in the nation's technology landscape. Without it, New York will fall further behind the 30 other states in Puerto Rico that have supported similar paths to 5G in the innovation economy. We have sought to dialogue with municipal representatives in New York State, and thus far our requests for that dialogue have been not received favorably. We continue to be willing to do so. This proposed bill would also authorize the State Department of Transportation to enter into statewide master license agreements with wireless providers for the use and occupancy of state-owned rights-of-way for installation of communications facilities. This provision will lead to faster next-generation broadband deployment. As your constituents undoubtedly know, fast and reliable mobile internet connectivity has become a crucial part of everyday life for businesses and consumers alike. And for lower-income communities, mobile connections are used far more than fixed or wireline broadband networks. Current and projected increases in data and network demands are putting pressure on the capacity of today's communications networks. Traditional macro cells or tower sites remain critical to and they're the foundation for wireless network coverage. But these sites alone cannot handle the expansion in the demand being placed on New York's broadband networks. To keep up with the surging demand, wireless operators are now engaged in network densification, which means placing additional infrastructure in proximity to where the demand is generated. Broadly, small cells are defined as antennas and equipment that are installed on utility poles or streetlights in the public right-of-way typically, or on the roof or sides of a building. Each small cell serves a small geographic area, not more than a quarter mile from the installation, and they improve coverage and capacity in 4G services and soon to be deployed, we hope in New York, 5G networks as well. Unlike in the majority of other states, companies interested or investing in New York and deploying small cells to enhance broadband networks here must navigate a complicated and inconsistent patchwork of municipal regulations for the over 1,500 jurisdictions in New York. New York cities like Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse, and towns across New York will not see the level or pace of deployment as similarly situated cities and towns in those states that have adopted similar statewide legislation. NYSWA applauds the Governor Cuomo for supporting this bill. And before I finish up, or before I'm cut off, I should say the wireless industry is on target to invest $275 billion nationwide in these sorts of networks over the next 6 to 7 years. This proposal will competitively position New York to receive as much of that investment as possible. More jobs, more investment means more GDP growth and more opportunities for average New Yorkers to participate in the innovation economy. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
We go to Senator Krueger for a question.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you. Maybe we'll continue this after tonight, but basically your association's here saying, we want you to give us the right to do what we want to do under one set of rules or rules that we establish. But we have a long history of local governments thinking they have something to say about equipment being set up in their towns and cities and fees and costs, et cetera, et cetera. So you sort of want to change the pattern of how New York State historically has done business. Is that correct?
Well, we look at it this way. There's federal law that's been around for a long time that allows for access to the public rights of way at the federal level. And we're looking for harmonization with that federal law that's been around for over 20 years, since 1996. We are not saying that the local governments have no authority. They continue to have the right to make decisions to say no, but it's a matter of a streamlined process from a timing perspective and reasonable fees. The other 30 states, many of those other states are in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic that also have a long history of municipal home rule or municipal home rule-like local protections.
And, all right, my just final question. Are there localities in New York State who haven't shared your view? Hence, you're here in Albany.
I'm sorry.
Are there localities in New York State who don't share your view? Hence, you're here in Albany asking for us to do something.
Yeah, we're looking for them. We do not. I'm not sure that we have found one that is here to support us. We're still seeking that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the question. So this concludes the local government's hearing. The joint fiscal committees will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. for the education hearing.